went to do a mission in a town regarding some very unusual happenings. When we arrived in town, it was empty. Save
Well,
for...
technically, there was a cow!
There was a cow, and there was a man. And this man told us that the sheep in the town that were out in a pasture were not normal, I swear.
Totally.
We discovered that there had been something breaking into the paddocks and basically stealing the animals and eating them. And when we further explored, we found a massive pasture full of sheep. Completely untouched sheep.
Perfectly normal sheep.
Perfectly normal sheep.
100%.
And a totally normal shepherd.
Yeah. Whose name was also Shepherd.
Yeah. So he was double normal.
And Commander Shepherd jokes were definitely made. You did not miss out on those.
Oh, yeah. So once we talked with the shepherd and managed to confirm that, yeah, the sheep were totally normal, we left and headed back to town because it was getting late, and the totally normal sheep totally don't eat people when it gets dark. So we make it back to town, and we hunker down inside of a building, and we find out that Minerva, Lunala, and... God, why do I always forget Soma's girlfriend's name?
Sadie.
Smuggled a lamb into the house with them, which pissed off the shepherd and the sheep. And so, the totally normal sheep storm the town and surround the building. And we also find out, because we were panicking that the lamb is inside of the building with us, we find out that with Katya's ability to see souls, she was able to tell which sheep were actually sheep and which ones were not. And we were able to confirm that the lamb was in fact actually just a lamb.
Yep.
For now.
Yep.
So to plan and fortify the house, and Shepard shows up. And a storm begins rolling in the distance. And Soma, totally, definitely not trying to go crazy, refuses to go inside and insists that he deals with the problem. Which leads to Soma and Apollyon. Apollyon wields Soma, and they start a fight with the shepherd. The totally normal shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
Leading to the totally normal shepherd totally normally turning into a giant sheep demon.
As you do.
As you do, yeah. It happens all the time. It happens to the best of us. And a fight breaks out. Minerva almost dies, but Pridwin manages to save her. We fried some sheep, and then when Lunala and Pridwin went outside, Soma completely lost it and lit both of them on fire. And then nearly killed Lunala. Which, oh yeah, totally fine, totally normal and good.
Trying to figure out where Fresh fits into this.
Huh?
Trying to figure out where the Fresh gift fits in.
Wait, which one?
I'm scrolling back through Incessant Panic. Green Ghost.
Oh, so
Oh,
the
yeah.
reason that Green Ghost Demon is in there, if you will look in the NPC faced claims at the latest post, you will see a Green Lantern. Except somebody decided to shoot the Green Lantern, cough, cough, Pidge,
Why would you?
and it exploded green fire everywhere, all over the Goat Demon, and from the green fire, burnt hands started to crawl out of the ether and tried to grab everyone. So you know, that's basically what happened there.
I mean, it was solid video game logic. Shoot the glowy thing for massive damage.
To be fair,
There's
I probably
always a
would have
soul
done
in
the
that
same
lantern.
thing.
There's always a soul in that lantern.
Probably would have done the same
God.
thing. On God.
Ghost demon doesn't matter. There is going to be some evil thing in the lantern.
Yeah, but you're
You
always
never fuck with a
supposed to-
demon's lantern.
You're always supposed to attack the glowy part. That's just video games 101.
I need to open all of y'all's player sheets really quick, specifically Solon and Xavier, because there is a new thing that I need to add. You guys still haven't figured your HP and your AP yet? Homeboy!
Probably
Do
not,
your
'cause I probably had
fucking
to add
math!
the equation again.
Jesus Christ! Hold on. God damn it. Alright.
I filled out our whole form. I didn't remember
The equation was 10 times your con and strength, right?
Yeah, it's strength plus con times 10. For your
Yeah.
HP, I'm going to have to pull up the AP. I think it's strength, wisdom, and con added for AP. The reason I am needing you all to open your sheets real quick is because you now have a new thing on them that I need to draw your attention to, mostly you, Colt, because you were gone. There is a new element that you all need to be afraid of in this campaign called madness. Because some people really wanted it to be added into my campaign. I will not mention names, but it happened.
Off cough.
Did it? You did it?
No,
did it?
no, I
Who
did.
did it?
Like I would.
Did you do
like,
it?
I would want it.
No, seriously, who did it? Because whoever did it, I
Oh.
want to shake their hand.
God.
Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, I haven't even gotten to that part yet. So Soma basically tried to lose his shit and succeeded. And that's why he nearly literally almost killed both Pridwin and Lunala.
God damn it, Colt.
Formatting here.
Okay, you know what? I didn't make this sheet. I'm just trying to make it work, alright? It'll be... Holy Jesus, I didn't realize how little HP you had. Oh my god. You, Solon,
Oh.
you're in
What is that?
danger! Oh my god! I think you have the least amount of HP out of everybody.
Oh?
Well, I mean, I am a glass cannon.
Guess how much HP Homeboy has?
70.
How much?
70.
70? That's
Yeah,
almost...
but I get bonus to dodging. So
Holy shit.
Compared to how much you have, Pridwin, at the most.
Yeah, compared to Pridwin's
Well-
200.
you're also more defense based than I am. So,
Yeah, true. Even though nobody fucking blocks with me.
which is dumb. Fucking shield block with it.
It's a shield. You'd think that you'd, like, hold it in front of you.
Listen. Okay, nobody gave shield training. They have
Yeah, but,
weapons.
like,
They're
shield-
not used to shields, damn it!
The reason that shields are so popular in, like, militaries is because they're easy to use.
Jesus Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. AP is determined by wisdom, strength, and con. So, wisdom, strength, and con.
And like pretty much everybody that wields Pridwin, he handed one of those flyers to. And none of them have come for shield training.
To be fair, have you really given them the chance?
Have you?
19 equals... What?
15 plus 19?
13! That's a 3!
That does not look like a 3.
Hold on.
Yes.
Here. If you're gonna be so meh about it. There. Does that make you happy?
No. But I can at least read it.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Vint Pridwin's, all the numbers are Arial for him, and everything else is Bell. You're currently at 0 tokens. 13 plus 19. So that is for you to configure your current, obviously, so that you guys can know what the fuck is happening. Let's see. Your AC is determined by Dex or Speed plus Con, and then you get a +2 for each star rank. So I will take care of that for you. Oh, both of you have the same numbers, so it doesn't really matter. So you guys will be at a 15 combined, both of you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Actually, you guys will be at a 17, now that I think about it. Pridwin, are you are you fucking with your numbers as we go?
No?
Because I want to look at your numbers real quick while we're waiting on everybody to get here. Dex or Speed plus Con plus 4. So, Cats is 15. Jesus Christ. The formatting in this is driving me crazy.
Yeah.
Cats is 15. Lunala's is also... Oh, no. Hers is gonna be... 18. Yeah, and you're at 20. Okay, so your numbers are good. And Pidge I know is good. Gonna do this. You guys are all back down to 0 except for Pridwin, who is at 1. Okay, so anyways, back to what I was trying to tell all of you. So you now have to be afraid of madness in this campaign. I will tell you if you are getting tokens or not. When you reach a certain amount of tokens, don't worry about it, you will be exposed to a short-term madness that can last anywhere from 1 to 10 hours, which you will roll for. If you get 10 tokens, you'll be exposed to a long-term madness, which is even worse. And if you go even further than that, you guys will be experiencing a quote-unquote permanent madness, which is really not ideal in a campaign that I am running. However, there are bonuses to being mad. For 5 tokens, you get bonus damage with disadvantage on rolls. For 10 tokens, you have bonus damage and mandatory aggression, and it keeps going up from there. So, depending on how you want to play your characters and how you feel your characters will react to certain madness, a lot of this is going to be very roleplay heavy. You know me. I live for this shit. So, yeah, just be aware. Madness, it's a thing. That being said, we've had ourselves a recap. We have fixed your sheet for the fucking most part. So if everybody is still here, we're going to go ahead and get started. So I am going to need Pidge, Solon, and Pridwin all to roll me d20s.
Oh boy. 16.
Okay. Colt.
18.
What?
18.
18?
1-8.
Nice. Pidge?
Give me 1 sec. $20.
God damn, Pidge! Pidge, you did not sleep. You came home from this mission invigorated. Yeah, something about fucking sheep, man. You have been busy working on the projects that, you very interestingly, you know, have been trying to figure out. And I will tell you that... Oh god, that's so depressing. I'm just now reading halfway down on your list.
Mm-hmm.
You monster!
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. I will tell you, because you have been training since you got home, you can add 1 point to con. Congratulations. You hyper-focused.
Oh boy.
And I will let you decide whether you are adding it to your con or to Eon's. So that's up to you. But you are coming out of your hyper-focus, and you decide that you don't know what time it is, but you remember that you all were supposed to go onto a mission, and you think it's weird that nobody has come to get you yet. So, you are the first one out of your room. What would you like to do?
I wipe away the smut from my eye. The smut? Soot. There we go.
There we go. Words are
The
hard.
soot. The soot from my eyes is, I now have my hat back on. The goggles are covered in soot as well, and there seems to be a crater on the desk, as I have been practicing with a few explosives.
Jesus Christ. I feel like at this point you've just worked on this desk and created a, like, explosive resistant area on top of it.
And to celebrate, I'm going to get some coffee,
Okay.
some cream, and some caramel.
So you come out of your room and you start making coffee, and Solon, you are awoken by the smell of coffee.
He's going to get out of bed, grab his arm because he doesn't sleep with it on, and just go out there and see what's going on.
Okay. So you, Pidge, you turn around as you're making this crazy concoction of girly coffee, and Solon walks out.
There are sprinkles in this thing with whipped cream.
Jesus Christ.
And
What is
she's
that,
just standing there.
Cupcake in a cup?
No, it's coffee. And she has this thing, this mug with coffee and a bunch of toppings. And she's covered in soot. Her hair is sticking up in spikes, as if they were turned solid.
As it should be. As it should be. Okay. So you two are chilling out there. Pridwin, you are the last of those present to rise.
Once again, carefully trying not to wake Leonala up, going to get out of bed.
Roll me a presence check.
Oh boy. Oh shit, that's a soft 20.
Damn. Okay, well she rolled a nat 1, so she doesn't even move.
Man.
She is out. You have not slept that long. It's been like 2 hours. You're still tired. But you smell coffee and you hear chatter, and you do remember that you were supposed to be going on another mission very soon.
Pridwin's, once he gets his armor on, he's gonna step out.
Okay. So, you emerge into the hallway and hear Solon and Pidge chatting about coffee.
Pridwin will head over and say, "Good morning, everyone."
Pidge has a whipped cream mustache.
God.
It stands with all the black around her.
Jesus Christ.
Huh. Oh, Solon, we just recently returned from a mission, but we came here to actually offer if you wanted to go. We have another mission soon.
Soon being in like 2 hours, Liam says, coming out of his room. He looks worse than you do, Pridwin. He is exhausted. And stressed on top of it.
Precisely. Speaking of, getting everyone together for the mission, do any of you have any idea where Apollyon ran off to?
Not a damn clue, he says, walking over to get coffee. You hear a soft grumbling coming from behind Liam, and you watch as he turns into the kitchen, and he is carrying Katya piggyback, who is mostly asleep with her head on his shoulders.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
Shut it, he says, pointing at you.
Ridwin's just chuckling.
He gets some of the coffee that has been brewed and pours a cup and slowly lifts it to just under her nose, and her eyes start to open a little, and she lazily reaches for the coffee, and he holds it just out of her reach. Are you gonna get down? No. Then it's mine. And he takes a drink of the coffee.
Pidge is just casually watching all of this, loudly sipping her coffee. And she's got those, like, wide eyes that of watching people waiting for entertainment to happen.
Oh, God.
Solon has, like, sat down and put his arm on his shoulder, turning to Pridwin's, what exactly does this mission entail? Like, screwing into his shoulder, trying to get it on.
I believe it was something regarding peculiar noises. Sirens out in, somewhere out in the rest of Colorado.
Colorado's pretty big.
Indeed, I don't remember. Soma has the details. I don't remember exactly where he was referring to.
Xavier,
but it shouldn't be.
You are also starting to wake up to the smell of coffee and the chatter of people outside of your room. If you are around. Could have himself muted.
He's not muted.
He could have his headset muted.
Could be.
I don't know. Anyway, he's waking
well,
up. There he is!
You said I'm waking up.
You are waking up. It smells like coffee. There's people chattering in the main area of the dorm.
I'll just peek out and see who's out there.
You definitely see your partner out there chit-chatting with what looks like the creepy guy that wears the armor all the time that you weren't very sure about. The tiny little girl that you trained with a few days ago is not wearing her hat, question mark.
It's back on.
The hat is
She's
back
wearing a
on.
hat.
I take it back. She is covered in soot and drinking coffee, which doesn't surprise you. And then Liam and the small child are also out there.
Okay. Hey guys, what type of coffee are you guys drinking at the moment?
Oh god, Liam says.
There is more dairy in Pidge's coffee than there is coffee.
You like a little coffee with your cream and sugar, Pidge?
Mm.
Just a little.
I think I'll just ask for a decaf. But what are you guys talking about?
Oh yes, we have a mission coming up in the next couple of hours, actually.
Couple hours?
Yes, we just got back from another mission, and we wanted to try and knock out 2 in relatively rapid succession. We actually
Sheesh.
came back here to offer for you and Solon to come with us.
Cause you know the last one didn't exactly go according to plan, Liam says, casually looking over the rim of his coffee cup as he drinks.
Yeah, there's a good chance that hopefully the next one will be less horrifying compared to the previous one.
The player says, having sat in a call with his DM
Yeah, knowing
girlfriend,
full
listening
well
to
that
her
something
prep.
horrible might happen.
Sorry, continue. That was too good.
Horrible as in what happened?
Well, let's just say that sheep were not normal.
Oh.
You say sheep, by the way, and Katya's face immediately falls. She turns her head and lays it on Liam's other shoulder, looking away from all of you. You aren't sure. Actually, roll me a perception check, Pridwin.
Alright. This natural 20?
She is crying. You can hear the faintest sniffling. You see Liam casually reach a hand up and just put it on her head without saying anything. He makes eye contact with you.
Yeah, Pridwin looks over, but he continues. There was some sort of demonic shepherd, raising monster sheep and eating the townspeople and their livestock.
You know what? Maybe you should tell that to Salone. He makes all the good decisions here. I'm down for whatever we need to do.
Someone's like
people get
beating
eaten.
his arm on the table trying to get it to work.
Sounds
Just
It'd
kinda-
probably
I
it'd
need more
probably
details than that. Plus, I have some errands I need to run here first.
I mean, nobody's come to collect us yet, so I think we might have some more time.
It is about this time, as you say this, that there is a knocking on the main door of your cabin.
We might. Well, we should be able to get some time to have errands done.
Is anybody gonna
Pridwin,
let him in, or?
Yeah, Pridwin's gonna go over and answer the door.
That's good. I'm a bit far from the door.
So, you open the door, and it is, in fact, Iger.
Iger. We were just, filling our other friends in for this next mission.
So we still on for leaving in 3 hours? He says, looking at his watch.
Would 3 hours be enough time? Pridwin looks back over to Solon.
Solon's finally got his arm working. Or should I roll for that?
You know what? Roll for it. Let's see.
Alright.
Let's see.
Let's make it
Roll
interesting.
for arm.
God.
I got a 14.
You know what? It's working.
Okay. He's done this enough. Yeah, that should be enough. How far is the blacksmith?
Beneath the school. I
And how
should
long
be
is
able to, I
long
should
does
be
it
able
take
to
back?
help take you to him.
Was he
That works for
late
me.
to school?
If I were to say, I think that visiting him would probably only take like an hour.
As long as you know where you're going, Iger says, eyeing the new kid. Is he expecting you?
Nope.
No, but I could guide him.
Well, be careful. You know what's down there, he says, and turns away from you. As he's starting
Yes,
to walk
I do.
away, he says, are you sure you're recovered enough?
I'm a little shaken from our previous mission, but I'm
His
pretty much ready
eyes,
to go again.
he looks over his shoulder at you, and he makes eye contact with you, Pridwin, and you immediately know he is not talking about the mission.
I'm pretty sure.
Alright, we'll see you in 3 hours. And he walks away.
Solon, would you like to, get going?
Yeah, I guess we better get going if we need to get there and back.
Oh wait, did he completely? Ah, dang, I missed him.
If Xavier, if you wish to accompany us.
Of course.
Oh,
Come
hold
along,
down
and-
the fort, Liam says, eyeing you as he refills his coffee with one hand, still keeping a hand on Katya.
I
Thank
hooked
you,
my
we should-
arm inside Solon's.
We
His
shouldn't
robotic arm.
take long.
You got 3 hours, then I'm not on cat duty anymore, he says, looking at you.
I will shoulder cat duty once we get back.
You hear him go, ow, son of a... You're not being nice, Katya says under her breath.
God. Pridwin opens the door for Xavier and Solon and says, alright, this way.
So, you guys head out the door, and you start walking toward the academy. It is morning. It is closer to noon than it is to like breakfast time. There are people out in the courtyards doing some training. You see a lot of the usual suspects, some members of the Aces and some members of the Sevens out there. There appears to be a duel happening in the leftmost courtyard near the lake. You cannot tell who it is from here. But there's a small huddle of people standing around. You guys continue to the academy?
Can I watch the duel?
You can, but you will have to break off from everybody else.
Okay. Hey, Solon, I'll be right back. I just want to see this duel real fast. See what's kind of happening.
Might as well just meet us back at the cabin. We're gonna keep going. We don't have time to waste.
Okay.
All right. We'll
Just
see
call
you
me
there
if you need me. Call me if you need me.
Alright, see you soon.
Good luck.
A quick pause on you guys while he goes over towards this duel. Solon, you do not recognize, or not Solon, Xavier, you don't recognize the two people that are fighting currently. There are two kids. They are both girls. And their partners, you can't tell what they are because they are in weapon form. It appears that one of the weapons looks like a fishhook, and the other weapon looks to be some type of rifle.
Okay. Can I just ask someone in the crowd, like, hey, who's fighting? And what are they fighting about?
You must be new around here, the girl says, turning to look at you.
I am.
This is just kind of a thing. You would know this to be true, Xavier, because this is something that happens in a lot of branches. A lot of kids will compete against one another for training purposes, to settle beef, because other people have spurred them on to do it to see who's stronger. It is a very common practice to see students and professors often dueling against one another.
I see. Then I'll ask the person. Then who are the two people fighting right now?
Well, they start pointing. You see, those two over there, they are pointing at the girls. The one holding the rifle. Those are a couple of the ladybirds. You don't recognize these names at all.
I'm just shaking my head like I know, though. I'm just like, The
The
ladybirds.
Meister is Calum, and the rifle is Takana. And they are fighting. Who is... I need to actually roll to find out who the fuck they are fighting with. Okay, interestingly enough, the woman that is wielding the fishhook looks sort of familiar to you. You have seen her around the garage before. You think that she is a professor. She looks a lot older than a lot of the people present. The fishhook is covered in like ink and tattoos all down the fishhook. It looks kind of crazy. And as you watch, you swear that the ink looks like it's moving. As though the creatures and the objects are moving as though they're alive.
Huh. But it's just I'm perceiving it just as ink, though, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It looks like tattoos. It really does.
Then, what are they fighting about?
Oh, nothing.
Currently? Oh.
See, Alex and Takana kind of got into it a little bit, and they were arguing over whether long range or close range was better, and so then Maisie stepped in, and, you know, the sisters got to stick together, so now they're doing what they do.
I see. Okay. That makes sense. I just think that both ranges can be worked at their proficiency at, their targeted places.
Well, you're not wrong, a boy says, pushing his glasses up beside you. He is studying the combat, and you see him actually, like, scribbling notes down in a notebook before looking back up.
Oh.
All ranges are applicable to combat in different scenarios.
Is someone taking the edge at any point of the fight, or is it just kind of like even?
So as you're watching, the sisters are like waylaying on this fish hook. And the Meister is literally just holding a defensive position and taking it. And then the second that they go to reload the rifle, there's this flash of movement, and suddenly the Meister holding the fishhook is directly behind the girls with the rifle. And there is a foot planted squarely in the back of the girl's knee, and she goes like tumbling forward.
I guess mid-range is the is the preferable scenario.
Hey, no fair, you hear a girl next to you say. Why did you have to have a freaking professor as your Meister? Yeah, that doesn't seem right, another person chimes in. She's not using her abilities, she's just using Alex's. Don't be so petty about it. They're all like chattering at each other as this fight's taking place. Flashing back to you all that are walking down, Pridwin, Solon, you guys have made it to the stairs.
Alright, stay close. and don't wander off. It's dangerous down here. Pridwin's going to try and head to the blacksmith.
You're gonna have to roll me a d20.
Oh boy. 17.
Okay. You have made enough trips to the smith at this point, and the memory of having a piece of your soul torn off is very fresh in your mind still, so you managed to find it without too much trouble.
Yep.
Cole, you are led down the stairs. Solon, I don't think Solon has ever been down these stairs before. There is definitely a, like, do not enter, like, signs all over the damn place.
Solon recognizes them, but his desire to get Arya fixed is more resolve. He's resolve.
So you follow him down into the bowels, and you are in creepy tunnels, for lack of a better word. Like, this is uncomfortable for you. And as you're walking, you swear you hear something moving in this labyrinth with you. Like metal dragging on stone. Pridwin is keeping a very firm pace. Eyes forward. As you make your way through the tunnels, you begin to feel this heat. And it's not just like a warmth, it's a presence. And it gets stronger as you progress until finally Pridwin turns a corner and there is an orangish blue glow. You enter into a room, a forge. There is a very large man that is standing behind a craftsman's table, a vast, enormous craftsman's table. There is what appears to be like an altar or a table in the center of the room, and then against the back wall there is this massive forge that is glowing all kinds of orange and blue fire, and this is the hottest you have ever felt in your life. It's almost painful to a degree to be so close to this.
Pridwin will politely, like, knock on the wall next to the entrance to get Reticent's attention.
He does not notice you.
Reticent?
He jumps and turns to look at you.
Apologies. Pridwin gestures over to Solon. My friend here required your services.
As you're starting to talk and he realizes who it is, you see his face lights up. And he, looking around, holds up a hand to you.
Oh?
And walks over to some shelving. He starts rifling through it. Solon, how are you doing?
I'm kind of walking up to his table at this point, trying to...
There are restraints on the table. This looks like a great place. Like a real good place.
Notably, Pridwin's keeping a respectful distance from that table.
Yeah, you notice both of these things. It's a good time. It's a great time.
Yeah.
You see Reticent, he kind of holds up a hand to you, and then he holds up two fingers.
Hold on. I'm a bit confused.
He holds up two fingers to you, and then he holds up one finger, and he reaches down, and he grabs something and holds it out to you.
Pridwin will step up and take it.
There is a small box. It's not like wrapped or anything, but it is clearly holding something.
He'll open it up.
You recognize the item within. It is the helmet / like mask hood that you asked him to design for Lunala. It is finished.
Ah, excellent. Thank you very much.
And it looks stunning, I will add. It's like he somehow infused that cosmos glow into this hood. That blue-purple aura. And that amber lighting. Like, this is a gorgeous piece.
I really wish that you accepted payment.
He wrinkles his nose a little and looks at you.
I mean, this is incredible, as always.
He smiles proudly. And then he holds up the second finger.
Oh.
He reaches down and he grabs another box. This one is small. And he hands it to you and he points at you and he wags his finger at you. This box is tied.
Not for me?
He kind of motion, and you look down and you see that there is a name on a tag that is attached to this box.
What's the name?
Lunala.
Alright, I will get this to Lunala then.
He nods. And then he squints at you and points at you again.
And I won't open it.
He nods again.
Thank you very much. I believe all we need is, Solon needs some assistance.
He turns to look at you, and instantly his eyes move to your arm.
You can tell with the glove on.
He instantly knows. It's weird to you. It's almost uncanny.
Solon kind of gets shifty, like unsettled, like he can see in his eyes that he's looking at the arm, so he just goes ahead and takes the glove off.
He tilts his head curiously. And then he nods a little. And looks back up at you with an expectant gaze.
Yes, Solon kind of like puts his hand in front of his face, examining the prosthetic. This is part of the story of why I'm here. I lost my arm in a fight, and my sister was damaged, and I was told you might be able to help.
Out of curiosity, Pridwin, have you heard this story?
No.
Okay, so you are now hearing this for the first time.
Your sister was damaged?
Not necessarily scowl, a sort of like frown, and kind of like side-eye Pridwin, and just nod yes, and then I use my left hand to take Arya out of her scabbard.
So, you see that he, carefully reaching into his cloak, has pulled a weapon that you've never seen before out of hiding. You are very uneasy with all of this almost instantly because you know for a fact that he is partnered with Xavier. And the way that he does it so carefully is very off-putting to you.
So that's your sister?
Part of her.
I see. What happened?
This blade, by the way, you didn't know that weapons could be cracked until you had a piece of your soul torn off. Okay, this weapon is cracked. This weapon is in fragments. It appears there are pieces missing. There are blood stains, almost like rust, emitting around the edges where it has been broken off.
What? I mean, what did you face? I've never seen someone able to damage a weapon form like that before, except for Pridwin gestures over to Reticent.
Reticent smiles coyly. But, like, it's just at your comment. He is frowning gravely at the situation. It's almost like a moment of relief for him.
What happened?
A wave of sadness and regret washes over Solon's face, and I kind of partially turn my body to look at Bridwin. The wolf happened. My ignorance happened. My pride happened.
Bridwin, you aren't exactly sure which wolf he's talking about. Immediately your mind moves to the fight that you and Lunologist had. Being the most present, the most recent.
Wait, are you referring to, I remember you mentioned something about a wolf that one night. Was that during the attack? Or earlier?
Earlier. I assume you're talking about the attack in South America. I wasn't there.
No, I mean, the one here that happened
No.
recently.
Earlier.
I see. Wait, you mentioned the Wolf of Moscow. Was this their doing?
The very same. There's
I
something
wanna-
going on in Russia that I failed to see. And I got my entire team killed. My older sister taken, and my younger sister kind of peering back at the dagger.
You don't even see a response of life from within. You don't see any eyes moving in the blade. You don't feel warmth or presence radiating out of this object. In fact, if you didn't know any better, you would think this is a normal human constructed weapon.
How did he manage to damage a weapon form?
There was something else there. Something else hidden. There was 3 teams. I lost contact with one of them. The other one managed to send a message through, but was unable to confirm what it was. And that's when we were ambushed by the wolf. Ivan and Katrina were both killed almost immediately. Both weapons shattered to pieces. Nothing was able to be retrieved. My older sister was able to protect me by transforming and jumping in front of me, but that was rewarded with being taken. And then Arya was injured when he took my arm.
There's something about the way he says taken, Bridwin, that you don't think he means just taken away.
Taken how? Like,
He needed a prize to prove that he was better than us, to prove that he killed some hunters, to prove himself to whatever force was there. She was chosen. There was nothing I could do about it.
so is she alive or
I don't know. I don't know.
I see. Well, I want to help you in whatever way I can.
Reticent has been listening to this whole account, and very carefully he extends a massive calloused hand to you, Solon. Palm up, waiting.
I put the dagger in both hands and kind of lay it in his hand.
It looks small in his palm, and he takes it with all of the care of a mother holding a newborn child, bringing it close to inspect. His frown deepens, the creases around his eyes hardening. He looks up at you with a almost doubtful, worried expression. He opens his mouth, but of course, as you know, Pridwin, nothing comes out of it.
I know. I've been resolved to at least try, but there's always a chance. Such is the price. Such is the price for healers.
He nods slowly and turns and sets her gently on the center of this table, and leans heavily against the side, his palms weighing heavy and gripping around the edges of this table in thought. He, looking up at you both, turns and grabs a notebook and a pen and sets it on the table beside, and he begins drawing something. He then holds the drawing out to you. I would like both of you to roll to see if you can understand what the hell he is trying to tell you.
16 also.
Okay. You have seen drawings that Katya has made. This looks like a soul.
Soul.
And he, nodding but gesturing for more, kind of gets irritated, and looking around frantically, he goes to his work table and he grabs this. There appear to be color pigments and some other things, and he grabs a splash of purple of whatever this is and turns and hurls it onto the page and smatters this soul with purple pigment. He frowns at both of you.
A witch's soul.
He nods and gives you a grave look.
We need a witch's soul to repair her.
He nods again. He makes the strong symbol with his arm.
What a strong witch.
He gestures to the blade and frowns again.
It'll repair her strength?
He gestures with his hands.
Solon kind of looks at Pridwin and just kind of shrugs. I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm sure we can obtain a witch's soul eventually.
You see him gesture at the picture on the paper, gesture to the broken dagger, and then he holds a fist to his chest and moves it in a circle. You've seen this sign before. You know that he's apologizing to you.
It's fine, reticent. I understand.
He frowns even more. Kind of looks down, defeated.
We'll figure this out, I'm sure.
He gestures to the dagger, and then he kind of acknowledges the wall next to the forge. There appear to be weapon racks and cases, a lot of them empty. and he looks back at you in question, and he makes another sign that you don't understand.
Solon, I believe he's asking if you want him to hold on to her for you.
Please keep working on it. See what you can do for her. There's nothing I can do. Having her here is at least some comfort that she's getting some treatment in a sense. But I understand your requirement. I'll get it for you.
He frowns gravely at you again and nods, and then he holds his hand out to you, looking at the place where you drew her from.
I unhook the scabbard from my belt and hand it to him.
He takes it and ever so delicately slides her into the scabbard, and then turns and, looking around, finds the perfect size of weapon rack, or case rather, for her, and puts her into it.
When he turns back around, I kind of put my hand over my heart and bow to him. Thank you, my friend. I know this is probably not easy for you as well it is. I know it's not easy for me, but I appreciate your help.
He lowers his head to you in a nod. And then he gives you the shoo motion, and he looks at you, Pridwin, and he points at the box, and he points at you one last time.
I won't open it, I promise.
He kind of huffs at you.
As repayment, my friend, I will make sure that box gets to where it's going unopened.
He nods, satisfied at that.
Again, thank you very much for everything, Redison.
He waves you off and turns back to whatever he was working on the workbench.
Solon, are you ready to return?
Yes, it's about that time.
Alright, follow me.
Yeah, so you guys need to go back and get your things together for this mission. Pidge, flashing over to you, what have you been doing?
Pidge, I believe I went over to Gabriel's department, the whole church, and was it exorcism? Yep.
Yeah, so you go to the exorcist division. What are you doing there?
I'm trying to find anyone who's knowledgeable. I doubt Gabriel will have enough time on this.
Here's a fun thing. You walk in and bump into Kaiser, Gabriel's Meister. He is holding some papers and almost trips over you and kind of grumbles to himself and looks down and says, "What are you doing here? You aren't one of our students."
Yes, So in our last mission, we ran into something, and I shot something, and it exploded.
He just
and I don't know why.
Squints at you.
And I want to know why. So I was wondering if you knew anything about, and I pull out the glass shard that I have. It's wrapped in cloth to keep from stabbing me, but...
He gives you a kind of haughty expression, looks down at the glass, looks at you, and he says, "I don't have time for this," and starts to move around you. Go bother one of my subordinates if you must.
I just look around confused, not knowing where to go.
So there appear to be some other students who, like when you were in there last time, they are working on some white lighted abilities, whatever they're doing, and several of them actually that you had spoken with when you were trying to figure out the holy hand grenade look up and smile at you and wave.
I go over to them and ask them where if they knew anything about this, and if not, if the professor was in.
The girls kind of look around between themselves and then look at the glass and tilt their heads. One of them reaches down and kind of that strange white light moves off the tip of her finger and goes to touch the glass, and there's this violent reaction. A puff of like black steam and hissing. The girls take a step back. There's a murmur between them.
There's this sort of light of inspiration and an evil grin growing on Pidge's face.
One of the girls looks up at you and says, "Well, I don't know too much about craftsmanship. I'm more of a religious studies girl than anything, but maybe Gabriel would know." "Yeah, but he's busy. You're gonna have to wait until he comes back." "Who knows when that will be," the third one says. "He hasn't left the death room in days," the first one says again. "He was supposed to be training us, but he just hasn't showed back up yet."
I'll ask him to set up an appointment. I'll go find him.
"Whatever you want to do," they say, turning back to their training.
Pidge is gonna go find her way to the death room.
To the... excuse me?
No. She's gonna find her way to the main campus and ask around for Gabriel.
So you, like, walk out the doors, and just like, Xavier, you see people milling about. There's still some kind of combat going on in the leftmost courtyard near the lake. You can see it in the distance. There are some people, sitting, like, on the fresh spring grass, enjoying, what appears to be a nice sunny day. The clouds have broken, finally. You don't see any professors currently. However, you do catch Pridwin and Solon coming out of the academy.
I'll wave at him, coming and go up to him.
Pridwin, Solon,
Pidge.
Pidge approaches you.
Hello.
Hey, have you seen any of the teachers? I'm trying to figure out about this. I hold up the glass shard.
You recognize the glass shard, Pridwin.
Oh, you're trying to figure out how that lantern works? Stuff about the lantern.
It made a big explosion, and I want to know why.
You want to reverse engineer the lantern?
Yes.
Because what could go wrong with reverse engineering a lantern held by a demon goat? I mean, really, what? Honestly, like, what could happen?
Well, I would like to discourage you from trying to create one of those, considering it was held by some sort of demon. But if I were to guess, I think that probably someone from the Exorcist division would know a thing or two about it. And I am not speaking to Kaiser about anything.
Yeah, he didn't really want to talk.
I just need to chime in and say that I just heard the Dragnet theme in the background, and I love whoever's listening to it, because I fucking love Dragnet.
I also heard it. I was like, hey.
It's on my TV right now.
Fucking love Dragnet so much, bro.
It's why I paused there. I let that just play out.
The story you were about to hear is true.
Do you know? I have no idea where Gabriel could be.
The students in the Exorcist division were saying that he was in the death room, hasn't left for days.
I mean, I would offer to accompany you up to the death room to look for him, but I think I would like to avoid speaking with Lady Death for at least a little bit longer.
You also are noticing that it is about 30 minutes until you guys are supposed to leave for this mission.
Also, we only have about 30 minutes left, so we should probably get back to the cabin.
Yeah.
However, once we return, I believe we could probably have that looked at.
Yeah. And, like, I'm not wanting to reverse engineer it and use any of the evil stuff. See what holy magic could be stored like. Imagine a massive, burning holy fire.
You want to create a lantern full of holy fire to throw at people.
Well, I was thinking more smaller scale, like bullets.
Thou
Holy fire
shalt
bullets.
pull out the pin, and thou shalt count to 3. No more, no less.
1, 2, 5,
3, sir.
3.
Sorry, my brain is all movie quotes. So
God.
yeah, you guys start walking back and begin to get your stuff together to leave. Xavier, you have headed back to, the duel has ended, and no surprise here, the professor and the fishhook have won.
That was pretty impressive.
You see the fishhook transform into this girl. It may take me a second to find her, but this girl is covered in tattoos. And once again, you swear that as you're looking at these tattoos, God, it's like they move.
Do they have like images, or are they just constantly moving?
They are different images. Like there are animals, there's a clock, there are flower petals and vines and all different kinds of things.
Can I just walk up to her and ask, how are your tattoos moving, or how do you use them for combat?
She takes a step back on being approached by you, kind of uneasily.
Hi, my name is Xavier, by the way.
She kind of eyes you suspiciously. What do you want?
I just thought, the way you proved your point was just pretty good. So I was just wondering, how did you do it?
You hear a couple of the girls off to the side murmuring, "Oh my god, I think the new kid's flirting with Alex. Why the fuck would he do that?"
No.
Wait, is Alex who I think it is?
Alex is who you think it is.
Holy shit!
You haven't seen Alex in a long time, Soma. Not since you gave her Meister a haircut.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, wait a second, that's
Mm-hmm.
that's her.
Mm-hmm.
That's her.
I met her and I have no idea what's happening.
Quick pause.
I
In
think
the
Soma and her
session
were the
0,
only two people in existence that remember this.
in the session 0 for Soma and Herb, they got approached by the bullies of the school, and Alex happened to be partnered with said bully at the time, and they were trying, ironically, to get Soma to partner with Sadie, because Sadie was interested in Soma, and they thought, get the new kid under their thumb, he looks powerful type of thing. And Soma and Herb picked a fight with Alex and her partner at the time, and they ended up cutting, like, what, 2 inches off of Veronica's hair?
With her entire ponytail.
Yeah, like the whole ponytail off of Veronica. Also, Declan and Rogelio beat the shit out of Veronica and Alex in the same day, mind you.
They had a really bad day.
Alex got torn the fuck up, and then Russ and Mercedes characters got involved with them. So like that whole day was a bad day for Alex. And after that point, y'all have never seen Veronica again, and Alex has been around campus, but none of you have been lucky enough to run into her. I think a couple of you have seen her. She has been in the garage, and I have mentioned that she's been there before, so you've caught sight of her. You just didn't put 2 and 2 together at the time.
Wait,
yeah,
Mission 3 that we pushed her out of the window too?
Yeah,
oh my
yeah,
god!
that's right. It was section 1.
tackled her out of the window!
Yeah.
And
remember
then
pushing her out of
performed
the
an
window.
exorcism on her, because she thought that she
just
she was
the
demon
preferred
possessed.
exit.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god. No, so here's what happens. Alex tried to go out the first floor window. Kamiko thought you guys were on the second story, so Kamiko tackled her to the floor and then proceeded to try and exorcise her, which traumatized the fuck out of Alex.
Oh my god.
She,
Oh
in
my
fact, she
God.
still has like burn marks on her forehead from that entire process.
Yeah.
It's like in the shape of a cross on her forehead, which is something you can notice, Xavier. And she, as you're trying to talk to her, she is very standoffish and very uneasy.
Yeah, Veronica and Alex have had a bad time at this school.
On God.
There's a reason why our cabin's off campus.
Yeah.
God.
Well, I try to offer my hand for a handshake. I'll always need a training partner, if possible. And you seem very strong.
She wrinkles her nose a little, eyeing your hand. Are you a Meister?
I'm a weapon, and I demonstrate it by using the hand and turning it into a weapon form.
So you transform a bit of your arm into your blade, and she takes a step back and shakes her head. Are you stupid or something? You know weapons can't wield weapons.
Oh, I didn't want you to wield me. You know, I'll just bring my Meister, and you can just bring yours.
Oh, so you want to fight? She says, eyeing you in a kind of combative manner now.
Yeah, she has a bit of PTSD from
So you
fights
want
with
to
our
fucking
squad.
fight?
I guess that's what I'm asking in a way, but not really in the term that you're using it.
Alright, fine, new kid. You get your fucking
Oh.
Meister and meet me back here sometime soon, and we'll
Oh.
settle this.
I think she's gonna regret that every time she fights a new kid. It's
no.
really bad.
Yeah, but you have to
Not
understand that she's being wielded by a professor. She's not scared anymore.
That's fair. But she should stop picking fights with new kids anyway.
He started it in her defense.
Well, that's fine. I'll meet you where are we meeting at for this fight.
Whatever, new kid.
Here,
Just-
if anything, just email me the location. I have somewhere to go.
Email you. You want me to email you where we're supposed to fight?
Well, our training session, but
Jesus Christ. She says, rubbing at the bridge of her nose and starting to walk away from you.
Oh man.
can I check the PDF if my well, I had the lady in the forest. What was her name?
Oh god, there's another lady. What did I miss?
Excuse me?
You were there!
I had my original lady in the forest.
So you were training with Pidge in the forest. Nikita was there. That's your
right,
advisor
yeah.
from the South American branch.
Okay, I was worried there was another lady in the woods who was
No,
upset.
it's okay. He hasn't tried to sleep with any demons yet, but I'm sure that will
Okay.
change.
Okay, cool.
Keyword being yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
So anyway, you start
New
making your
character, same
way.
story.
On God, you start making your way back to the cabin, and everybody is starting to get their things together. As Pridwin, as you kind of enter the cabin, you see Minerva also looking very tired. With Liam. Liam still has Katya on his back, and Katya is just looking. I don't know. She's not completely there right now. She is finally sipping on her own cup of coffee, though, and beginning to liven up just a little bit while Liam holds her. You do not see Lunala. Surprise, surprise, it is daytime. And everybody is gathering their things together. Is there anything anybody needs to do before you leave on this mission?
I
Be
was checking
smart.
my PDF. Oh no.
Oh god.
I'm gonna Apollyon
Is there a face clip for the blacksmith? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You know, good.
Yeah, he's in there, but I can repost it. Hold on.
Do you mind?
Yeah, no, I got you.
I'm trying to be a good child and notate.
I'm proud of you.
That's fair. Yeah.
Having severe ADHD makes me forget things. I try to make notes.
Happens to the best of us.
It's a miracle I never got ADHD. Both of my parents do, and I somehow didn't.
Consider yourself fucking lucky.
This is his
Shit
faceplate.
sucks.
Tell me if you need anybody else, by the way, that I've mentioned.
Everyone
right.
else, we're just gonna get.
Oh wait, I wanted to see that the lady with the tattoos, if anything, but
It's in there. It's
right.
at
Alex
Alex
is in there.
above
That's
the wall.
Alex.
Okay, let's see.
Wait, did he see red this session when I wasn't here?
Yes,
Yes.
he did.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to know
we
what you...
We had a chat with Rhett.
Oh shit, what was Rhett doing? Because I need to also speak to him, but someone's currently in a post-nuclear coma.
Damn.
Don't worry about it. You'll
Oh.
find out.
Plot for Solon.
Whole lot of Solon plot
Oh,
happened
shit.
right
Whole lot of
there.
Solon.
Damn it.
Soul and Pridwin
No.
got a couple
Whole lot of
Lunala.
plot.
Damn it.
Oh
Wait,
man.
does Solon or Xavier even know what happened last session?
They have gotten bits and pieces so far. I was gonna let you guys fill the
Okay.
rest of them in when you get into the car.
Oh,
So you guys are gathering your things and starting to head to the garage once again. Pridwin, you have 2 boxes in your hands.
Yeah, he's just gonna he's going to be carrying like as much shit as he can in one hand and then carrying Lunala in the other.
Aw.
Oh,
So are you are you taking them with you, or are you gonna like try and wake her up?
He's gonna wake her up first.
Okay, roll me a d20. Let's see if she wakes up for you.
15?
Okay. Actually, for once, she wakes up after a bit of rousing from you.
Lunala?
Yeah. Is it time to go?
Almost. Also, I have some things for you. Pridwin opens up the box that has her hood in it.
Her face lights up a little bit. Wow.
Reticent finished this, and he also Pridwin holds out the box, which he still has not opened.
She grabs it out of your hand like lightning speed, snatches it from you, and tucks it away in her pocket.
He told me to give that to you without peeking at it, and I did not.
Good, she says.
oh, Solon, we have a training session after this mission I scheduled.
Scheduled? Cough, cough.
Scheduled.
Liam in the background goes, he picked a fight with one of the girls, and walks out the door with Katya.
Not a fight per se. I
They're
guess it
already
is.
talking about it, he says, pointing to his PDA.
They should have been talking about it as a training session. That's what I told that the tattooed lady that I seen outside that won against someone else. They're arguing in that whole fight about long range versus short range, and then she used mid range to win. Isn't that crazy?
Isn't that crazy, Batman?
You're crazy,
Since we kind
girl.
of
You're
we
crazy.
flunked out of the other training session, so hopefully this one will go better.
You picked a fight with someone. One didn't talk to me first.
You shouldn't be
It wasn't a
surprised.
fight, it was a training session.
You
Even
really
his
shouldn't be
pre-
surprised at all.
Even
Did
his
you,
previous
did
incarnation.
you forget your cards at home?
You're right. Ask first.
Yeah.
Even his previous incarnation likes to pick fights by himself.
On God!
God.
On God!
On God.
Fuck.
God, what have we said about talking?
What happens to that sword that you always carry around?
What?
What?
Or wouldn't he have a sword on his back? I thought, didn't he leave it with the blacksmith?
Oh, wasn't that a dagger?
Oh, it was a dagger.
It's a parry dagger.
Yeah.
Oh, so would I have noticed the dagger being missing, or no?
You would not have noticed. He
Oh,
keeps it
okay.
hidden on his person.
Probably, you know of its existence. You don't know
Yeah, you wouldn't have just noticed
I
it.
see. Oh, I see. Then, the training session is just gonna be normal. I was thinking. She seems pretty nice.
She seems violent.
And who exactly is this person?
You know what?
Did you even get her name? You didn't.
Oh
You
my
did not get her name.
God.
You literally just picked a fight with a girl and didn't even get her name.
You can describe her. You can describe her to Herb, and he'd might know.
Yeah, Herb would, but Herb isn't out here.
Nope.
And
Herb
someone
is
might
in his
know also.
vegetative, depressive state.
She had like kind of like rainbow hair, tattoos, wore leather.
War leather!
You
That's
have
hot.
just described any punk rock Gen Zer that would have been on this campus.
You did not use Gen Zer in my campaign. I hate it here.
The Zoomers.
Get the fuck on the party bus. God damn it. Can we start this mission? I cannot handle you all right now.
Can I text what's her name again?
Nikita?
Yeah, and just tell her I'll come by after.
Yeah, sure. Did you say that? And she sends you a response that says ... okay? Question mark?
But you wanted to talk
Context? Question mark? Question mark?
about the school thing. I hastily text about the school thing. Just the school situation. ...
Okay, period.
Difficult. But I'm ready. Oh wait, we're going on a mission. Shoot. What do I bring for these?
You look down and Solon has already packed your bag for you.
Oh.
Solon just wants to leave. Solon is just ready to go.
Yeah, he's hoping that there'll be a witch on this mission.
On God. So
Not
you
for a
guys
witch
make
at
it to
our
the
last.
garage. Interesting thing here. So Iger is standing outside of, it's the same military-esque vehicle that you guys drove in last time. And as you look in, you can see Soma is still passed out on the bags. And he's just starting to wake up as you guys are all beginning to load your stuff into the back. Apollyon's also sitting back there. Sadie has arrived and has, like, replenished your supplies, so she hops in and crawls in next to you. Soma, you open your eyes and people are hurling bags into the back and crawling in. And
Oh God.
as Xavier, as you go with Solon to load your stuff into this vehicle, you see the same girl from before with the tattoos. Walking out from a back room in the garage. She has like a really dirty rag slung over her shoulder, and she's no longer in leather. She's in just a tank top, and all of her body's covered in tattoos. It's crazy. And she is twirling a wrench in her hand, and she's not paying attention to you. She's walking towards a vehicle with the hood up, and she looks pissed.
Look, I nudge Salone and I kind of whisper, "Look, that's the lady we're gonna be training with. Isn't that exciting?"
Just get on the bus.
Salone, come on.
Just get on the bus.
It's gonna be a good session as I walk on the bus.
I kind of like push his shoulder. You not only forgot your cards, you also forgot to get someone's name when you talk to them.
We can just ask right now.
Soma, you can hear this conversation from where you are.
Yeah, he walks up and he says, "Who are you guys talking to?"
Oh, I was talking to that lady over there. We're having a training session with her after this mission.
The second he says that, you see Liam look up from where he's getting Katya situated, and he goes, "He picked a fight with Alex."
Oh God, he picked a fight with Alex.
They're already talking about it. He gestures to his PDA.
So that's
Oh,
a name.
no.
Wait, why did you pick a fight with her? She seems nice.
That's
No,
what said.
I picked
She
I picked a fight
very
with her well over a
angrily
year ago.
is like wrenching something in the engine, and there's this loud creaking as you see the actual strength in her arms.
Yeah,
Also-
she doesn't like me.
Oh. Pidge.
Why?
She doesn't
Pidge.
really like anybody anymore, Liam says.
So, when I first came to
Pidge
the
is
school,
walking in, like, carrying her stuff, and she's got Ein following her. She just casually waves at Alex.
Alex, hearing the tap 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 of Ein's little metal feet, looks up and instantly the anger in her face melts and she smiles and crouches down and pats her hands together.
Ein goes up.
She
course you do.
catches Ein and starts petting.
So, she doesn't like me because when I first came to the school about a year ago or more, I sort of gave her Meister a haircut.
You didn't strike me as the type to become a barber.
No, we got into a duel and I cut her Meister's hair off.
Oh.
And then our other two team members, one of which who died later that evening, well, let's just say they also got into a scuffle, and then our other teammate, Kamiko, also got into something with her.
What?
So she's had a bad experience with our entire
Why?
team as a whole.
Sheesh, I
Pidge
didn't know
is
you
just
were a
having a
barber.
casual
Why do you always
conversation about mechanics.
Yeah, at this point she has picked Ein up and is patting him and then hands him back to you and smiles down at you, Pidge.
Yeah.
Uh,
Pidge is casually talking about maintenance with Ein and some of the funny little quirks that he does.
Yeah, she's chattering to you, and she in the very same manner doesn't seem to mind that anytime she like touches her face or her arm, she's getting like smudge everywhere on her.
what were you gonna say, Pridwood?
Why do you always get into fights with people?
They were the first. They kind of picked the fight with me, to be honest.
No,
Yeah.
by the by, have any of you seen where Apollyon is?
He's in
Apollyon
the
is in the
he's in
vehicle,
he's in the top corner of the vehicle.
skulking.
I would expect him to be on the roof.
Honestly,
Almost.
That's fair.
yeah.
Apollyon,
that is fair. Uh-huh.
I have a question for you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I recently had a conversation with an individual about the past, and
Oh, no.
how much do you know about Mephistopheles?
I think it's supposed to say that.
Does this awaken a flashback in Apollyon?
Yes, it does. But I want you to roll to see how much of a flashback you get.
All right. Wouldn't that be like insight?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. My Wi-Fi's down, so I have to use my phone.
Oh god.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Come on. Where
Iger, while you're having this conversation, taps his fist on the side of the vehicle and says, "Alright, load up. Let's get started. This is gonna be a long drive. It's further out than the last one."
Soma has already buckled himself in.
There's no buckles in the back. Y'all are loose in the back,
There's
remember?
no buckles. I'm sitting in the back.
Yeah, Pridwin just immediately like loads everything up in the back.
Quick question, who took shotgun this time? Because Katya didn't.
Me.
Xavier took shotgun. Okay. So yeah.
Insight is wisdom, right? Or is it just the
Yeah, I'll let
regular
you make a wisdom check.
Okay, yeah, that would be 25.
Oh my god.
Let's see how you fare. Okay.
Can I wave goodbye to Alex before we take
You hear the name. She's smiling and waving at Pidge as Pidge gets in, and then her eyes fall on you, and her face just hardens, and she
Does
glares
she see
at
Soma?
you. Yes. Like, she sees you, and then she sees Soma, and she just rage. Like, you see her entire nose wrinkle, and she kind of bares her teeth animalistically, and you see all of the animals on her tattoos, it's like their hackles begin to raise. All of their eyes they're all on you.
Soma, like, smiles and waves.
She gives you an up yours gesture and then turns back to the vehicle.
He smiles and flips her off.
Can I give Soma a little elbow? She's my training partner, man.
Training
God, I feel so
partner,
bad for
Liam
you.
says.
He puts his hand on your shoulder and says, "I feel so bad for you."
She's gonna beat the fuck out of you, you know, Liam says.
I'm so sorry.
Apollyon, you aren't hearing any of this conversation because you are frozen. The name instantly fills you with rage, and you aren't sure why.
Yeah.
You are instantly angry. You feel betrayed. You get flashes of that place you saw in your inner room. You hear laughter.
He sort of like, he repositions himself a little bit to get more comfortable, and he says, how do you know that name?"
I spoke with a
Liam gives you a hard look of warning.
individual who possesses knowledge of the past. And they brought up that name.
The entire group turning to look at you slowly.
Don't, whatever you do, don't look into that person.
And might I ask why?
Liam and Minerva make eye contact behind you.
They're if I understand correctly, they're a king of hot hell like you once were, so I'd imagine you knew them?
Can I grant any insight as to anything about Mephistopheles?
They were not a king of hell when you knew them.
Yeah. He looks over to you and he says, he is no king of hell, he's a fraud.
He was a prince last you remember. And you remember him being... Fraud is a good word for it. He was definitely a trickster. And he annoyed the shit out of not only you, but multiple other people.
I see. Might I ask what your relation to them is?
He was a prince in hell, but then I don't really remember too much. All I know is that he is not at all to be trusted.
Present company excluded, most demons aren't.
Trust me, it's in hell most of us are neutral, at least in the king's category, but he's a betrayer.
I see.
Minerva and Liam making even more anxious eye contact behind you.
Well, that's nothing to be concerned about currently.
Also, I should mention that Apollyon does have an Abaddon manifested.
Abaddon is giving you that 1,000-yard stare again.
Yeah.
Actually, Abaddon, you have more memories of what you two were before. Do you remember anything particular?
I don't want to talk about it.
She has most of the bad memories.
I see. Then I won't pry any further.
Good, she says. That mouth in the side frowns greatly.
Oh, hey, Apollyon, you might know something about this. And I shove a piece of glass.
Wait, what?
So there's a piece of glass
Into
folded up
Apollyon's.
in cloth, and it is shoved into your hands.
What am I supposed to know what this is?
You remember the monster we fought yesterday?
Yes.
The lantern exploded.
Yeah. What about it?
It made a good explosion. I want to know why.
Okay. Is there anything I can do with this?
It looks like a piece of glass to you. You don't recognize it at all.
Yeah, this looks like a piece of glass to me, guys. I guess can I roll to see if there's anything different about it, or is it?
It's a piece of glass.
Yeah, it's this. This is just a piece of glass.
Pidge
If I were
squints and then takes the glass.
if I were to wager, the lantern itself wasn't the thing that did anything. It was the contents.
But how did they store the contents?
Well, by the looks of
Glass?
it, glass
Glass?
and metal.
Yeah, glass and metal seems like the likely candidate. I mean, I've seen my fair share of lanterns, like Charons or anything, but no, this doesn't ring a bell.
Pidge again squints, taking notes down in her notebook.
Apollyon, you faced that thing. Did you notice anything familiar about the fire that it had?
Did I actually?
It looked like some sort of hellfire.
Okay. Yeah, he looks over to you and he says, "It certainly originated from hell."
It was green, so that was weird to you, but other than that, you aren't really sure.
Yeah, I'm not used to green fire.
Yes, its coloration was different from how Soma's manifests, so I'm assuming that means something.
Mm-hmm.
The lady that you had a roll to wake up, have I ever seen her before? Or no?
Lunala? Actually, I don't think that Xavier and...
I know Solon has seen Lunala before. I don't know if
Yeah.
Xavier has.
Right, yeah, so
Xavier has
Xavier's
not.
never seen her.
Who are these people?
Who are you people?
This is my fiance, Lunala.
Beyonce.
Lunala smiles and waves. Do you need a picture of Lunala?
Yeah.
Because she's in art, so you can look at all of the pictures of her there.
Yeah.
Stoma bring out the Stoma line.
She is very blue, by the way. She is very blue. With pure white hair.
Hey, nothing wrong with blue.
Different shade of blue from Pridwin, which Pridwin isn't wearing his helmet right now, so you guys see his face.
Aww.
Who is this guy?
Who are you?
I just remember that one time that
I
Apollyon
would know who
was
you are,
like,
actually.
I swear to God, I thought you were just an anthropomorphic suit of armor. And Pridwin was like,
What?
what? Wait a minute.
Yeah, it would have been the most normal thing for him, honestly.
Oh, God.
Like, with this shit Apollyon has seen, an anthropomorphic suit of armor would make sense.
Yeah, walking armor, I'd imagine, is probably at least a little more common in hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full Metal Alchemist.
So, you guys are chatting and kind of getting to know, getting used to your new players. It is about a 8-hour drive, so I will ask, do you guys want to go over the current mission, and do you want to go over anything else before we get there?
I was gonna ask, Stoma, what was the previous mission that I missed?
Oh man. So this town, a bunch of people were going missing, and there was this crazy guy. Completely forgot his name, but he was crazy and was telling me about how he was telling all of us that the sheep were not normal. There was a lot of sheep, by the way. We go over and we investigate, and there's this shepherd herding all the sheep. I spoke to him. He seemed like a pretty normal guy, We left after getting some uneasy vibes in that valley, went to the house. Lo and behold, we're surrounded by thousands of sheep. And the shepherd turns into a goat demon.
Never trust sheep herders.
And then Soma nearly fried me and my fiance to a crisp.
Oh.
I don't remember much after he turned into a goat demon, but I'll take their word for it.
Oh.
But in my defense, I told them to stay away.
And we tried.
I blew up a lantern.
And the lantern exploded into ghosts. Ghost fire.
Yeah.
That's where that
Katya is
box
looking
from.
increasingly more and more upset as you're having this conversation, and she tucks into your side, Pridwin. Because Liam very pointedly said he was not on Katya duty after you got back.
Yeah.
So you have been granted a child.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pridwin's just trying to reassure her.
Liam is looking exhausted. Like, you get the sense that he didn't sleep at all since you guys got back, and he kind of tucks into Minerva's shoulder and lays his head on her shoulder and closes his eyes.
Yeah,
so
I hope none
have
of you-
A favor.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Yeah. What?
I was gonna ask Salone if he could accompany me to my previous professor later, after the mission's done.
Yeah, if
Why
we
so?
come
After
back
our
from the
training
mission,
session.
Minerva says, giving you a hard look. Pridwin, you know that your sister is trying to scare him. Just 100%.
Yes, the way things have been going, we might be fighting another massive demon.
Oh,
You know, if you guys really want to scare him, do you guys want me to just, and he like puts his scythe in his direction?
I don't
Okay.
think that would be a good idea.
I'm just saying. You
I'd
guys
like
seem
to
to be
see
pretty
it,
keen on
Liam
scaring.
says.
Probably not when we're out on a mission.
Fair enough. I'll do it to you later. Apollyon says to you, Xavier.
I just smile broadly. Sounds like another combat exercise.
It's something like that. It's more of a mental exercise.
Do I still have that mark on my hand?
Yes. Yeah, you do.
That's kind of permanent.
Yeah.
Just a
I
little
mean,
permanent.
not completely
You said
permanent.
this
There
will
are
wash
ways
away.
it could come off.
Yeah.
Painful ways, but yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you guys would like to talk about? Maybe, perhaps, the
I would say
mission
the
question
current
mark.
mission.
Yeah, Soma, you have the paper for the mission, right?
Yes, I do. He pulls it out of his pocket. It's the mission titled Sirens. There are sirens. And not the blaring kind, I don't think.
You don't know, there's not really much context. It gives you a
Yeah.
location of a village named Rimrock, and it doesn't give you a specific contact. It gives you just the location of, like, the what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, the convenience store.
Does it mention it being a seaside village?
No.
Oh,
In fact,
interesting.
if you would like to ask Iger, he will tell you where you are headed.
He looks over to Iger and says, "So, where exactly is this village?"
Okay, so you know how we were up in the mountains on the last one?
Uh-huh.
Okay, this one's
Yeah.
like way up in the mountains. Like, I'm talking like the peaks. Like, this is out there. So
Oh, man.
I hope y'all brought what you needed, because this might be a long one.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
I should
putting on
be
the
fine.
second coat.
Soma still wearing no jacket, and he's just sitting there with just his t-shirt on. I should be fine.
I restocked all my equipment.
Guys, be careful. I left a Mr. Snuggles word somewhere in the bus
Jesus
last time
Christ.
You
lost an explosive in here, Iger says, turning and looking back at you.
You know, if
There's
we
a-
die, I feel that. Yeah.
There's
I
a
don't
bomb
know.
somewhere in here.
Knowing her, there's probably like 5 or 6, Minerva says, leaning into Liam's shoulder, not looking bothered.
Pridwin
Uh,
looks visibly concerned.
Apollyon, like chilling in the corner, just says, "I'll see you all in hell, I guess."
I
God.
take off my jacket to kind of match Soma.
God.
I don't need
Soma
jack
looks over to
feeling.
you. Soma looks to you. He says, "Wait, you're resistant to weather too?"
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't think I
um,
am.
oh, wow, that's not good.
But it's not even cold.
It will be.
You know what else isn't good? Iger chimes in, casting you a look through the rearview mirror, Soma.
Anyway.
The forecast.
Yeah.
Have you looked at it? He says,
Uh,
very serious as he's looking at you.
Soma's gonna pull out his PDA.
So based on the location, Rimrock, that you were given, it looks like this whole weekend is in for a series of storms. There's a storm front moving in from the west.
All right.
Soma?
Once we get there, I'm going to urge all of you, except maybe Apollyon, to stay away from me.
I would prefer if you just locked yourself up for a while.
Why?
Is there any soundproofing in this vehicle?
I'm just confused.
The vehicle is soundproofed. You know that for a
Oh,
fact
thank
because Iger slept through the entire fight with the BBG in the last mission.
God.
Okay,
While the
so
BBG was on top.
While he was on the car!
so Soma's sits there for a second. He says, "Okay, so even though I'm team leader, I'm gonna probably have to stay locked up in here for the mission for at least the most part."
Team
So,
leader,
I guess
Katya says from Pridwin's side.
So I guess I'll guide you guys with my PDA, and you guys can give me any information you find.
Thought I was the team leader, Katya says, kind of pouting.
I thought
You're the vice captain.
When did I become vice captain? I didn't agree to this.
But why are you staying in the car?
I'm gonna be honest, I trust Katya's judgment a bit more than yours right now.
She says, pointing at you.
You know, I'm offended, but fair enough.
Besides, my dad's the team leader. He's just not here.
I was voted the team leader. He just took the job from me.
Yeah, now Pridwin's taking it from you, she says, elbowing Pridwin in the armor.
I'm the one who guided the last mission.
Please,
was
you're
also
the
my partner, though.
impromptu dad of the group, and Lunala's turning into the mom. Besides, you two are the only real couple who are, like, you know, acting like the group leaders together, so...
I wouldn't exactly call myself a leader, but I mean...
Pidge is just sitting in the corner humming a tune. Working on making her gadgets and stuff.
I'm just in between. Why? Why are you staying in the car?
He's still asking the question!
Anyway, as the longest lasting member of the group, I think I should be a leader anyway.
When did seniority rules pick up here? How is that supposed to be fair, Katya says sleepily.
Because I'm the one who created the group.
That's such a lie.
It's not.
To be fair, Liam says, technically you didn't really create the group, you were put together with it.
Yeah, but they all voted me the leader, and I put them together.
I
That's
mean,
just how it
you
works.
don't have my vote.
Oh!
He has my vote.
See, Xavier's vote counts.
Xavier, I don't think he's mentally sound for the job of leader.
Are we taking votes? Because I would like to vote for Pridwin, Liam says, raising a hand.
I really would rather not be the team leader.
Shalom.
Minerva says, well, if I have to pick between you and my brother, I'm definitely picking my brother. Sorry, man.
Oh no.
Katya says, I'm just voting for Pridwin out of spite at this point, since I apparently can't be team leader anymore.
Why am I being voted?
I don't know any of you, so as long as it's not me, I don't care.
As long as it's not me.
What? I'm the strategist of the team. What do you mean?
Since I voted for you, can
I
you tell me
wouldn't-
why you have to stay in the car?
Still asking!
I wouldn't exactly call you a strategist, Soma.
What do you mean? I've been strategizing for months.
Okay, actually I might need to talk to you about that because plans may change, but
Oh god.
Plans always change. I've already accounted for that.
Are you sure you've accounted for what he's
I
gonna
don't-
tell you? Dear god.
I don't think that you're going to account for this. I don't think anyone can.
Then tell me and I will. I will totally plan ahead.
Yeah, everybody's now listening to this conversation and looking at you.
Yes.
no. Okay,
Is this before we're getting out the bus?
All I'm going to say, Soma, because I would really like to not divulge too much sensitive information when I'm not sure who to trust.
Uh-huh. Keep going.
All I'm going to say is maybe it would be a horrible idea to allow witches and demons on campus, even if they were under contract to not cause harm to people, because they could still acquire things that are important.
I actually have already thought about that.
And-
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, this is news to Xavier.
So tell me, why are you stuck on the bus again?
Tell me why.
So, remember how we said that I went nuclear bomb in the last mission?
Yeah.
Nearly
Yeah.
burnt me to a crisp.
So, whenever I'm around lightning, stuff like that seems to happen.
But what's the forecast?
Storms. Pretty much all weekend.
Yeah.
I would like to add, by the way, since everybody's here, that apart from Pridwin, all of you are at a 0 for madness tokens. Because you have all long rested.
Yeah. I'll edit that once I get the Wi-Fi.
I think I
You
have
have
yours
to-
fixed already.
Stay in
Okay.
the car? Couldn't you just split up?
Oh my god.
So, Soma has acquired a traumatic association with thunder and lightning,
Yeah. I
which
feel bad
means
for
when he hears and sees electricity, it causes
I go demon time, basically.
a severe violent reaction.
Demon time.
What the heck?
Unfortunately, that means that he is currently debilitated when there's storms around, and also when I'm around, because I have mostly electrically based combat abilities.
Like, do you have to see the storm or like hear it? Or is it like a mixture of both?
I'd imagine it's a mixture of both.
So if I played like a YouTube video of like, or a Soul Tube video of thunder sounds, this will happen?
I swear to god, if you get that PDA out, Liam says, raising a fist threateningly at you.
I'm not.
I ain't about to get barbecued in the back of this van with all of you, he mutters, curling back into Minerva's shoulder.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'm
Yes,
still severely offended that no one wants Soma to be leader, despite every single time there was a mission and he had a good idea, no one listened to him.
It's not everybody that doesn't want you to be leader.
I'm gonna be honest,
Still.
Fridwin trusted you until you literally went batshit and almost killed his wife.
You approached me!
You're approaching me!
You
After
came
hearing
into my
how you-
vicinity.
I went outside the building.
Yes, and you walked in the direction. I remember specifically you walked in Soma's direction.
I attacked a wolf that was in that general vicinity, but away from
Exactly.
you.
Oh my
It was
god.
still in the vicinity.
Look, even after hearing that you want to do, man, you still have my vote. You know what? You even have a Greaves favor.
Okay, how
Yeah,
about
pat you on the
this?
back.
Katya says, holding up her hands. We can split into 2 groups since we're a big enough party now. Soma can lead one group and Pridwin can lead the other one. Is that fair?
still would rather not be the leader, but that seems fair to me.
There. Now we don't have to worry about it, Katya says, throwing her hands up and curling back into your side.
Finally.
I put both my arms behind my head.
She
I'm
kind
with-
of begrudgingly
Soma.
can't get comfortable against your side, Pridwin, because of the armor. And then Lunala kind of pats her leg, and Katya, like, crawls over and curls up next to Lunala instead.
Good.
You have now lost your small child privilege.
Damn.
You have lost child privileges.
Your
Soma got
fiance
off the
seems
bus, man.
very content running her hands through Katya's hair.
Edwin smiles.
Apollyon sitting in the corner, he says, "Listen, I don't even care who's the leader. I'm not even technically a part of this group. I'm just watching you guys."
I just don't want to see when my friends go on bus duty.
Bus duty. If anyone's on bus duty, it's me, Iger says, chiming in from the driver's seat.
I mean, you could come along.
If you get fried, I'm sorry.
Is there anything else you guys want to cover before we get to Rimrock?
Which group is loaded? Or
You have not decided yet. I will let you guys decide that once you get to town. So,
okay.
you guys have been traveling up into the mountains. Way up. The altitude has changed. It is cold. In fact, you see patches of snow in some areas even. And you arrive in the small village of Rimrock. This is a busy little town. I mean, there are a couple schools, there's a hospital. It's a nice little town. You get the sense that all of the smaller surrounding villages kind of look to this one as a hub. You were told to go to the convenience store to speak to somebody about this issue. And I will add that as you are looking at this mission, you notice something interesting. There is a small number in the bottom right corner of the page that you didn't really notice before.
who has the map?
It's either Pridwin or Soma. I don't know who has it right now.
I'm pretty sure Soma had all of the missions.
Yeah, so Soma, you,
Yeah.
looking at this piece of paper, you notice these numbers in the bottom right corner that, again, you hadn't noticed before.
Uh-huh. Yes.
As you peer down, you notice that it's a post date of when this mission was set.
Mm-hmm.
It's set to 6 years ago.
Oh god. Yeah, he looks up and he says, "Okay, who wasn't taking this mission?"
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
This mission was posted 6 years ago.
What, 6 years ago?
There's
And it was
some scribbling, and it seems like the post by date was tried to be covered up to a more recent of about 5 months ago. But the original posting date is almost 6 years.
Yeah.
That's extremely concerning, because that means whatever the hell this is, it's been going on for 6 years, at least.
Exactly. Alright, well, I guess it's time for us to solve it.
Whoa, what's
I'm
the
really
problem?
hoping this isn't another sheep issue.
I'm going to stay in the back, and you guys, I guess I'm gonna have you guys
I will
update me.
add, Soma, you saw the storm was rolling in. It's gonna take a day or two to get here. You have time.
Oh.
The sky is clear.
Oh god. Okay.
But it is coming, so...
So... Oh, yeah. Alright. So where exactly are we heading?
So, the paper told you to go to the convenience store to find somebody who could tell you more about this mission.
Okay.
And, he has stopped you kind of in the middle of town. There's a park, and then surrounding, it's like, the park's in the center, and then around all sides of it, it's almost like an outlet mall, like an older styled, town with, all of these buildings kind of together, and different types of buildings. You see like a doctor's office and a library and all of that stuff. There is a convenience store on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And you all have hopped out of the vehicle and are looking around.
Yeah, someone's gonna head straight for that convenience store.
Okay. Are the rest of you going with him?
Yeah, Pridwin's gonna follow.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, you guys walk into the convenience store and instantly you hear a gentle voice say, "Hi, can I help you with something?" And then there's this pause as the person behind the counter looks up and sees this huge group of people. And she says, "Oh my god, hello, can I help you with something?"
He places the
group of extremely weird people.
Yeah, like she's like, what is happening?
Soma places the paper on the counter and he says, "We're from the academy."
Oh my god, someone actually finally showed up. Thank god. And you hear some murmuring coming from, there's a group of like tables off to the side, and it's one of those like kind of like convenience stores where there's like places to eat lunch, and you see several older men and women who are sitting there having a conversation. They have stopped to look at you, and as you say that you're from the academy, several of them stand up and start walking towards you. "So you guys finally showed up," somebody says to you.
Yeah, I have just now noticed that this was posted 60 years ago. I don't know why no one took this mission until now.
Yeah, well, we know how busy you academy types get, so we get
Soma
it.
scratching his head, thinking back to the last 6 months of just being at the academy.
Might I ask what exactly has been going on?
So it's like this, one of the guys says. Now, I'll take care of it." The girl behind the counter, she hops up and actually sits on the counter and gets comfortable, and she says, "So, original post date was like, I don't know, a few years back, right? We started noticing some strange stuff happening with one of our sub-villages up the mountain. We started calling you guys a couple months ago because the village finally went dark."
I see.
Like, I'm talking no radio contact, nothing. And I usually make runs up there. I moonlight as a delivery girl around here, and I restock a lot of the villages. Well, Streatham is inaccessible currently. There have been a bunch of really weird storms that have, I don't know, it's like trees have been knocked down into the road on purpose. Sections of the road have been torn out completely. I can't get up there. And it's been almost a month since I've taken supplies. And yet nobody's called us. Nobody has done anything.
And this is the only village that's been having these issues.
Yeah.
I
Not
see.
only that, but the wildlife around here has started acting really weird.
How so?
Disappearing? Like, usually this is a pretty big hub for, like, hunting and all of that stuff. Not anymore.
So, disappearances of animals.
It's kind of weird, right? Maybe it's just a seasonal thing. I mean, it could be nothing. I mean, with all these weird storms hitting, that, you know. Oh, and I should mention, one of the men beside you says, you forgot to tell him about the Sirens. Right. So, right before they went dark, Streatham installed these really weird storm sirens, and we thought it was because they were getting hit harder than us, which makes sense because those storms were crazy. I'm talking like tearing roofs off type of crazy. But there's something weird about them, man. You almost get the sense that they're for something other than the storms. I don't know. You can sometimes hear them in the distance echoing down the mountain. It's weird.
So they seem more like some sort of alarm system than just storm sirens.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Ow, I accidentally scratched the 3rd-degree burn on my leg. Ah.
God.
These storms, what exactly has been peculiar about them?
It's like they have a mind of their own, one of the guys says. I mean, they come sweeping down the mountain. It's crazy. You'd think something was mad at us the way they hit. Luckily, we haven't gotten too bad, about it, but a couple of the other villages around us, we've had to send aid a couple of times for how bad it's gotten. I think a couple people have even died in the ones higher up. So
This is so much fucking worst enemy. Not only is it a storm, but it's sentient. Fuck.
I can't help but wonder if, Stratham might be empty by the time you get there. I mean, a month without supplies and in the middle of these storms? No radio contact? You might be going into a dead village. No offense, Annabelle. The girl behind the counter is frowning at him angrily.
Well, we will... I suppose our only course of action is to go up there. We'll look for survivors, try and figure out what this thing is, and evacuate whatever's left of the town.
I have a proposition for you, Annabelle says, leaning forward.
Yes, of course.
So, I run supplies up the mountain, right? And unlike these old farts, she glares at them, I think there's still people up there. So, my idea is this. If you guys are willing to go with me up the walking trails to Stratham and carry some supplies, I'll pay you back by cooking for you and taking care of you and sharing some of those supplies with you.
That sounds great.
We will need... about how far away is that village from here?
It's a hike. It's not gonna be fun, she admits.
Yeah, so we're probably not going to want to go back and forth. We're going to need to set up camp out there.
This is gonna be something you're gonna have to do long distance. I mean, I saw what you guys pulled up in, but even that's not gonna make it up there as bad as it's been.
Seems fair enough. We may need, considering the storms, we may need, a way to, deafen and blind my friend. Something to cover his eyes and something to plug his ears.
I'm sorry, what?
He,
Yeah, so... how do I put this? You do not want me seeing any lightning, or hearing any lightning, for that matter.
Soma, Sadie says, putting a hand on your shoulder. You can sleep in your weapon form, right? You've done it before.
Yeah?
I'll just carry you. You can sleep, and I'll carry both of our weight.
Okay.
I can handle it. Your girlfriend's pretty strong.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Dude, he can't. I'll carry you.
You're not touching
gotta
him.
carry
She
you
says very
across.
clearly.
Joking.
Then I believe we should be fine. So long as that is the only village with issues, I believe we should probably get over there as soon as possible.
Everybody else has been checking in. It's just Stratham. Stratham's way far away compared to the other ones. Like I said, it's gonna be a hike.
Alright.
Get what you guys need, and I'll start wrangling things together in here. Guess that means I'm on shift, one of the oldermen says, sighing and grabbing an apron from behind the counter. Like you were doing anything today anyways, Annabelle says, starting to walk toward the back.
Well, you will grab everything. Katya, would you like to pick out some snacks?
Her face lights up.
Don't grab too much, but I'll pay for it all.
She starts running around.
Oh no.
Lunala is running around with her. Like, she's pulling Lunala with her. I will ask, did you give Lunala the hood?
Yes, he did.
Okay, she is trying to keep her head down and her hands in her, hoodie, but you definitely hear the men murmuring by the counter as she passes by.
He just kind of looks over at them.
She can't help it. She has that celestial glow. She just, you know. They're eyeing her suspiciously, kind of warily, as the child is pulling her through. They can't help but smile a little, because Katya is just adorable, as it is, you know? And Lunala seems very good with her, but they are very wary of your fiancé.
Is there a problem?
They kind of look over at you. Just get what you need and get on out of here.
Of course.
So, as they are picking out snacks, what are the rest of you doing? Gathering your things at the car, I assume?
Yeah.
I'm going to get that jacket.
So you walk back, and Iger is leaning against the side of the vehicle. He looks at you, Selma. So, what's up?
I'm gonna stay in weapon form.
Okay.
And yeah, that's sort of the plan with me, I guess. I'm just gonna rest in my weapon form, try to avoid thunder and lightning, you know.
I meant, like, what are we doing here? But that works, I guess.
Oh,
He starts
you-
looking at everybody else!
Solon walks up. The site in question, the site that's having problems, several miles away from here. We're gonna have to trek and camp in.
It's essentially they fear it may be a dead village.
Oh, good.
And with the storms, we're gonna have to camp along the way.
Great, he says. Guess we're, wrecking it again. He sighs and starts helping you guys unload stuff.
Soma's gonna give his green jacket to Sadie.
Sadie smiles a little and pulls it on.
Then he's gonna go into weapon form.
She's gonna grab you and kind of fashion a sort of, like, shoulder sling so that you can stay on her back. And then she consolidates what you two need into one thing and pulls it on.
Yeah.
I assume the rest of you are, like, trying to lessen the amount of stuff that you have for this hike.
Apollyon doesn't have much in the way of possession, so he just doesn't have anything on him.
Apollyon's gonna have to carry supplies, more than likely.
Yeah, no, he's gonna be carrying supplies and none of his own stuff.
Yeah. So, you guys, you guys start getting your stuff together. Pridwin, Katya, and Lunala have brought you, a decent amount of snacks. You notice that Lunala has picked out some of your favorites, and you're impressed that she has remembered from 10 years ago what you like to eat.
Wow, I'm surprised that you remembered all of my favorites.
She just winks at you, and, starts grabbing everything. The dudes behind the counter are just eyeing you guys silently and checking you out.
Yeah, Pridwin's he's keeping an eye on them.
Paige is double checking all of her stuff that she crafted and packing all of that first before even regarding a sleeping bag or food.
Right. So you guys get your stuff together and you go back to the convenience store, and at this point Annabelle has gestured you guys into the back, and she has there's a pile of stuff kind of in the center of the room. It appears she picked the lightest things possible as far as emergency rations, water supplies, first aid kits, all of that type of stuff. Like, all of that is piled in the center. So you guys can divvy that up amongst yourselves. As you guys are getting situated, Annabelle looks over at you, Pridwin, and then towards the front, seeing you still watching the two of them, and she says, "Sorry about them."
It's fine. I'm used to getting strange looks.
Yeah, well, that doesn't make it right, she mutters, pulling on her own backpack. She is taking a good, heavy amount of this herself.
Pridwin's going to try and offer to carry as much as he can, considering how much he can carry.
So you're gonna take a big brunt of probably the liquids, which will be the heaviest.
Yeah.
Katya is carrying all of the snacks in her backpack that you have bought. Even Lunala is shouldering a good portion of the medical supplies. Once you guys get everything divvied up, you manage to get, between all of you and Iger, and Annabelle, all of you have gotten a good portion of these supplies. You're not leaving anything behind that you feel like you're going to desperately need, at least. And she says, "Alright, is there anything anybody else is going to need to do before we head up the mountain?"
I believe we have everything we need.
Can we just check the forecast one? Or is it just guaranteed to be good all day?
You can check your PDA if you would like. You pull your PDA out and you try to pull up the weather, and interestingly enough, you're having trouble getting signal out here. It's weird. One minute you have signal, and then as you guys start nearing the trail that heads up the mountain, it kind of flickers.
Are you guys getting signal?
Pridwin checks his PDA.
You're having the same issue.
That's not good.
I mean, you're way up in the mountains, so it's not surprising that you would have a little bit of, cell trouble.
If it doesn't improve once we get up to the town, I think that might mean that their cell towers are down.
I mean, I did say that we haven't had any radio contact, but I didn't say why. Maybe it could be that they just can't reach us. The storms could have completely taken out everything up there.
That would make sense. I mean, if the roads are blocked and their communications have been damaged, then they'd have no way of contacting the outside.
Unless they tried to make their way down, but we haven't seen anyone.
Would you happen to have a spare radio that can access ham frequencies?
She reaches into her pack and pulls out a set of walkie-talkies. She says, "This is the best I got. I know they have emergency radios up at Stratham. And with that new siren tower up there, they probably got some sort of radio system at its base, right? I mean, that's usually how those work. So we can just try and find that if we need to call for help. Worst case scenario, we can make the trek back down.
Sounds good to me.
You say, peering through your blade. So you guys begin your hike up this trail.
Yeah.
Some of you are having flashbacks to the last hike you took.
Yeah. Soma is going to go into rest mode for now, so I'm gonna just take over for Apollyon.
Okay. Yeah, so Soma goes quiet, his blade goes dark, and Sadie shoulders both of their weight impressively. She has gotten a lot stronger over the last year.
Yeah, the Harlequin blade is big, so that's surprising.
Yeah, but you also have to remember that a Meister doesn't feel the weight of their weapons a lot of the time.
That's true.
So yeah, you guys are trekking, and even like 10, 15 minutes into the hike, you start seeing remnants of this storm that Annabelle has mentioned. Every once in a while, there are torn limbs, and within 30 minutes of your hike, you see the first downed tree. And this thing is massive, completely laid over the road, debris scattered everywhere. There is no way your vehicle would have made it past this point.
Mm.
Annabelle gestures to it and says, "I told you," and she starts to climb over it.
If it weren't for our location, I would have thought this was the doing of a hurricane.
"You're telling me," she says.
Well, if this isn't a sight to see, damn.
You guys continue walking. I am going to need all of you to make perception checks for me. The one person that has advantage is asleep.
Yes, it's
12.
okay, because Apollyon got an 18.
Fuck yeah!
I got an 8.
16.
4.
I only need to know who has it above a 16. So I know Apollyon and Solon?
Oh, like what about exactly? 16?
Exactly 16 will do.
Okay, I got exactly 16.
So any of you that are 16 and up, you start noticing something interesting. You get the feeling that you're being watched, and you look around, and the fauna in this forest is very strange. You see, like, a rabbit kind of skitters out to sit just by a tree trunk and is staring at you. Its ears laid back flat, not moving. You look up into the branches of a tree and you see a bird that is staring at you. Its cold, dark eyes just watching you, motionless.
Apollyon pulls out his scythe and he's gonna aim in the direction of the rabbit. He says, I've already had too much bad experiences with cute animals. I'm not having another one.
Apollyon, what? Katya?
They're watching us.
Katya kind of wrinkles her nose and grips at her head a little bit.
Katya, are you okay?
I'm okay.
Keep an eye on.
I think it's the altitude. I have a really bad headache, she says, and you actually see her stagger.
Pridwin's gonna step over to her and pick her up.
You grab her and pick her up. Her face is like a little bit red. Like her eyes have welled up almost with tears. Like whatever headache she's dealing with, it's bad. Apollyon, you're pointing a scythe at a rabbit when you feel something on your shoulder.
He turns.
There's a squirrel that has landed on your shoulder and it's chittering at you.
He looks up at it and he says, "You're acceptable."
It bites you instantly.
Huh.
You are no longer acceptable. He's going to attack the squirrel.
So you try and attack the
Oh my
squirrel,
God.
and instantly you feel more things hitting your shoulders. As first 2, and then 5, and then 12 squirrels leap out of the trees and start jumping on you and trying to bite you. Y'all watch as Apollyon goes like tumbling off to the side as this entire scurry of squirrels is all over him, biting him.
This is extremely concerning. Katya, do their souls look normal to you?
She says, gripping her head.
Pridwin's going to try and, like, I'd imagine Pridwin probably has, like, headache medication.
Yeah, you pull out some, like, I don't know, Excedrin from your bag and give it to her, and she takes it, kind of burying her face in your shoulder. Lunala takes her from you and gestures, saying, you want to deal with this?
Yeah, Pridwin's going to go over to Apollyon, who is being mauled by squirrels, and he's gonna try and shoo them off of him.
Roll me a d20.
The 19.
So here's the good news. The good news is, you got about half of the squirrels off of Apollyon. The bad news is they are now on you.
Oh no.
So you've got about 6 squirrels trying to bite and pry their way into your armor. In fact, 2 of them actually go down from the space between your neck and the chest plate and are now inside of your armor.
Oh no. Pridwin. Oh god. Is Pridwin really gonna waste? He might waste his energy for this. Can he just try to build up, like, not full-on activate Voltaic Cloak, but build up, like, static charge to basically scare them out of him?
Roll me a d20. Let's see if that works for you.
18?
I noticed.
Nine is very upset by all of this. Nine
gonna
is
be
like
bad,
snarling and barking at these squirrels and the rabbit. For sure. Apollyon, how are you dealing with getting attacked by squirrels, by the way? Because now Pridwin is getting attacked by squirrels.
I have given up. He's just standing there as they're trying to attack him.
Wow! Okay. Abaddon
Oh
is
my God.
laughing her ass off at this point. Like, she thinks this is the funniest fucking thing she's ever seen.
Apollyon just accepted his fate.
Squirrels, huh?
Yeah.
Solin's just standing there with his arms crossed watching the squirrel.
I
by
mean,
the
he's
way,
basically in his element.
Somewhere in the distance, Herb is laughing.
did that 18 scare them?
Yes, so the 2 inside of your armor have scurried off of you, and with a little bit more shock, you manage to get these things to run up into the trees, chattering and squealing as they go. One of them turns on the branch to glare down at you with these almost soulless-looking eyes, and then it scurries off. Apollyon, most of them have managed to get off of you. There is still one that is, like, frazzling itself in your hair.
Apollyon, are you okay?
There are bite marks all up and down Apollyon's, like, shoulders and jaw.
He's just standing there. He's just like, I've given up.
You don't happen to know if you're susceptible to rabies, are you?
Oh god.
I am pretty sure I'm not.
Everybody thinking about Katya's speech.
We may need to see about getting you vaccinated.
I don't have normal physiology, so I am unsure.
Fair enough. Well, we should probably keep moving then.
Annabelle has come back around the bend from ahead of you guys. She's like a ways up the trail, and she looks at you and goes, "Are you guys good?"
Yes, the wildlife are attacking us.
What do you mean? She comes down a few steps towards you.
Well,
And squirrels.
Apollyon, became aggressive with a squirrel, and all of a sudden...
There is a squirrel on Apollyon's head, and without missing a beat, Annabelle reaches down, pulls a 9mm from her waistband, points it at the squirrel, and fires it. And she hits this thing square in the face. It drops dead next to you, Apollyon.
Oh, so we're seeing animals now? That was fun.
Everyone's just stunned.
I don't fuck around with wildlife up here. Not in the mountains, she says, and turns around and starts back up the trail.
Fair enough.
I remember getting a very strongly worded lecture from Pridwin on the ride home. The last mission. Something about innocent sheep.
Katya instantly looks upset again against Lunala's chest when Pitch says this.
Pridwin gives a look over to Pidge. And then just shakes his head like, don't talk about that.
Pidge shrugs.
so you guys continue up the trail. Apollyon looking frazzled a little. And you're seeing more and more hints of the storm. More trees are down, and at some points... Actually, roll me, another perception check, anybody who wants to.
10.
11.
17.
Xavier, you can tell, as you're looking at one of these trees, you kind of stopped as the parties kept going. There's something about the way the trunk is broken off that looks deliberate. Do with that what you will.
I kind of pull Salone's arm. I'm just like, does that kind of look on purpose to you, or is that just me?
Solon, roll me a d20.
12.
It just looks like a tree to you.
Looks like a tree. What do you see?
I kind of like point out to how the tree's broken. That can't, and try to explain to him that usually it doesn't break in that way. Only kind of like human-made breaks.
It literally looks like a tree to you. It looks like it just fell over.
It could have been struck by lightning. If they've been having severe storms, I'm sure there's lightning or wind.
Oh god,
It's
even
fallen
Xavier's getting gaslighted.
If Pridwin overhears this conversation, can he come and take a look at the tree too?
Roll me a d20. Let's see if you hear the conversation. Because you were up at the
Natural
front with
20.
Annabelle. Oh yeah, you hear it. Because you being the impromptu dad of the group, you don't like it when the group separates, naturally.
What?
And the fact that Xavier and Solon have strayed to the back and are getting a little ways away from you is uncomfortable.
Everybody, could we halt for a moment? What are you two looking at?
Doesn't this tree kind of look a little broken? Man-made broken?
Man, Pridwin's gonna take a look at the tree.
It does not look man-made broken to you, based on that description.
Since Pridwin stopped us, Apollyon's also going to look at this tree.
You both look at the tree.
Does it look deliberate, though, to us?
It's weird to you. Because maybe a strong gust of wind could have twisted the trunk in such a manner that it twisted and got pulled up like this. There's a chance that something could have blown it over. But you can almost see where he's coming from, that it does look like something ripped it out. But I mean, this tree is enormous, so like, what the fuck could have ripped a tree out that big, you know? It's not probable.
It does look like something willingly chose to do that. Which is...
like bending my body.
I mean, a human definitely couldn't have done that under any circumstances the way that it is.
Apollion's like staring at it and he says, I don't like it.
I don't either.
I agree,
whatever.
Katya says from Lunala's shoulder.
Whatever this storm is, it's very, very much not natural.
Man. Okay. Well, we can't lose any time. Let's keep going.
Right, Annabelle says. She picks up pace. So you guys get about halfway up the mountain when it gets dark. And she looks at you all and she says, okay, so we've got a long ways to go. So we can either hike through the night or we can set up camp.
How safe is it out here at night?
Gonna be honest with you, she said, looking at Apollyon. He just got attacked by a bunch of squirrels.
Yes, and I can't imagine the things that prowl at night will be much better.
I'm gonna have to stitch the holes shut in my cloak.
I brought some needles and thread if you want me to take a look at it, Annabelle says, smiling at you.
Oh,
I
need to make this be a weapon form. I want to keep walking.
I mean, I think it would be best if we find somewhere safe and hunker down for the night.
If I remember, Annabelle says, turning and trying to get her bearings, there was a Firewatch tower about halfway. She looks around and then darts off the trail to the right.
Oh,
Apollyon's gonna follow her.
Ridwin's going to try to follow as best as he can.
This girl is in shape. Like, even with this altitude, she seems fine. Like, she clearly hikes a lot. And so it takes you a minute to catch up, and when you finally do, she is standing on this little, kind of a little overlook, and she gestures ahead of her, and just down a little ravine, there is a Firewatch tower. It appears to be, well, it doesn't look like anybody's in there from what you can see in the windows. There's a small fence surrounding it that looks like it has a lock on the gate. And she says, I think I still have the key. And she jogs towards it.
I should mention Firewatch towers in real life are dope as fuck. I've been to one.
They're really cool.
So I went on me and my dad went on a drive to a mountain, and we ended up going to the wrong mountain. There was two next to each other. We went to the wrong one, and we ended up in front of a Firewatch, and the lady that was there actually invited us in, and it was dope.
It's fire as fuck. I always wanted to work
Yeah.
in a Firewatch tower when I was younger.
Dude, they're so nice.
That game scarred me.
That's
Yeah.
a great game,
Firewatch.
by the way.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Actual Firewatch towers are renovated like a house. Like, they're really nice.
They're really cool.
So, I mean, I have a funny story if you want to diverge for a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were canoeing up in Canada, the Boundary Waters. It just rained for 36 hours straight. I mean, like,
Oh my-
torrential, like 36-hour torrential downpour.
Oh my god. Jesus. that is-
Everything was fucking soaked. So we couldn't get a fire going to get stuff dry.
Yeah.
We're like, okay, well, we have this ketchup bottle of white gas.
Oh yeah.
So we try to use it. We like one guy's like, okay, trying to light the kindling, while the other one's like spraying it with white gas. It travels up the stream and basically turns that ketchup bottle into a flamethrower.
Oh my god.
And the guy with the ketchup bottle just starts fucking panicking, and it's just he's like waving it in the air, and just everything's starting to catch on fire. Luckily,
Oh my God.
everything's fucking wet, so it doesn't go
Yeah.
very far. We're right on the lake. The funny part
my
about
God.
it is we're in visual range of a fire tower.
Oh.
Oh man.
Like it's across the lake. It's within maybe 5 or 6 miles of us across the lake, up the hill. So they could have seen this entire event
Oh my
God.
of
god.
us almost setting the fucking forest on fire.
Oh
Just
my god.
watching you casually commit a crime.
Get fined like several $100s for it.
Yeah. In Canada.
God.
Yeah. Oh man. That's a real.
One of the many misadventures I've had.
Yeah.
Jesus. So Annabelle runs up and fishes some keys out of her pocket, and after the third one, she manages to get it open, and she gestures to you guys. All right, come on. Let's get inside. It's getting dark, and I really don't want to be out here.
Ridwin will step
yeah.
inside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Apollyon does the same.
So, you guys,
I was gonna say I kind of stay out.
you're staying out?
He'll just tell me what's going on. I'll just keep watch.
So...
You know, this is a Firewatch tower. You can watch it.
Oh, yeah, true. I forget. I'll just follow him.
Pitch is already climbing up to the top of the tower.
Pidge is like on the fucking roof, like...
God.
So yeah, you guys get inside and Annabelle locks the gate behind you. And you guys climb your way up, and this is a very nice Firewatch tower. Like, very clearly, somebody has put a lot of time and effort into making this a homey place. Annabelle smiles a little to herself and, you know, lets you guys in, and she says, "Alright, make yourselves at home. I don't think he'll mind."
I'd imagine Pridwin, Lunala, and Minerva are probably all having serious altitude sickness right now.
Uh-huh. You've never had a
Considering they're all
problem
from-
with the depths and the pressure of the underwater, but high altitudes ain't the best.
And you know, we all came from basically living our entire lives at sea level.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lunala
You
actually,
did.
Lunala is not having problems. She is fine.
I
You
shouldn't
and
be having
Minerva are
problems.
dying. Solon, you roll me d20.
17.
You're fine.
Yes. As expected.
I don't think anybody else would be having major problems with this. Definitely not Pidge. Pidge is good with altitude. Yeah, so, and Annabelle seems totally fine. Katya is with Lunala, and she's looking at you, Pridwin, and she kind of pokes at your shoulder a little and goes, "What are you doing?" I'm just imagining you and Minerva are, like, curled up on the floor. Liam's
Yeah.
standing there with his arms crossed, looking down at you both.
We're trying to catch our breaths. The air's extremely thin up here.
What do you mean? I don't see the difference, Katya says.
Apollon's looking at you, and he's just like, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, Apollyon doesn't feel anything.
No, I am not.
Oh man.
That sucks, he says, shrugging.
Even
Wait, how many hearts do you have?
Oh, God.
excuse me? You have more than one.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, one is normal.
Annabelle is looking at you very confused.
Everyone's staring at him with like...
How many hearts do you have? He says.
Ah, yes.
Common.
Common question.
Jesus Christ. Annabelle just kind of lifts a hand and opens her mouth to ask a question, and then she just slowly shakes her head and turns away from you.
Apollon's gonna sit down nearby, and he's gonna. Oh wait, what were we gonna say, Bridget?
Even the higher altitudes back in Italy were much lower than this.
So there is a bed off in the corner. There is a couple chairs. There's 3 of them, and a table. And then there's some like bedding and stuff that you guys could manage to make. It's gonna be a little cramped in there with the number of you.
Apollon's gonna sit down in a chair, and he's actually just going to be just checking all of the holes in his cloak.
God, there are a lot. There are. Let's find out how many actual tears you have. 16. There are 16 separate tears all along your cloak. Annabelle sighs and says, "All right, let me help." And she unshouldering her pack, begins to dig through it. She pulls out, she's producing a needle and thread, little sewing kit, and sits down beside you. Katya, looking around out the windows as it's getting very dark, says, "Shouldn't somebody be keeping watch?"
Yes, I think that while we rest, we should probably take shifts.
Pidge is already setting up outside because it's heating up, and she has her rifle pointed down at the entrance to the tower.
Well, we know who's taking first shift, Liam says, gesturing to Pidge.
I'll take the midnight shift. It adjusts to my sleep schedule, so.
Considering that I can light up, I'll probably take whatever shift is darkest.
As she's trying to like sew his cloak back together, he's actually going to take off his cloak.
Okay, so she just pulls it into her lap, very focused. You see almost something familiar in the way she focuses on this task. It reminds you of someone.
It does. Also, I should mention that more of his body is actually visible, and you can visibly see the bandages all over his arms and some scars as well.
Yeah, this man's wrapped up like nobody's business. Katya, kind of distracted momentarily from Pridwin, goes, "What happened to you?"
It's a bit of a long story.
You look like a mummy.
That's actually the first I've gotten that one.
Pridwin dying on the floor, still managing to crack jokes.
Yeah. Some of the bandages on his wrist are a bit loose, and you could probably see a brand on his wrist.
Katya's got her head tilted all the way over to the side, and she's looking at it.
Apollyon is just like looking down intently at his bandaged hands.
Annabelle's very focused on her work. Pidge, you're outside. Okay, so hold on. Tell me Pidge is on first shift. Who's on second? I would assume Apollyon, because he wanted to take midnight.
Yeah.
And then Pridwin after that, so probably like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
12, 3. And then who wants like morning shift?
I'll take the morning shift.
Xavier? Okay. Okay, so there are the 4 of you. Okay, so is there anything anybody would like to do or talk about before you guys settle in?
Apollyon actually looks up at Katya, noticing his brand on his wrist, and he's gonna say, "Are you curious about this?"
She nods slowly.
Let's say it's a deal I very much regret making.
Well, then why'd you make it?
Well, my life was sort of on the line.
Oh. I know a little something about that, she says, and interestingly enough, pats your hand comfortingly, almost endearingly, which she has never done with you before.
Yeah, he's sort of like surprised at this, and he like chuckles a little bit, and he says, "Yeah, as I've said, I wasn't always like this. In fact, for the longest time, I never even actually looked like this.
Oh?
I was a completely different person."
Weird.
And then Sophia came along, and some other person I don't quite remember, and now, there's me and Abaddon.
Huh. Well, I don't mind you being weird and split. That's the word she uses. Annabelle looking even more confused.
Yeah, concerned.
She's like trying to mind her business sewing the jacket, but she keeps looking up at you every few seconds.
Just every word that comes out of one of our mouths just gets more and more concerning.
Yeah, she doesn't know the lore.
Yeah, she finally like puts the needle down and says, "All right, I know I'm not supposed to ask probably. I probably shouldn't know, but what the fuck?"
He looks. Oh wait, what did you say, Brendan?
He's not from around here.
Yeah, none of you are.
Yeah.
Good observation.
He's blue. I'm not from America.
Not from America.
America.
He's from the South. The way South.
It's actually a fun fact because he's actually based on Spanish culture. But what is it? He's like, yeah. I think all of us are foreigners.
God bless.
From South Dakota.
So, yeah, she's just looking at all of you and she sighs and she says, you know what? I don't know. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll take the floor. One of you all can have the bed, or you do you. All of you can pile in for all I care. I'm just gonna. And she goes over, like, in the corner and grabs herself a blanket and kind of curls up in the corner. Apollyon, your cloak has been mended.
Excellent. Yeah, he's gonna put it back on and cover his bandages and scars.
You pull it back on. Katya has returned to you, Pridwin, and she's looking down at you with her head tilted, and she goes, "Are you done dying yet?"
I think I finally caught my breath.
Okay,
I still
good.
feel horrible.
That's gonna be a problem. She says matter-of-factly.
Yes, it will be.
I pat Pridwin on his back and say, "Try breathing."
Oh.
I'm sorry?
That's where most of your oxygen goes into your. Yeah, I just like start taking deep breaths through my nose.
Alright. Pridwin, like, slowly picks himself up off the floor, probably helps Minerva up.
Minerva's, like, dying. Liam is standing there beside you, now kind of helping to support Minerva, and they're, like, all of you are, like, looking at the one bed, which looks pretty damn comfy, I'm not gonna lie. And, like, Liam is looking at Minerva, and then looking at you, and then looking at Lunala and Katya, and then looking back at Minerva, and he goes, "I'll play you in rock, paper, scissors for it."
I'll be fine without a bed.
Excuse me, Katya says.
Those two, on the other hand, Pridwin gesturing to Lunala and Katya, I would prefer for them to have the bed.
Okay, but, like, me and Minnie could have the bed, you know, because that's, like, fair.
Or we could all sleep in our weapon forms to conserve space.
Liam sighs, rubbing at the bridge of his nose.
Just a thought.
Well,
I'm
you
down
gotta
to stay in
go
weapon
and be
form.
all fucking noble, man. He says.
Apollyon gets up and he says, "Oh my god, if you guys just don't figure something out, just sleep on the floor."
Solon's already like sat himself on the, like against the walls, taking his jacket off.
Liam sighs and says, "Alright, fine. Let the girls have the bed." And he kind of leans down and like leans against the wall beside the bed and tries to get comfortable.
I can sleep pretty much anywhere. I mean, I can even sleep in my armor.
"Do you mind?" Lunala says, and Minerva's like, "Nope." And both of them kind of like hop onto the bed at like facing opposite ends. And Katya crawls up next to Lunala and smiles contently. Pridwin, you are left standing there with Apollyon.
Apollyon is sitting in a chair, getting ready to take a short nap.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Pidge, you are on duty first. I need you to roll me a d20.
Seven.
You don't notice anything. The gate is not tested. Nothing seems to be happening. You have a pretty quiet shift. When it gets to be about midnight, a little after, you head in to wake Apollyon.
I just go over and I give him a shake on the shoulder.
Yeah, he's gonna get up, sort of a little bit groggy, and he's gonna manifest Abaddon and be like, "Alright, my turn."
Pidge then whispers to Ein, cushion, and then lies down with a little pillow from Ein.
Yeah, Ein makes the perfect little pillow.
Oh my god.
Apollyon, you go and you kind of pace outside along the outer edge of the Firewatch Tower just to try and wake yourself up. Roll me a d20.
A 13.
Jesus Christ, Abaddon rolled a nat 1.
Oh no.
Abaddon isn't even awake. Abaddon is
Yeah.
asleep in the scythe form. She's like, why the fuck did you wake me up? And then she's out again.
Yeah.
You also are not noticing anything. It's weird how quiet the forest is. It's more that absence of sound, and way up the mountain, in the direction you guys are supposed to head, you sense this energy brewing. It's tumultuous, almost like the sky filling with electricity during a storm. But you don't hear any lightning or see any thunder, like nothing like that.
He takes a deep breath and he says, "Thank God." Okay.
And your shift passes by pretty chill.
Alright. And he's gonna head inside and wake Pridwin. He's gonna... how am I gonna wake Pridwin?
Pridwin's probably, if there's like a nightstand next to the bed, he probably turned into his weapon form and like had Lunala set him on the nightstand.
Yeah, so
gonna run-
Lunala's sleeping with her hand resting on your weapon form.
Okay, so he's just gonna walk over and he's going to just pick up Pridwin.
So you go to pick Pridwin up, and Lunala starts, like, lurches off the bed and grabs you by the scruff of your collar, and for a minute, all you see is purple in her eyes. And they look almost feline. There's a
looks at her and
low
says-
building snarl in her throat.
He looks at her and says, "Ooh, feisty. Okay, I was just trying to wake him up."
She kind of shakes her head a little bit, looking dazed, and then she releases you. Sorry.
No complaints, he says as he's just gonna knock on the side of Pridwin's shield. And say, "Hey, you in there?"
Pridwin, you definitely felt when Lunala lurched, she like threw you onto the bed behind her. So like you definitely woke up, and you hear Katya mumbling from beside you as you're waking up, and you hear the snarl as well.
Yeah, Pridwin probably like once he gets his bearings, he's gonna transform and go, what's going on?
It's time for your shift.
Pridwin rests a hand on Lunala's shoulder.
She kind of lets out a shaky breath. She's
You
all
right?
tense and irritated now. She looks at you and says, "Why don't you get some more sleep? I'm already up."
Well, I am too now. Why don't we? I mean, if you want to accompany me.
Sure, she says. Katya kind of has sat up at this point. She's rubbing her eyes and looking at the three of you begrudgingly. Why? She says.
Sorry for waking you up.
Well, I'm up now, she mutters.
You should get some more sleep. There's still a little while till sunrise.
But you woke me up, she grumbles. Minerva is now fidgeting, kind of rolling over to look at you guys.
Oh no, everybody's waking up.
Oh man. Okay. You
just
guys
going-
go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out before we wake anyone else up.
Napoleon just pushing you guys out of the area.
So, like, Kat tries to get up, and Minerva kind of, like, wraps an arm around Kat and pulls her back into bed, and Kat, like, grumbles and tries to get out of it, and Minerva's grip is strong enough that Kat finally is like, screw it, and she lays back down.
God.
And, you and Lunala walk out onto the outside section of the Firewatch Tower. You also feel that strange energy brewing in the distance. You look over at Lunala and you see that she is glowing. Like that night on the roof when you were stargazing with her, except up here it's more intense because there's no lights.
Yeah, how's the natural lighting of the forest? Are like the stars out and everything, or is
Yep.
it like
The sky is currently clear except for up the mountain. So it's starry out here and it's gorgeous.
for a little while he's just looking at Lunala, but shakes his head and focuses and tries to focus on just like keeping an eye out.
Roll me a d20.
16.
Okay. You are the one that hears it. There is this sound. It starts out low, and then it raises in pitch. It's a storm siren. Far up the mountain.
Lunala, you hear that, right?
She says, kind of in a daze, looking at you. She was clearly thinking about something.
Pridwin points up towards the mountain and says, I can hear the sirens going off.
She listens for a minute and then she shakes her head. I mean, it's faint for you. I don't hear anything.
It's incredibly faint, but I'm surprised you can't hear it.
She gets very quiet and tilts her head. Nope, she can't hear it.
Well, we've only got a few hours, so hopefully we can get up there and investigate in time.
Well, if this has been going on for years, I don't think we have to hurry.
I suppose you're right.
But that could be a good thing. I mean, if the sirens are still going, then that means somebody's operating them, right?
I mean...
That means there's still people.
Indeed. I mean, I can't imagine if the sirens are still operating, that means there's either people alive operating them or people alive keeping the automated. If it's automated, they're keeping it running.
That makes sense.
I'm terrified of us walking into a fucking Silent Hill situation.
It's probably gonna be a Silent Hill situation.
Yeah, the siren is immediately what hooked me, and we're going to an abandoned village.
Oh yeah, just waiting
It's
for
fine!
it to be consumed by fog.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, is there anything you want to do while you're out here hearing the storm sirens in the distance?
He's still trying to keep an eye out. Just mostly he's keeping an eye like on the tree line and like towards where the staircase up is, just to make sure that nobody's like sneaking up on him.
Roll me one more d20.
All right. 18.
Yeah, for just a minute, you think maybe you see something moving at the edge of the tree line, but it's not like... It's like a creature that goes passing by. That's about it. Nobody makes a move for the edge of the tree line to the gate. It remains undisturbed.
Anything on your mind, Lunala?
She looks back up, clearly distracted again.
What are you thinking about?
Nothing, she says very quickly.
I know you're thinking about something.
Nothing at all, she says more pointedly this time.
Sure.
It's not important right now.
If you say so.
Minerva's just been bothering me about wedding plans. She turns very blue.
Ridwin kind of chuckles. As long as she's not the one making the plans.
Well, I'm not any better, she says.
Please. Again, you didn't see my birthday.
What exactly happened on your birthday that you keep referencing like Armageddon?
Let's just say that with her in charge, it was explosive?
Interesting.
I can only imagine a birthday that Apollyon and Soma plans.
Oh god.
No one celebrated Soma's birthday. It was a few months ago.
Nobody knows when Soma's birthday is.
Yeah, I know. It's sad.
You didn't tell them!
I
No,
did
it's
tell
their
them.
fault.
Yeah, it's their fault.
It's their fault.
Actually, wait a minute. Didn't they do something for Soma's birthday at one point?
No, we did nothing.
Maybe it was Douglas's birthday I'm thinking of.
It was probably Douglas.
Cause Douglas never had like an actual that's what it was, cause Katya lost her fucking mind.
Yeah.
That was a while back. Cause it was Katya's birthday also.
Yeah.
The month before. Cause she just turned 9. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah, your shift comes to an end, and you and Lunala head back inside.
Also, I'm gonna run off real quick. Keep going.
Go feed Harley. Xavier, you are shaken awake. It is now your shift. The sun is just beginning to rise.
Where are we? Are we still at the firehouse? Or?
Yes, you're in the Firewatch Tower, and it is your shift.
So I'll just step outside and just be a good shift leader.
Roll me a d20.
17.
You, same thing as everybody else. You keep watch, and it doesn't seem like anything is trying to get to you guys. You all have rested very well. Any of you that are missing HP points have replenished them by this point. You're gonna need them. So you gather your things together and kind of reconvene down the steps at the gate as Annabelle is beginning to lock things up.
All right.
Wait, who wakes up?
Everyone.
Oh, okay.
So, you guys start hiking again. Anything you guys want to talk about? You see more strange wildlife. Apollyon's definitely more on guard this time.
Yeah.
Did y'all see anything last night?
I
No.
was still just thinking about that broken tree.
Pitch as I'm sort of walking in the front, looking around.
It would be at this point that Pridwin would probably mention that he heard the storm sirens. Lunala chimes in, I didn't hear them, but he seemed pretty adamant.
Then, we should definitely keep an eye on Soma once we get into the area.
Sadie just pats the hilt of the blade. I've got him.
Alright.
Heard the storm sirens went off, but there wasn't a storm.
Well, there was something going on up the mountain.
No. There was certainly something. I felt this brewing of energy over the mountain.
Weird, Katya says.
We should definitely keep on guard. Nothing about this is normal.
Nothing about anything we ever do is normal, Katya says, walking ahead on the path.
Not as long as we have Soma in our party.
True that. Yeah, Liam says from behind you. Liam is actually like piggybacking Minerva at this point, and he's struggling a little under the weight, but managing. Minerva does not look good. Like, this altitude is kicking her ass.
Oh, man.
So, it is probably midday when you guys finally start getting close to, Stratham. And Annabelle slows and she says, alright, maybe another 10-15 minutes and we'll be there. I don't know what to expect, so we'll just drop our supplies at the everything store and then spread out from there, I guess.
Is there a tower or someplace high up you can view the village?
I don't know. I mean, there should be some kind of tower near the village, another fire watch.
Maybe
And
a water tower?
Yeah, there might be one. I can't remember. It's been a minute.
I'm back.
Weird how you
Welcome
don't notice those things until you need to.
Big.
What's pitching?
She's just blinking at Annabelle.
Annabelle's blinking at you. So,
Well,
you guys head on up the trail. And you
Yeah.
round the corner in
no.
the bend. And you approach Strafe. And you walk into a village that is inhabited. There are people going about daily tasks. There is a mechanic working on a truck in a garage to y'all's left. There is this everything store, the convenience store that she keeps referencing, near the garage. There are a couple people milling about inside. There's a woman working the register. You see a law enforcement officer actually who is chatting with a woman who is painting near a small little park area.
Everyone's going to say to everyone, so I think, considering our previous mission and considering the behavior of the wildlife, we should treat everyone here with a bit of scrutiny.
Annabelle is staring, like blinking, like in disbelief.
yeah, no, Apollyon's looking around and he says, "This seems a little too good to be true."
Indeed.
Well, I suppose we should carry on. Where's this department store you wanted us to take stuff to?
The everything store's over there. She slowly lifts a hand and points. She says, "It's not possible. It's not possible." And she takes off running towards it.
Oh no.
Apollyon's gonna run after her.
Yeah, so solo.
I'm gonna follow.
You're a few
Everyone's
steps
just gonna say-
behind as she slides in the door of the convenience store and looks around. You guys see, for the most part, stocked shelves.
What on earth?
She
Is
shakes
there
her head looking around. There's a woman behind the counter. I will show you her picture.
We need to stay together. This is very much unsettling me.
But Pridwin, okay, I understand that, but I have to buy something at this everything store.
What do you need to buy?
Hey, wonderful weather we're having today, right? The woman says. She kind of sits up
Yes.
from where she was leaning back against the wall behind the cash register.
Yeah, I'm very, very fond of this weather, actually.
She smiles at you. Can I help you with something?
We came here from the town over to bring some supplies.
Annabelle, you came to restock us. Annabelle's just standing there, staring.
Hey, do you sell any coffee beans?
Coffee beans?
Aisle 3, she says, gesturing.
Huh, they really
Sure
do sell
enough,
everything.
there is coffee down this aisle.
I grab a bag.
Roll me a d20.
15.
It appears that this coffee is expired.
Apollyon's gonna look around the store.
Roll me a d20. What are you looking for?
He's just gonna look at everything he sees. Just investigating.
Is there another bag?
You pick up another bag of coffee. It is also
rolled-
expired.
Well, I rolled a 4, so...
You
How
rolled a
expired
4. You're looking around, and you, it looks like a well-stocked convenience store, man. I don't know what to tell you. You're more interested in the fact that the girl who has been very interested in you is looking like she's about to have a panic attack and trying very hard to keep her cool. That's where your focus is. Annabelle's not doing okay.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Are you saying this to Annabelle or to the girl behind the counter?
Whoever's about to have a panic attack.
It's Annabelle.
Okay.
Annabelle says, "Yeah, I'm fine," and lies very poorly.
Yeah, no, Apollyon's gonna walk up to her and he's gonna, like, put his arm on her shoulder and he's gonna whisper saying, would you like to talk to me for a moment?
Yeah, that sounds great, she says.
He's gonna pull her aside.
So you, like, pull her around the corner away from the fucking cashier. The cashier's still standing there smiling casually at you guys.
Can I ask, or I'm gonna walk up to the cashier and ask her out. Hey,
What?
Coffee all expired. Why is it all expired? Why is all the coffee expired? Even the back shelf.
I don't know what you mean. It seems perfectly normal to me. Roll me a d20.
2.
You don't notice. Okay.
Good God, it's the nightmare before Christmas.
Can I? I'm there. Can I roll too?
Sure, roll me a d20. Tell me what you're looking for.
I guess just her response seems weird. So I'm just observing her and seeing if there's like anything about her that's off.
Okay, roll me a d20.
Insight.
$18.
As you're watching her talk, you notice something. On her neck, the way she's got this tank top on, the veins in her neck are strained. As if she is struggling. The very corners of her mouth, the smile is trembling ever so slightly, and it's not something you can notice easily. In fact, you're amazed you caught it at all. And there's this slight flicker. For just a moment, her eyes move out the window as she's speaking, as if she's looking at something, and then they snap back to the forward position, looking at you again. That warm smile returning.
I kind of turned to see where her glance ended up out of the window, pretending to look at stuff on the shelf to not make it obvious. To see what she was looking at.
You look out the window, and you don't see anything.
So,
Why is your bag saying it's expired?
I'm sorry, sir. I don't have any idea why it would say that.
Do you sell different coffee, or like pre-made, or
Everything we have is down that aisle. She smiles patiently at you.
so-
Apollyon, you pulled
Yeah.
Annabelle off into the corner.
He says, I know you have something to say, so I'm gonna let you say it.
What the fuck? She says, looking up at you. What the fuck?
That's completely fair.
Um,
So, I want to know what your concerns are right now, because I too am what the fucking.
I haven't stocked the shelves. I haven't brought them supplies in over a month. And their shelves are full. They should be empty. There should not be people walking around. What is happening?
Okay, one sec. He's going to walk back up to the counter lady. He's gonna say, "What day is it?"
Why, it's Sunday, of course, sir.
What day of the month?
It's Sunday. She smiles at you.
Okay, yes, but what month is it of that?
Do you have a newspaper?
Over there. She gestures to a rack on the wall of newspapers.
Pidge
I
goes
looked
in
at the date
the
of the
newspaper and
coffee.
shoves it into Apollyon's.
Wait,
And
is everyone with us?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So wait, you
By
were
the-
showing Apollyon. Oh wait, what were you saying, Bridgman?
Pridwin rolled a 19. I'm looking around the store, specifically when I overheard that the coffee was expired. He's checking the fresh food.
Yeah, it's all expired.
Like, visibly it's expired?
Yes.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over to Hoodwin and like point out,
This?
like in a whisper, kind of like hold him to the side, like pay attention to the clerk, look at her. Also, it's all force, it's all straight.
You think she's being manipulated?
Something along those lines. When I pushed her, she glanced out the window for a split second, but it was very quick.
We need to pretend we don't know anything. Make sure nobody keeps pushing the issue. We need to probably get out of here.
Pridwin, roll me a d20.
Wait, me?
Yes, you.
Oh, fuck. 17?
You hear a soft voice near the door. Shit. That you recognize.
Pridwin's going to look over and head towards there.
You catch, as you turn your head slightly to see what's going on, you catch the tail end of white hair disappearing out the door.
Uh-oh. You need to come with me. Lunala's run off. Pridwin's
You also
immediately going to run
notice
after
that
her.
there is a 9-year-old that is no longer in the store with you.
God damn it. She
Okay,
must
so-
run off too.
Liam is holding, so you guys have, like, lowered your bags with your supplies and stuff a little bit, and, Liam is piggybacking Minerva. She looks awful. In fact, she's barely
so-
awake.
So Pidge was going to show Apolly on the newspaper. What is
Correct.
the date on the newspaper?
The date is over 5 years ago.
Huh. Yeah, he's going to look up at the clerk and he says, "Thank you for your time." And he's gonna grab the newspaper from Pidge and put it back.
But of course. Hope you enjoy this wonderful weather we're having today.
Yeah, yes, the weather is fantastic. Thank you. And he's gonna look for the others.
Yeah, Pridwin like just waves at everyone to make sure that they know that he's leaving and runs out the door.
He's gonna follow after Pridwin.
Okay. Everybody's kind of like trailing after. Pridwin, you run outside, and as you do, you almost run face first into the police officer.
Oh,
whoa, son, where's the fire?
My apologies, sir. I was just following one of my friends.
That's quite alright, son. I couldn't be mad to you on a day such as gorgeous as this one. He tips his hat to you and walks into the convenience store. Roll me a
Pridwin
d20.
tips his... Yeah. Natural 20?
Hearing what Solon had told you inside the store, you peer at the officer's face from what's visible beneath his uniform. The muscles in his neck are strained, the veins standing out. That the corners of his smile ever so slightly falter with his words.
Pridwin just tips his hat and says, "Yes, wonderful weather." And he's going to continue looking for Lunala.
So you step outside and you kind of look around desperately, and you see Lunala is standing off to the side with a hand on Katya's shoulder. They're looking at, like, out into the trees.
Pridwin's gonna run over to them.
Oh, Prid,
What's going on? Why did you two run off?
I saw something, Katya says very pointedly.
Okay, first of all, it is not safe here for us to get separated, so we should all stay together.
But I saw
second of all-
something run off, she says, pointing into the trees.
I understand, but we can't... Alright, what did you see?
It looked like a kid.
A kid?
Yeah. Have you noticed there aren't any around? Look, she points over at the playground. You see play equipment, like, the park itself is pristine, but it looks like it hasn't been touched in ages. You look
You're
over
right.
and you see there is a school. There's an elementary school in the distance. It looks cold and silent.
What time is it? Because I'm assuming school should probably be in session.
It's about 3 in the afternoon, so actually it would be about the time that school would be getting out. And you
You're
don't
right,
see any
that's-
parents waiting by the elementary school. In fact, you don't see, like, for the size of this village, I mean, it's small-ish, but it's still, like, a couple thousand people live here at least.
You're right, it's extremely quiet. And I know for certain the people who are here are not normal.
What do you mean? Katya says, looking up at you.
Well, I'm assuming you saw their souls and you saw that they were normal people, but
Yeah, they're not normal, Katya says matter-of-factly.
their souls.
Yeah, I
What?
don't know how to explain it, but they don't look normal. I can't really tell, to be honest with you. At first I
Well-
thought it was the altitude. Because of this, she gestures to her face, and you notice there is a stream of blood coming from her nose.
Katya, that's not normal.
Really? I thought this happened when you got high up, she says, trying to brush it off.
It can, however, as far as I'm aware, you don't have any conditions that would cause that.
Oh. Well, that's not good.
Indeed. Also, I don't think that altitude affects souls. Now, what I noticed, Pridwin's getting really quiet now. What I noticed is the people are not in control of themselves. I think they might be charmed by something.
As you're
Or being
saying this,
puppeted.
the rest of the group has caught up, and you all have formed this sort of huddle on the edge of town now.
They are not. I mean, the way they're acting, it looks like the effects of some sort of charm, or they might just be being compelled by some force.
So what you're saying is, Liam chimes in, they're not normal, you swear.
Yes, unfortunately.
Minerva angrily
Say.
smacks at his shoulder, but she's so tired that it does very little to him.
Now that means we're going to need to be extremely careful because we don't know if whatever this thing is can affect us too.
Apollyon chimes in and he says, so, me and Paige looked at the newspapers, and the date goes back to 5 years ago.
So the town fell 5 years ago.
And it is essentially frozen in time.
Fantastic.
I don't understand, Annabelle says from beside you, Apollyon. How could they still be alive if they're not eating and drinking and utilizing supplies?
Because
I mean-
they're not eating.
Magical. They could be being sustained by whatever's keeping them here.
And where's the kids?
Or they could already be dead.
Well,
Yes,
one
that's
of
the
them ran
question.
off that way, Katya says, pointing into the trees.
If the
Kids
children
and
are
those
the only
trees.
ones. Actually, Katya, the child. If you noticed that everyone else's souls are unusual, what about that child's soul?
I couldn't tell. I didn't have enough time to look at it.
Well, we should probably find them.
It was just a
regardless.
little small dark figure that was like hovering at the edge of the trees watching us, and then when I tried to poke my head out and look at it, it ran off. So I tried to run
Okay.
after it, and then Lunala grabbed me. Sorry,
I-
Nala. Lunala pats her head.
I'm going to have to ask you. By hovering, do you mean that figuratively or literally?
Oh, like, it was just like standing there, like on the edge of the trees.
Okay, so at least the children aren't levitating.
Oh god.
Level what?
Floating in the air.
Oh no.
Oh, yes. It writes down levitation mode.
God damn it. Oh no.
Yeah, we got gravity technology. Good luck.
Gravity? Who gives a crap about gravity?
She gonna turn Ein into a fucking hoverboard, just watch.
I think we should probably find that child if they're... I mean, there's no others around, so they must be at least a clue.
So, are we gonna split up and look for clues? Liam says, looking at you with a smirk.
I think splitting up and looking for clues is going to get us all killed.
Yeah, I'm not particularly fond of ending up like the clerk.
So as you guys are talking, you realize that Iger has been gone this whole time.
Wait a minute. Where's Iger? Didn't he come up here with us?
He never comes up here.
As you're looking around, you notice him talking to the artist near the park.
We should...
Pollyanna's gonna go up to him, yeah.
Yeah, Fridwin's going to head over there.
Smiling that very, like, disarming, calming smile that he has. And he's talking to the artist, and the artist is actually laughing and smiling back at him.
As Apollyon approaches him, he, like, taps him on the shoulder.
Apollyon, Iger says.
We need to talk to you about something.
Just a moment. What were you saying, dear? He smiles at the artist.
Well, since you're so capable, if you could keep a lookout for him, I'd really appreciate it.
Of course. I really wouldn't mind. She nods and turns back to her painting.
I've just gotta get this down on the canvas. The weather's too nice to pass up an opportunity like this.
Iger nods to her and turns toward the rest of you and starts walking back toward the huddle. Instantly, the disarming smile fades to a serious look.
Yeah, Pollyanna's gonna inside with the other group.
Yeah.
With the group.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're all huddling again.
Yeah,
now with
you guys
Iger.
are. Yeah, Iger has joined your huddle on the edge of the town.
Yeah.
I'm assuming
Iger,
you've
if you already
already
know that.
pieced together what we've noticed.
Yeah, this place is real great, he says, looking around. Like, he's trying to seem casual as he looks around, but his eyes linger a bit on the convenience store. You follow his gaze and you notice there are eyes on you.
Indeed.
The
Quiet?
mechanic is working, but she's watching you as she works. The cashier is, you know, checking out the law enforcement officer, but her eyes linger in your direction very often, and so do the Leos.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep this brief. This town is stuck 5 years in the past.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah, have you
Well-
noticed that there aren't any kids around, Iger says.
Yes, Katya saw a kid run off into the forest. I'm wondering if perhaps they escaped whatever happened.
Really? He says. Well, that woman over there just asked me to look for her son.
I see. That means I think they may have, in fact, managed to avoid this.
Is that possible? Iger says. I mean, a group of kids making it out on their own like that?
It's difficult to say. I mean, can Pridwin roll, like... I mean, he probably has some understanding of, like, magic bullshit like this. Would he have anything useful?
Go ahead and roll me a d20.
11.
You can't think of anything at the moment that is remotely useful in regard to this situation.
So this whole thing does remind Apollyon of his his domain of terror. So I'm gonna roll to see if I can figure anything out too.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't know exactly how possible that would be, but I mean, If there are no children around, and the only one we've seen darted off into the forest, that's the only clue that I can really think of.
Apollyon.
I rolled a 15.
You can tell something is definitely influencing these people, but it doesn't feel like you have walked into a domain expansion or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, you don't feel like you've entered into something. Rather, there is something here that is having an effect on them. All of the sudden, Katya's head snaps to the side, and she says, "There!" And she starts to take off running, and then she pauses for just a minute, like, freezes herself, and looks back at you as if waiting for permission.
Apollyon's gonna run with her.
Yeah, Pridwin's also going to follow her.
Okay. So, you guys start sprinting off into the forest. Iger says, "Hold on a minute!" You guys leave him behind, and you guys are all sprinting into the trees. I am going to need all of you to roll me d20s.
Oh, God.
And I am going to need Pridwin at disadvantage, and Liam at disadvantage. So I gotta roll for him. Jesus
So
Christ!
I got a 17, and Pridwin's doing his best to make sure nobody falls behind or gets, like, separated.
Yeah, you're failing at that, because everybody has, like... So, you guys started after one figure, but... Interestingly enough, you're focused on that figure, and it's one of those things where you look up and you suddenly realize that you're by yourself.
Oh,
One minute you're running, and this figure is in front of you, and you turn to look back at the person that was next to you, and suddenly it's just forest.
Oh, God.
I need to know... That's unfortunate.
Oh, no.
So, Pridwin, at disadvantage, you rolled a 17?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so...
I rolled an 18 and a 17.
Okay, I am going to need to make 2 categories here. Pridwin's good. And you said, Xavier, you rolled a 20?
I rolled a 20.
Okay. I need 1 for Apollyon.
Yeah, I rolled a 13.
Okay, I need 1 for Sadie. Oh, God.
Just 20 in the campaign.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
Obviously.
7 ones though, and 4 3s.
Oh man.
Pidge.
19.
And a girl. This is gonna be ironic how this works out.
She is grumbling to herself because she wanted to find a vantage point in the town.
I mean, you could have stayed behind.
I think I will, actually. Stand there with Iger and be like, "Hey, you want to help me find a place to look around?"
Iger's like, yeah, alright. So it is you... So I gotta make a third group now. Hold on. Pidge, Iger, Annabelle. Actually, Annabelle is keeping up with Apollyon, I dare say.
Alright.
So she's gonna be in this group. Who am I missing? Someone Sadie, Apollyon, Solon, Xavier, Kat, Pred, Lunala, Annabelle, Iger, Pidge. I think I have everybody. Okay. So here's what happens. You guys are running through this forest. And we'll start with Apollyon. You and Annabelle's keeping pace with you, which is pretty impressive. She is very athletic. Sparks of memory again. It's really weird. She reminds you of someone. And all of the sudden, you're watching her, and this is the only reason it happens. You feel something. Like your foot comes down and impacts something that definitely should not be on forest floor. It's almost like thatch, maybe?
Yeah.
And then you are falling.
Ah.
1 second there is ground, and then thatch, and then darkness. Annabelle goes crashing down with you. Similarly, Solon puts his foot down, catches a tripwire, and is flung into the air with this trap and smacks into a branch. Completely knocks him out. Sadie, she manages to get hit with a, you know, one of those traps where, like, you trip the wire and then, like, the log smacks you from
Oh
the
my
side?
god.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
That's what
She
Sadie
hit
got
the
hit with.
fucking-
Yeah.
Did she get hit with the fucking Forbidden Woods log?
Yes.
It's the flogger, dude.
Yeah,
Oh my
but it's
God.
not spiked, at least. At least
Yeah.
she missed the
Oh my
spike, so
God.
it didn't kill her. But, yeah, you guys are not doing so hot. So that's what happened in Group 2.
Oh, no.
Group 3, Pidge, you managed to find a vantage point in town that is on top of the elementary school. That seems to be the highest point because the elementary school has a bell tower. So you and Iger are up there, mad chillin'. Iger looks very uncomfortable, but he's watching your back for sure.
Paige is actually going to take the time to painstakingly take note of every citizen within the town that she can see.
Okay, I am going to send you this list.
And like short descriptors like man with hat, mechanic, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I got you. I'm way ahead of you. I got you, boo. How's that? These are all of the people that you take notice of immediately.
Okay.
There you go. Iger is, he's sitting beside you and just keeping an eye on things with you. It is looking like it might start getting dark soon. You're not sure. Iger murmurs to you and says, "Are we hunkering down in this bell tower tonight?"
It's pretty easy to defend, and I've got a good view of the area. We can see whenever anyone shows up.
Right. Well, I didn't get very good sleep last night, so I'm gonna put my headphones in and sit back. If you need me, I'll take a shift. Just wake me up, okay?
Alrighty, I've got Ein on first shift.
He nods a little, and Tia reaches into his pocket and pulls out some headphones and turns some music on pretty loud, and leans back and closes his eyes. In Group 1.
Paige is going.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
She's got a few more things she's trying to do, taking account of each location, where people go, what they do.
Interestingly enough, most of those people stay in the location that they are working. Like, they have rarely moved from their spots, except to appear a little lifelike. Like, occasionally one of them will walk over to, like, the store to buy something, quote unquote, but you never see them drink or eat said item.
Do they come out with the items?
Yes.
She's going to keep all that written down in a notebook.
Okay.
Just keep an eye out.
Pridwin, you somehow manage to dodge the trap that you see. There is a bear trap that you go soaring over top of, barely missing to catch your foot in this thing.
Pridwin just looks down and like takes a deep breath. Is Lunala still with him?
Lunala is right behind you, so you have about a split second to react.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to just immediately like try and get to Lunala and keep them in a position where there's no trap.
Roll me a d20.
Oh boy. Natural 20.
Oh my god.
What?
Okay. So she being so close to you, her foot goes down to step in this thing, and there's this split second where it's like trap, danger, girlfriend, instantly. 1, 2, 3, and you turn and swing your arm out and catch her in the chest and just hurl her like to the side and pull her against you. And you both are just standing there wide-eyed staring down at this trap.
Okay, we might need to go a bit slower. The forest is booby-trapped.
You two look around and you realize you're by yourselves.
Oh no.
Xavier, you managed to matrix the log trap that comes for you. With your nat 20, this thing comes down and you literally bend over backwards to avoid getting hit with this, and you're satisfied with yourself. That was fucking fun. Like, come at me, traps. Like, what? You ain't got shit on me.
I was gonna say, can I try to flash step to try to keep up?
Yeah. So, you having dodged this trap, you are doing your best to try and find Pridwin and Lunala. Roll me a d20.
4.
You have no idea where the fuck they are. Not a clue. So you flash step forward, and you're just looking around, and it's just forest, man.
Could Pridwin activate his lantern to make it easier for people to find where they are?
Sure. So there is an amber glow. I will let you roll again at advantage this time to try and find them.
19, and then with advantage, 18. So I'll take the 19.
Yeah, so you're good. You happen to see that amber glow in the darkness of the trees ahead, and you flash step over there. 1 second, Pridwin, you and Lunala are standing there, and the next, Xavier's just standing beside you, looking down at the trap with you. You didn't even hear him moving. He's just there.
How the hell did you get here?
I'm
So fast. Pridwin just, like, looking at you and then looking around. I will take your word for it.
You were following it too, weren't you?
Lunala says, looking up at you, Xavier.
I was following everyone else.
But the figure, you saw it, right? It's like it wanted us to step into this. You think back, Pridwin. It did seem like the figure was leading you very specifically along a set path.
So they were trying to get us into traps.
Looks like I'm choosing you as my leader anyway. And I offer him a help up.
So you guys are chilling there when you hear a voice from behind you.
You guys!
Pridwin turns around.
It is Katya. Katya, she looks like she has been injured. There is a wound on her arm where she has clearly deflected something.
Katya, what happened?
I'm fine, don't worry about it. You need to see this.
And she starts into the trees again.
Pridwin's immediately going to, as fast as he can, but still keeping an eye on the ground for, like, traps and tripwires and shit.
The trap master stayed back, lol. So Katya is standing at the edge of a clearing, and across from you all, at the far edge of the clearing, you see what looks like a child. She's keeping to the shadows, and she's dressed very strangely. She's holding what looks like a spear, maybe? Man-made. She is watching you like a predator.
Excuse me,
She staggers backwards a little bit at being spoken to.
Pridwin's going to hold out his hands, non-threateningly, basically showing that he's not carrying anything. We just want to talk to you.
She squints at you.
We were sent by the Academy to check this place out because, because the town stopped communicating.
She tilts her head the other direction.
Katya says, "It's okay. We're not gonna hurt you."
And she takes a few steps into the clearing and tilts her head sideways. The girl mimics Katya's head tilt. Katya having brilliant red hair and this girl having similar hair. The girl takes a step forward hesitantly, with all 4 of her hands and feet on the ground, almost like a dog. Kind of staggers forward a little, then goes back up on 2 feet.
Do you have any food?
Pridwin just looks over at him. I don't think that food is going to...
I don't know, man.
Katya, hearing you say this, reaches into her pocket and pulls out one of the snacks that you bought her. It is a candy bar, and she carefully, unwraps it, and you're watching as this child is ever so slowly approaching Katya. Lunala grabs your vanguard very uneasily.
Yeah?
They're going to be fine. Hopefully we can find someone who can communicate.
The child is getting closer, and Katya kind of lowers down in a non-threatening stance and holds the candy bar opened out to her, almost like she's feeding a dog, and the girl kind of looks at her and then takes it very quickly, scratching Katya's hand in the process, and Katya doesn't move. She just kind of takes it. And the girl recoils and looks at the candy bar and sniffs it and then begins to bite it, and you see her face light up with almost a memory. Katya, holding her now bleeding hand, smiles a little.
Sometimes doing a good thing comes at a price, but, you want me to try to find the others?
Pridwin kind of taps his armor, showing that it's still glowing. They should be able to find us.
You say this and look back, and the candy bar is completely gone. The girl crawls forward again, and you for the first time you get to look at the wolf skin that is adorning her back and her shoulders.
I assume that this kid is probably a member of the survivors that haven't been affected.
Her head kind of tilts a little bit, and she stands up, looking around carefully, and then she beckons to you to follow her.
Can I can I see what she's wearing as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's like the picture.
Okay. She doesn't have, any endorments or...
The wolf's head?
Tattoos or anything?
No, this is a child. Okay. She looks maybe 13, 14 years of age.
Pridwin's going to follow at a respectable distance.
Katya is in the front, following after this girl, almost keeping pace with her, keeping her in her line of sight. And you guys start to follow after. The girl leads you through the trees, and this time she very pointedly veers around traps, looking back at you to make sure that you notice where she's stepping.
Yeah, Pridwin's helping show basically everybody behind him where the traps are.
As you guys progress, you begin to see what looks like a building coming up. And as you get closer and closer to it, you can see the wall around it. Very high wall that you couldn't hope to jump if you'd wanted to. And there's a sign hanging at the front in the dilapidated remains of what used to be a parking lot. And the sign says this. I'm gonna put it into important documents. These are the letters that are left on the sign. And you can see next to it, somebody has written in a marker this. If you would like to roll me an insight check, I will let you try and determine what the fuck it says.
Wait, where is it at?
I rolled a 14.
Important documents.
I rolled a 19.
You are. You start looking at this sign, and you start getting bits and pieces of lettering that has faded with weathering. Hold on, I'm gonna fill in what you were getting. This is what you got.
What the? Wait. This is what I see from like.
That's what's filled in on it.
But I see the I see cell 8 though.
Yeah, so the cell 8 part has been written in, like, paint. Like, somebody has come back over and written this on the sign beneath whatever it originally said.
Pridwin, looking at the sign, I think this used to be some sort of asylum?
Katya tilts her head and looks at you and says, "What's that?"
Hang on, just to be sure, considering Pridwin is medically inclined, would he be able to tell if the architecture looks like an asylum?
It definitely does.
An asylum is a place where people who are, mentally unwell, severely enough that they can't take care of themselves, go.
Huh.
Depending on the asylum, that could mean that this one...
How was I supposed?
I'm very concerned. Now?
The girl is standing there, like, in front of these gates to this building, looking at you curiously, wondering why you're not following.
I mean, if they're hiding out here, it should be safe. But considering all of Pridwin gestures back in the direction of town, all of that happened this close to an asylum, I'm beginning to think this might be the source.
You see the girl beckons to you again, and then she turns and wraps her fingers on this massive gate. And there's a pattern to it, and a few moments later there is a knock of a response. And you notice at this point that you are being watched. You can feel it, but you can't tell from where. The doors begin to slide open slowly, and the girl beckons to you again.
I think it might be best to follow.
I kind of keep walking with Pridwin, and I say, "Are you getting that feeling as well?"
The feeling of impending doom?
Well,
That's normal. You get used to that,
Katya says as she starts to follow the girl in through the gates.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm more of a glass half full type of person.
I try to be.
You guys step in through the gates, and you are instantly surrounded by children. All varying from ages 5 to maybe 15. A lot of them are up on the gates holding makeshift weapons, watching you warily. The gates immediately close behind you the moment that you have passed through them. The girl with the wolf's head cloak is beckoning to you to follow.
Pridwin's going to continue following. Can he pull out his PDA and see if he can get a signal?
You pull your PDA out. Not only can you not get a signal, but it is glitching out.
Uh-oh. Well, I don't think we're gonna be able to contact each other while we're inside this town.
Hmm.
So you're led into the remains of this building. And instantly you can see that it is a wreck, but it appears that there are sections that these children have built up to be nice. You pass through this really abandoned looking sect, furniture laying out, nature beginning to reclaim things. And then you're led into a different section, and it appears that a whole living area has been made. Pallets and beds have been laid out. Some children are on them, some of them are sick. You can tell just by looking at them, Pridwin, as you pass by. All eyes are on you, following you as you guys go. The girl in front of you is keeping a very strict pace as she leads you down the hallways and up a set of stairs. And then she stops in front of a set of double doors. There's a sign hanging, once again, missing letters. And you just see the letters. Let me. Pretty obv, but.
How mature are these kids? Like, are they like?
You don't know?
I see.
I mean, she said like the ages are like 3 to 15-ish.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
Hmm.
What's going on in the holes?
Do you think the 15-year-olds would be the elders?
You're
Yeah,
about to find out.
Yeah? Okay, cool.
This reminds me of a little lamplight.
You want to know something?
What?
I
It's based on that.
Yep, I fucking thought so. You said that you took inspiration from Fallout, and I was like, yeah.
Fallout 3, Walking Dead game, the last season.
Silent Hill.
A little bit.
A little bit. The
So
Sirens.
yeah, I wanted to get to Ward's room before I switched over, but yeah, so for those of you that fell into traps, i.e. Apollyon, Sadie, Solon, and Annabelle, you guys awake in a dark room. And you are sore. Sadie can't even move. You can hear her groaning beside you, Apollyon. Soma, you've been asleep in your weapon form this whole time, but you are awoken by pain. Through your resonance link, you can feel that Sadie is hurt. And it kind of sparks you back to life. You can hear Apollyon muttering something to the side, Abaddon chattering, and you hear Annabelle's voice as well.
Yeah, he as he wakes up, he says, what's going on?
You appear to be in a holding cell, all of you together.
Why are we in a cell again? What did I do this time?
Apollyon is with you, and Annabelle is trying to tend to him. You don't feel too bad, so you're sort of okay, Apollyon. You just taken a tumble. Your leg hurts pretty bad, but that's about it. So she moves off of you and goes over instead to Sadie, and she just frowns.
Alright, just to clarify, I didn't do anything to get us in a cell again, did I?
No. Did you get hit in the same trap that we did? She says, looking up at you, not realizing that you weren't privy to this whole thing.
Well... Is she talking to Apollyon or Soma?
Soma.
Okay, he looks there and says, I have no idea.
Yeah, she's not doing too good, Annabelle says, looking Sadie over. Sadie is struggling to breathe. Like, that's how badly she hurts. That's how bad the pain is. Beside you guys, Solon is grumbling and rubbing at his ankle. There is clearly this deep bruising around his leg that he's rubbing at where something has snapped tight against his skin.
Fuck. Well, shit. Yeah, Apollyon's gonna go back into human form. He's gonna assess Sadie.
Yeah, Sadie, just by looking at her, Annabelle raises her shirt up carefully, and there is dark bruising spidering all across her side. You get the feeling that her ribs are probably broken, several of them.
Awesome. Yeah, he's is there any like cuts or anything?
Few open ones, yeah.
Alright. He's gonna try to cauterize them.
Okay. You have advantage on those rolls.
A 13.
Good enough. You start to cauterize them, and her already having trouble breathing, like, she starts to hyperventilate.
Fuck. He's just gonna hold her, I guess. There's not really much you can do about hyperventilation.
You kind of, like, pull her into your lap as you're assessing these wounds, and Apollyon gets a good look around with Solon, and you guys appear to be in one of these. There are holding cells that face each other all along the walls. You're on the bottom floor, and instead of a cafeteria where it should be, tables and everything laid out, it instead looks like it has been turned into some kind of arena. There are blood stains scattering the floor. Bits of body parts even, and then in the other cells you can hear and see movement.
Yeah, as he's looking around, he just says, fuck.
Solon rubs at his temples and says, "Is this what I think it is?"
I think it is what you think it is.
Great. Can't fucking wait.
Alright, guys. Looks like we'll be in a battle to the death.
Congratulations, you've joined Fight Club.
Against what? Annabelle says.
That is the concerning part. I have no idea.
You see her reaching for her side, and she just says "fuck" under her breath. Back in the warden's room, or ward's room more specifically, there is some kind of argument stirring behind the door. The girl in the wolf's hood reaches up and knocks carefully on the door, and the voices grow quiet. The door slowly cracks open, and you are met with this girl. She looks out curiously, tilts her head, and then looks up at all of you. Oh. I wasn't expecting this. She kind of opens the door and beckons you inside.
Pridwin steps in. I wasn't expecting any of this either, if I'm being honest.
You're not adults, exactly, she says, looking you all up and down. Katya specifically interests her.
If you mean adults like the ones back in town, no, we're not like them.
She kind of leans forward and squints very carefully into your eyes.
Pridwin will remove the helmet to make it easier.
I guess that's good enough for now. So are you with the other bigs that came through here?
Yes, I do believe that those would be my friends.
Oof, that's not gonna be fun to deal with. Ace, you should probably come deal with this, she says, and turning, there is another figure kind of at the corner of a room, and he's standing in front of a table, and he turns to look at you, and you see a face that is torn with scarring from what looks to be claws. That one good blue eye stares up at you, and he smiles warmly at you, a genuine smile. He says, "Oh, thank God. Somebody else."
Somebody else? What do you mean?
Are you kidding me? We haven't seen somebody normal, he gestures at you guys, in years.
Yes, I noticed the, well, we all noticed that the town hasn't been, well, it looks like it's been that way for probably around 5 years.
Longer, he says, nodding, thinking to himself, and he walks over toward the far wall, and he pulls, like, one of those sliding dividers out of the way, and you see tally marks along this wall. Hundreds of tally marks.
I see.
Closer to 6, he says, nodding to himself, looking at them.
I see. I've got no idea what's happening. All we've been able to figure out is that there's something going on with the people in town.
Well, I can try and... we can exchange information, but first I think we should probably go deal with, situation that's brewing, he says, and starts for the door rather hurriedly.
It's brewing.
Yes. What... might I ask where our friends are?
It's getting dark, so they would have been taken to holding if they fell into the traps.
Are they alright?
He kinda gives you that gesture with his hands. In our defense, most people who show up at our gates are trying to do things that would harm us, so...
That's reasonable. As long as they're alright.
We'll fetch, he says, and you see the girl from before dart off ahead of you. Rapidly. Like, she is fast. She would put Katya to the test. She disappears around the corner, and he says, sorry about her. She can't talk.
It's fine. I know a couple of people who can.
You guys have picked up your pace. The girl from before that met you is also with him now. And you guys go down a level. And you find yourselves in the bowels of this asylum. And you find yourselves in what looks to be holding cells. You're on an upper floor looking down on what looks like an arena. He walks up and there's kind of a stillness that settles over the people. A lot of people are sitting around on the upper levels as if they're waiting for something. He clears his throat and he says, hold on. We can't exactly use them tonight. You hear kind of a mutter of disdain from some of the children nearby.
Is that an arena covered in blood?
Hey, I mean, you gotta have entertainment, right? He says with a kind of awkward smile.
Death matches?
Yeah, it's totally fine, he says as he starts walking along, and he enters into a side room, and it looks like there is a bunch of control panels. You're sure? All the bigs down there, they don't have the red, right?
I'm sorry, the red?
Yeah, the red. They ain't got it in their eyes? They're normal colored?
Red? No, they don't have any red in their eyes.
Oh, thank God, he says, and he murmurs to someone else who's in this control room, and he presses a few buttons, and there's a soft hum. Apollyon, you and Solon are leaning against the cell door, looking around, when all of a sudden it opens in front of you.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, he steps forward cautiously.
You slowly emerge into the arena, thinking that you're about to enter a combat situation. Solon kind of at your side, looking very uneasy without his weapon. Soma, you kind of are clutching Sadie, and Annabelle's keeping close to you, defenseless. And you see a bunch of faces, small children's faces, staring down at you from the second level.
Come on, man. I thought I escaped these.
And then you see Katya peering over the edge at you.
Katya,
Hi, Polly!
what am I doing here?
I don't know. What did you do?
I don't know. Soma didn't do anything this time, so...
I think you're supposed to fight something?
Oh, God.
You see Pridwin looking over the room at you next.
Hello, Apollyon. We had a chat. There's a society of children.
Of course there is.
There is a ladder that comes rolling down to you from the railing of the second story.
I told him that you could win.
Did you see Xavier poking his head over and Solon says, "What the hell?"
I mean, maybe we could. Whatever.
You still might get your chance, Ace says, kind of awkwardly rubbing at the back of his neck.
He's gonna grip the ladder and climb up.
So you climb up, and Solon follows you.
Yeah.
Soma, how are you doing with Sadie? Are you gonna follow them?
Yeah.
So you kind of pick Sadie up and walk out, and you're looking at this ladder. Pridwin, you get a look at Sadie for the first time, and she looks bad.
Oh dear.
Like, her
Sadie,
shirt is lifted up, and you even from on the second story, you can see the bruising on her side.
Oh no. Excuse me. Can I please tend to her?
Ace, kind of looks at you and shrugs. Don't stay down there too long. Kids are gonna want something to fight, and it's getting dark soon. Won't have much of a choice by that point.
Oh. Okay. Here, just... Pridwin's going to slide down there and quickly make some healing water to give to Sadie.
You make some healing water in your solo cup. All the kids are, like, leaned over the railing now watching you. They are mesmerized. As you produce water out of nothing into a random cup and give it to Sadie, and as she drinks it, her bruising begins to fade a bit, and her breathing calms. And all of a sudden you hear from one of the kids upstairs, "He's a wizard!"
Not quite. I'm a doctor.
He's like roses.
Yeah! There's a couple murmurs of agreement.
If you guys want entertainment, Soma's going to light a flame in his hand.
You hear this just outburst of excitement from the children. There are more children now, all like clamoring to look over the rails at you. You also hear growling, whimpering from cells nearby.
We should get out of the pit.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea.
You guys start to scramble up the ladder. Between the two of you, you manage to get like Sadie up, piggybacking you, and you're all standing on the second story, looking down at the arena. The boy from before, this is the first time that Apollyon and Soma and the rest of them are getting to see him, but you can see the scarring all along his face.
Yeah.
You get the sense that he's spent a deal of time in the pit himself. The girl from before with the space buns is also standing next to him, her hand in his, watching you guys. He says, "Well, sorry about that." He snaps his fingers and the ladder raises back up very quickly.
It's... Alright, I have a lot of questions.
I'm sure you do, he says, gesturing to you. There are some tables on the second story. It appears there's like a whole bar set up, but there's no alcohol. It's just like weird foods and concoctions that these kids have been surviving on. And he seats you guys at one of these tables, and he smiles at you and says, "Alright, I guess ask away?"
So, first and foremost, here's everything that I'm aware of. So we know that there were supernatural storms occurring in this town, and that recently the town stopped communicating with the town we came from. when we got up here, we noticed that the people seemed to be being puppeted by something.
Puppeted? What's a
The way-
puppet? You hear a little girl say from beside you. She doesn't look more than, like, 6.
Something that controls another.
So, Pridwin is going to, kind of... So, do you know, have you ever had any toys that you can move around?
What's a toy? This
Oh,
one
man.
comes from, like, a 5-year-old.
It's, an object that you play with.
Oh, you mean, like, sticks and rocks?
Sort of. Have you ever tied sticks together to make, like, a little stick person?
Miss Rose does, another of the girls says.
Precisely. That would be a toy. Specifically a doll. A puppet is sort of like a doll, but, you control their arms and legs with strings.
Huh.
Where is this Miss Rose?
That would be her, Ace says, and acknowledges the girl from before with the space buns.
Oh. So
She has walked back over and has set some water down for you guys. We don't have a whole lot, but here.
What about the supplies we brought into town?
You brought supplies, he says, and his face lights up.
Yes, we brought supplies for the survivors. We were expecting... Well, we were expecting a cataclysm, and I suppose that it's... Pridwin looking around. Not too far from how things really are.
We could really use some of those. A lot of my kids are sick. We were kind of giving up hope, I'm not gonna lie, and then, well, we heard somebody was coming up the mountain.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that we brought most of our supplies with us.
Those of you that were not in the pit do have your backpacks with you.
I believe that Pridwin looking over at the people who just got released from that cell, I believe you may have already confiscated some of it, but,
Right, I'll have Hunter go get your things. He kinda, points to the boy who's been, like, getting you guys things, and he nods and runs off.
I am also a healer, as you've seen. I can't do everything, but I would be willing to do the best I can to help your ill.
If you could
If
try
you're
and look
alright
at
with
them,
that.
I would really appreciate it, Rose says to you.
Of course.
Now, what exactly is going on? Do you guys have any insight into what happened 6 years ago?
It's like this, Ace says. So, there used to be 150 students at Stratham Elementary before it happened. The night that things started going bad, we lost almost 40 of us. We kind of realized that something weird was going on when all of our parents started acting wrong. They started doing things to the kids, and, well, those of us who were smart enough got out while we could. And then
I'm
over the
sorry.
next few years, we lost a whole bunch to, the animals and starvation and sickness, and obviously the villagers, the Red Eyes, who've been coming after us ever since day one. The first 3 years were hell, man. We didn't know how to take care of each other. We didn't know how to survive on our own like this.
By Red Eyes, what exactly do you mean?
The Red Eyes. He points at his good eye. When you go bad, they turn red. What time is it? He says, looking over to one of the boys standing next to him who looks at his watch. He says, almost 8. He looks up at the rest of you and he says, you're gonna find out shortly what it means.
So coughs and he like covers his eyes.
So Red Eyes, are these the individuals that have been acting unusually?
Ace nods.
Do you have any idea, I mean, what caused this? And furthermore, what do you mean by they did things to the children?
He sighs and stands up from the table. Look, I want to help. I do, and if you're gonna share your supplies with us, then I'd like to say you're welcome, but the others aren't gonna be so sure about having a bunch of bigs in here with us, so I'm gonna have to give you a choice. You can either spend the night in the holding cells and see for yourself, or you can get out and come back tomorrow. Like, I gotta keep my family safe, alright? And you guys are past the turning point, all of you, except for her, he says, gesturing at Katya.
Soma sitting there, does Soma sense any energy brewing in this guy?
In Ace?
No, it just...
Oh, energy in this guy. So you are underground, you cannot tell.
Okay.
Like, you are well underground in this asylum.
Okay, good.
I think it would be best if we stay here, so if we must be imprisoned, at least until we can prove we're trustworthy, then I will be fine with that.
What? Annabelle says, looking at you like you're crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to be imprisoned!
I was gonna say,
Again?
That's some PTSD for me, man.
On the condition that it is for the night, I think that this would probably be the safest place, because I know for certain town isn't going to be safe.
My legs don't work in prisons.
Far off, you hear there is a slight snoring sound. A little girl sleeping in a bell tower.
Paige is out cold in the fucking bell tower at this point.
Just,
There's a full-ass notebook in front of her.
She did wake up Iger before knocking out, but she's out cold.
Yeah, Iger's on shift, don't worry. She got you. He got you.
Apollyon looks up at some of the kids and he says, I sort of understand what you guys have been through.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, but that doesn't change anything. You're bigs. You have to decide. You hear a murmur from several of the children beside him, and his face falls. And he says, you're not the only ones that have to decide.
Alright. We will share as much supplies as you need. I will try and provide aid to any of your ill. And in return, I believe that I would like for us to be safe here.
Fine. We'll put you in the upper cells so you're not in the splash zone, he mutters.
Well, would any of you guys want to hear some stories while you're here? I know you guys are urging for some entertainment.
Yeah, a bunch of the kids chime in. Ace says, you have 4 hours, and then you're going in those cells.
I have something. And,
Until then, make yourselves at home. And he stands up, and you see this look of pain cross his face, not physical pain. Like, he looks hurt. by something. And as he stands up, Rose looks the same way. And you hear him murmuring to the side, "Call her." And they start walking off. What would you guys like to do? You have 4 hours.
Leon is gonna sit a bunch of kids down and start telling him stories of his previous life.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
There's all ages of children hearing stories they probably should not be hearing from the once King of Hell. Okay, so that's happening in the corner. Let's see. What is Xavier doing?
I was gonna say.
I imagine that Solon is with Apollyon right now. Just listening and keeping an eye on things.
Yeah. Maybe might just stick with Salon. Back. Nah, yeah, I'm stick with Salon.
Okay, so all of you are there together with the kids listening in. Let me see what Annabelle's also staying with you, Apollyon. She's staying very close to you. She's very uneasy. Abaddon is chiming in important parts of your stories.
Yeah.
Pridwin, you and Lunala are standing there with Kat, and Rose looks back at you as she's been walking away with Ace, and she looks back at you and she says, "You can come with us if you'd like."
Yes, I would like to accompany you.
So, the three of you take off after her. Pidge, it is getting very dark over this town.
By the way, are Liam and Minerva here?
Yes, they are.
Okay, just making sure because you weren't mentioning them.
Let's see, where did Liam and Minerva end up? You're actually going to run into them shortly.
Oh.
You kids ever been a witch before?
Oh, God.
I was gonna actually say, do they need help with anything?
Pidge, I need you to roll me a d20.
Okay. Let me find where I placed my d20s.
Let me see what he's doing. Actually, he rolled high enough so you don't have to. You feel an elbow hitting your leg gently, waking you.
Alright. I am waking up. Give me a second. For some reason, my d20s disappeared. They were right here.
It's all good.
Okay, well, I'll continue searching, but...
Iger is looking at you, and then he gestures over the edge of the bell tower slowly.
I'll take a look down.
All of the people have stopped what they're doing and turned, and all of them are facing the trees. Motionless, staring at something.
She's gonna look at what they're looking at.
You follow their gaze, and it appears they are staring at, in the distance, it looks like Sirens, the towers. All of them. Motionless.
Pidge is going to pick up iron and start rifling through his circuitry. She knows that she has some of the components there. She might need a pen or something to get a wire working. And she puts together a what are those things called? It's basically a walkie-talkie radio.
Okay.
Just a small one that she can...
You start working at that, and Iger elbows you again.
She looks up and out the window again.
He's pointing towards the edge of town, and he goes, "That one's moving." You follow his gaze toward the edge of town where your friends disappeared. There is a small figure moving. It is reflecting a light at you, almost like it's trying to signal you.
With my PDA, I angle it so that none of the townspeople can see any reflection, but I quickly use a flashlight and Morse out.
It doesn't seem to matter because these townspeople, their eyes are locked in the distance, almost like they're frozen in place. The figure in the distance, you kind of pick up Eon, you look down the scope, and it looks like a child. A little boy is gesturing to you. Not little. He's a teenager at this point. He appears to be wearing some kind of strange mask. He is using a machete, using a nearby light to angle it to try and get your attention.
What is he gesturing for? Is it just...
He's beckoning to you. Come here.
Looks like the others found someone, she says, and hauls a Eon onto her shoulder.
Iger whispers, "We're gonna have to get through all of them to get to the kid." How good are you at being quiet?
I'm just gonna double check something, but my immediate response is just to give him this, like, seriously, you're talking to the girl that likes to blow things up if she's good at being quiet?
Yeah, I was worried about that.
Yeah. 2 seconds low stat.
Yeah, so, he sighs and rubs at his temples. Alright. Get what you need and get on my back. I hope that rifle isn't heavy.
Pidge picks up Ein, shoves him into her bag, and hops onto the back.
Okay. He begins descending from the bell tower. You are impressed with the amount of stealth this man has. He just seems to blend with the shadows. Every time he puts a foot down, it's well placed. There isn't a stick or a leaf underneath of it. He creeps through the park just behind the artist, motionless. Almost like she's not even breathing. You sneak by and you manage to make it to the end of... Thank God he rolled high. You make it to the end of town, and the boy in the mask is hovering by the edge of the trees. He beckons to you, and then he reaches up and pulls the mask off for a moment, and you see a teenage boy smiling at you. You guys are normal, he says.
I wouldn't go that far.
Are you friends with the other bigs?
Is one of them blue?
He nods.
Okay, yeah.
Come
We're
on.
friends with them.
We gotta get out of here. It's gonna start soon. Trust me, you do not want to be here when it starts. Do you have, earplugs, anything? Iger holds up his, headphones that he was listening to music, and he says, put them in and turn it on loud. Iger looks very confused, and he slowly slides them into his ears, and you can hear, the hum of bass pick up a minute later.
Oh, fuck, I know exactly what's going on.
Pidge grabs the ears off of Ein and sticks them on her ear.
He nods to you, puts his mask back on, pulls his hood tighter, and starts into the trees. Love it when my players start to piece things together. Back inside, Pridwin, you and Lunala are walking through, and you can see kids hurrying around. They are, gathering in the arena area, and as you walk through, it appears there are big metal doors that slide in that serve as fortifications. It seems like the sleeping area and the arena are the closest together, and this is where they spend the nights. And you pass into the this living area where there are just like dozens upon dozens of beds, and there are a bunch of kids kind of curled into one corner. A lot of them do not look good. It's like stuff that basic medical care could have taken care of, but these kids are going on, 6+ years of never seeing a doctor. In fact, you get the sense that some of these kids haven't seen a doctor in their lives. And a lot of them, the younger ones, the ones like 6 and down, are scared of you.
Ridwin, by the way, he's kept his helmet off ever since, ever since Ace told him to show him his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Pridwin just carefully, he's going into doctor mode. He just carefully, very open, very obvious and slow movements to make sure that everybody knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. They all cower away from you almost instantly. Your armor scares them. You're big. You shouldn't be here. And then finally, Lunala crouches down next to you, and she removes her hood, and you see that cosmic glow about her again, and finally one small girl is brave enough to slide forward out of this huddle, this pile of children, and the little girl comes towards you, and you can see that she is feverish. Her skin is very flush, and she has an awful cough, to the point that it seems hard for her to breathe.
Mm.
And she
Ridwin's...
cautiously comes forward and almost like a dog, like a stray sniffing at you.
He's going to set everything down. I'm assuming he was probably carrying the medical supplies.
Lunala was.
He's going to grab the supplies and sort of set them aside and start rifling through his doctor bag.
The kids are equally scared and curious, many of them peeking over each other to try and see what you're doing.
The kid who's approaching, Pridwin's actually going to pull out one of his strawberry candies and offer it to her.
You see her look very confused. She is 5. She has never seen a candy before.
He's going to unwrap it, pop it in his mouth, and then pull out another one and offer it to her.
She curiously takes it and, opens the packaging and sniffs it, and her eyes light up. And she immediately tries to eat it.
And, yeah, he's allowing her to.
On seeing that you have given her something, you hear whispers from several of the children saying, "Candy? Candy? Candy?" And they're all, repeating the word over and over. As if it's some divine, blessed thing.
He's going to say, "I'm going to be helping make you all less sick, and in return, when we're done, I'm going to give you each a piece of candy."
You see them, their faces light up excitedly. You also draw an attention of some of the other kids who are doing things about you, and they have begin to, huddle around you curiously.
So, first and foremost, he's going to try and, basically try to figure out what this first kid's issue is. Does it look like she has the cold, or is there
some kind of virus? Either she has eaten something bad or inhaled something bad.
How is he going to treat a virus? So her biggest issue seems to be that she's having trouble breathing, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's going to try and give her medication for that, like to help relieve the symptoms.
Okay, so you start treating the symptoms on this kid. Lunala's trying to assist you, and out of the corner of your eye as you're working, you catch Kat is watching something in the distance. And she's frowning.
Katya, is everything alright?
Just focus on what you're doing.
Okay.
Lunala follows her gaze, and now Lunala's watching whatever's going on.
Pridwin's going to continue trying to treat the children, but he's going to ask, please tell me what's going on out there.
It seems like the boy from before and the girl, they're in an argument.
I see.
They're really going at it the same they were when we walked up to the door the first time. She's very upset. I think she's crying, Lunala says, kind of moving a little bit to see better.
Maybe we can talk to them, but first I need to get all of these kids help.
Right, she says, turning back to you. Soma, what are you doing?
Soma's asleep. He would have gone to bed.
Soma passed the fuck out. Got it. Sadie would have curled up with you because she's still ain't. She hurts a lot, even with Pridwin's help. Apollyon, what story are you telling?
He would be telling the story of.
Please tell me it's about you dating a witch. Please, for the love of God, tell me it's about you dating a witch.
But which witch would I be talking about?
You're talking about Pridwin's relative.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna talk about Pridwin relative.
The jellyfish. Xavier, this is a first for you because you're hearing not only that Apollyon has tried to date witches, but specifically that Apollyon has tried to date a witch that is somehow related to Pridwin.
Huh. No wonder his ideas around freeing them from this situation. I will definitely be listening in on this one.
Yeah, he's gonna begin telling the story of how he tried to play with that witch, and then the story. But yeah, they slapped the everlasting shit out of him. He'll probably move that story on, and he'll like try to transition it into like the stuff he's seen on his journeys.
Perfect. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Pidge, you have followed this boy, and he's pointing out traps to you. And he's doing so hurriedly. Like, this kid seems scared. Not so much scared, he's being cautious. Something has him moving very quickly. And it is all you and Iger can do not to step on traps. However, you being a trap expert have no trouble spotting all of them. Both the triggered and untriggered ones. And you finally make your way to what looks to be a massive building. He quickly wraps his knuckles on the gate, and there is no response, and he starts to pace frustratedly, and then he uses his machete and bangs on the wall. There's a scrabbling sound from the inside, and then the doors open, and just a little bit, not much, and he beckons to you guys and slides in between the small space.
I'll follow through.
Iger, also following, murmurs to you. Get the idea, like, this might be a bad idea. Like, as he's going through. Instantly, you were surrounded by small children with weapons pointed at you.
Pidge, as she's exiting, it's always a bad idea. That's why I like doing them.
On God. So you're surrounded by children with weapons, and then the boy from before in the mask kind of snaps his fingers, and the kids lower them. And he says, "Well, what are you waiting for?" through the mask. "Get it together! We've only got," he checks his watch, 2 hours until sundown. "It'll start soon," he repeats, and these kids scurry off like rats. He nods to you guys and heads inside. You enter into the asylum. And you start walking, and it's not long after you enter that you spy Pridwin and Lunala and Katya, surrounded by a bunch of children.
Pridwin's like waving at them.
Iger says, "Oh, thank God," as he comes over.
By the way, Pridwin's going to start, like, basically the way he's going about this is he's going to try to treat each person to the best of his abilities, just with, like, the medicine and stuff. But anyone he can't, he's going to give healing water to.
Yeah, so it's a toss-up. Half of them have, like, some kind of viral sickness that's going around. The other half have very infected wounds. That clearly haven't been treated, like, treated to the best of their abilities, but not caught fast enough.
Yeah, and he specifies, so when he's, like, treating them, he's going to be giving them, like, antibiotics and also cleaning the wounds. And he specifically tells them that the cleaning the wounds is going to hurt, and he also gives them double the candy. Afterward.
Yeah, you got bit by the first kid, but luckily you were wearing armor, so, you know.
And he's basically just, like, going through the list, trying to heal as many kids as possible.
So, Pidge, you have come up and you're watching as Pridwin is looking at this. There's a deep gash in this girl's arm, to the point that you can actually see bone through it, and it is infected to hell and back. You're impressed that she can still move her fingers.
There's just the subtle nodding, trying to act like she understands what's happening.
Pridwin's, like, going through the motions, and he's, like, talking to her, and he says, "Now, normally, we would have to take that arm. Fortunately for you, I have, this," and Pridwin gives her healing water.
You say take that arm, and, like, all of the crowd of children gasps in unison. And then you're like, "But we have healing water," and they're like, "Huh," in unison.
Don't worry, if you do need to lose the arm, I can always make you a mechanical one.
They're now staring at you. Another big in their space.
Robot arms are pretty dope.
I mean, they are.
That was your last patient for the moment, Pridwin. You finally get a chance to breathe as all of these kids have been treated and or given candy in the immediate vicinity.
Alright. I think I'm going to need to speak with the leaders.
The argument has devolved back to Ward's room. You can still hear it faintly down the hallways.
Pridwin's going to, like, get up, politely bow and thank the children for, not beating the shit out of him.
That's fair.
And he's going to head up towards where the argument's being had.
Lunala follows cautiously. Katya is, staying with the kids, talking to them. She's been helping take care of them with you.
Yeah.
You get up there. Pidge, are you following with them, or are you going to go find the others?
Iger, if you're going to go to that meeting, I've got some notes that might be useful.
I'm gonna go check in on everybody else, he says, starting towards the, following where the kids are going.
Okay. I think I might join you.
Alright. Lunala says, if
Uh,
you have notes, and holds her hands out to you.
Pidge hands her the notes.
Okay. So Lunala catches up with you, Pridwin, and the two of you walk that way. Pidge, you and Iger walk down the hallways a little bit and come across a huge group of children huddled around Apollyon and Xavier and Solon. Annabelle's also there. And Apollyon is in the middle of telling this wild story. And all the kids are invested.
Uh-huh. About the time that he put a whoopee cushion on the horse of one of the horsemen of the apocalypse.
Even the older kids are, like, invested at this point. Like, nothing is getting done. Nothing is getting done.
Pidge just goes, "Oh, popular today."
Yes, kids seem to really like my stories.
This is the first time, Pidge, you're also noticing that you have stepped into the upper rafters of an arena. There are cells all around this room, and there are things moving within them.
You said we're on the upper rafters?
Like, it's been fashioned so that you can't go down to the bottom floor from the top floor unless you put that special ladder down.
Okay. I'm going to be, just, using my skill to look around at the bottom there.
Okay. It is soaked in blood. Like, it's very clearly a fight ring. You get movements. Whatever these creatures are in the cells, they're staying back in the shadows. But you catch hints of, like, a tail. Or maybe a paw every once in a while. Venturing toward the light before fading back into the darkness.
Killer squirrels, huh? She turns to Apollyon.
That's right. They're breeding their own fighter squirrels.
Yes.
Oh god.
My god.
The fucking, like, the battle squirrel.
All I'm thinking of is, I don't know if you guys have played It Takes Two, but the fucking squirrels that are, like, at the war with the wasps halfway through the game. So while this conversation is happening, Pridwin, you and Lunala have headed back up the stairs, and you're standing outside the warden's office, and there is a loud... I mean, the argument's still going, and it seems even more heated than it was. And now there is a third voice chiming in, another voice that you don't recognize.
Pridwin's going to politely knock on the door to the office.
Come in, you hear Ace say, his voice sounding shaky.
Pridwin steps in and says, "My apologies for the interruption. I just finished treating all of the kids in the medical ward. Might I ask what this argument is about?"
Rose is pacing behind him, and there are tears streaming down her cheeks. Ace has this sad but stern look on his face, and then there is another boy you don't recognize. The bottom picture in face claims currently, with the mask on still. He has slammed the machete into a table and is sitting there, leaned back against the table with his arms crossed, looking stressed. Kind of hard to tell from behind the mask, but his body language portrays that he's very unhappy.
If I may, I would like to know what the argument is regarding.
Please, Ace, he's healing the kids. Maybe he can do something about them.
You know there's nothing we can do. Alright, you can't fix when somebody goes red. You know that, Rose. But maybe you can. He starts to pace, looking more stressed.
If I may chime in, if it is some sort of mental magical effect, there's usually a way to reverse it.
Not this one. You hear a voice come from the masked boy.
How? So, I still don't know much about this. How does it... I mean, I need to know everything that I can about the red.
We don't know, Ace says, frustratedly. All we know is, when you get old enough, no matter what you do, it happens. You go crazy. Your eyes go red. And then you get really, really mean. Like, tearing each other apart with your teeth mean, the kid in the mask says. That's why we have a rule. When you hit 17, you gotta go. No bigs. Thus the problem, the kid in the mask says, looking over at Rose. Rose is crying with frustration.
I see. If this affliction is the same that's affecting the town, it seems a bit more than just simply sending people into a rage. I mean, the people at town weren't hostile to us, at least during the day.
The day's not the problem, the kid in the mask says. I told you. You'll see it tonight. Trust. You'll see it.
Of course, but
we have to deal with Dexter before that happens, Ace repeats. We don't have to do anything, Rose says, even more upset than before.
Are we all in this room?
No.
Might I ask who Dexter is?
Ace rubs at his temples. It's Dexter's birthday today. She's 17. Oldest one here.
I see.
So that means she either goes to holding or she leaves by nightfall. And he gestures toward the door. It's nightfall.
Perhaps we could take a look at her, try to understand how this works better.
Well, then you can do it from the holding cells.
That's fine with me.
There's already one more down there, if you want to take a look at one.
I suppose. Are they restrained, or will we have to restrain them ourselves?
Well, he's in a cell.
We're going to need them. We're going to need to be in the same room as them, so that could pose an issue.
Then you'd better hurry. It'll start soon.
Alright. We'll take a look at them. We'll try and figure out how to better understand this affliction, and if we can find a way to reverse it.
So, Ace beckons to you, or actually, it's not Ace that beckons to you, it's going to be Boar. The boy in the mask beckons to you and leads you outside. He starts walking very purposefully, very fast.
Goodwin's going to follow.
Ace wasn't always in charge, you know, he says under his breath as he goes, still muffled by the mask.
I assume that the previous person in charge got too old.
You're about to meet him, he says. Dexter's his girl. You guys have made it down. You pass by Apollyon, who has garnered even more children than before. The boy in the mask pokes his head into the control room and nods, and the ladder is being lowered again.
Apollon's gonna actually poke out and ask Ferdinand, so, what are you guys doing?
Apollyon, I think we may have to do another brain dive.
Oh, what? The kid in the mask says.
Right. Well, the kid is out, so I guess I'll help you.
Solon started picking up telling a story to distract the kids while you stand up.
Alright.
We have the ability to kind of, I mean, you've seen some of my abilities, but all of us are able to, interact with an individual's mind.
Weird.
It's like,
I don't know, he says. I don't know. Weird doctor stuff, okay? Just... Pidge,
So-
you're taking notice that Apollyon and Pridwin and Lunala are going down into the pit. Because you are watching with your vantage point.
I just shout, "Killer squirrels!"
You hear this as she goes as you guys get out of the pit, you see Pidge looking through Eon's scope.
Pridwin, just a drop of sweat rolls down his face.
Oh no. Yeah, so you are led to it off to the left of the stairs, and you're led to a cell. There is something moving within it.
Apollon's gonna look around and he says, "Question, does this have anything to do with the red eyes thing that I'm talking about?"
Yes, Here, let me catch you up. So from what I understand, everybody, once they reach, what's the actual age? 17, you said?
He nods.
Once anyone the age 17 or older, once the night falls, they become afflicted with this ailment. And
It's not always 17, he interrupts. It happens before sometimes. It's just everybody after 17 usually loses it, so that was kind of the cap.
I see.
So maybe it ties with the development of one's brain.
Possibly. That's one of my current theories. However, whatever it is, it's most certainly a psychic effect of some sort. Which means that if we can go in there, we can at least figure out what it is, if not how to stop it.
Let's get to work now.
He slowly taps his machete on the bars. And then he reaches up and takes his mask off carefully. You in there, Guardian? Knowing full well that he is. There's movement, and then a figure begins to emerge from the shadows. You see this boy. His clothes covered in blood, his hair wild, his eyes a dull, hazy red. He staggers forward, holding his head a bit, and looks up at you.
Hello. We're here to help.
You just hear this shaky laugh.
Now, in order to figure out what's wrong, well, in order to better understand it, we're going to have to, examine you.
The figure takes a step away from you, carefully.
There will be no harm caused to you. However, for the safety of ourselves and also you, we would like to restrain you.
It backs away further. Boar shakes his head. I don't think you're gonna get through to him. Not this late in the day.
I see. How strong do they become? Are they simply...
Very. There's a reason we put him down here. You hear a
Okay,
soft
then.
voice come from the cell amidst that weak laugh. Poor. Yeah, I'm here, buddy. You hear more of that laughter, and then... What's the weather like? It's great, bud. You see this look of pain cross Boar's face. It is very clear that there is some kind of relationship between the two, or there was.
We're going to figure out a way to reverse this.
That's why we kept him. We hoped that somebody would figure it out, but...
Oh. If anyone's going to be able to figure it out, it's going to be us.
You hear a voice ring out. Get out of the pit! It's Ace. You need to get out of there. You only have a few minutes.
We need to examine him.
Not now, you don't.
We can do it later. It's too late for us to do this now.
Fine.
You can see firsthand.
Apollyon's gonna start walking back.
Yeah, Pridwin will follow.
Boar's the last to move, and he kind of brushes his fingers on the bars for a moment and then glances down sadly and backs away before jogging to the ladder and climbing up it. Ace is standing next to some of the cells on the upper floors, and he gestures to them. The two cells that he gestures to, overlook the arena. Enough that you could probably see most of it from being inside. You promised, Ace says.
Yes. As I said, I will allow you to incarcerate me.
Lunala sighs uneasily and walks into the cell.
Salone?
Solon walks into one of the cells as well.
Fine. I walk in one of the cells.
Iger follows you.
Almost currently in weapon form, so.
Yeah. Sadie takes you and walks into the cell. All of these kids are huddled together watching you now. There must be about 40 of them in all. Pridwin, you've entered the cell. Apollyon, I'm assuming you go as well?
Yeah.
You enter Pridwin's cell. Pidge?
Not knowing the situation, Pidge just follows everyone else.
You clamber into one of the cells as well, and Ace says, as a sign of good faith, the kid can stay out. And he raises a hand, and there's some sounds in the control room, and the doors slide closed on all of you. Katya is standing outside the cells looking at you worriedly.
Pridwin's going to just, like, nod to her.
She frowns. Melody, Ace says, and turns, walking for the others. There is a girl that emerges from back behind the bar. She is tall and thin, and she appears to be carrying a violin. He says, you think you can bring him back once more? She says, I'll try.
I know exactly what's going on.
Good. Then there's only one thing we have left to do. He nods at Boar, and Boar sighs and walks out of the room. A few minutes later, he comes back, escorting a older-looking girl. The girl, her eyes are rimmed with red and bloodshot. She appears to have been crying. And he kind of brings her into the center of the room, and Ace says, "Have you made your decision?" She's glancing down. She says, "I can't leave him." And he sighs and he says, "Then pick a cell." She, crying, is escorted to the ladder. Boar just shakes his head and blocks her from stepping away from it, and she goes down the ladder and runs to one of the open cell doors, and it closes behind her. You can hear her sobbing echoing in the arena. Ace looks over at you all, and he says, "I warn you, if you have any form of ear protection, you might want to use it." Iger has pulled his headphones out and has put them in.
Fridwin's gonna go into his bag and pull cotton out for himself and Lunala. And anyone else that's in the cell.
She looks at you unsurely and takes it.
Oh, you'll take some too.
Pitch has her iron phones.
Yeah. I love that. So you guys are all sharing, trying to get yourself some sort of protection, and he lowers his hand onto, it looks like a radio that is kind of centered near the edge of the control room. And he's looking at you specifically, Pridwin, and he says, "Every night for 5 years now, on the dot, it starts." And he flips it on, and you see a lot of the kids, especially the older ones, are pulling on different forms of ear protection. And there's just this crackling sound. And then you hear some really creepy stuff start to come through. I'm gonna give you guys a link and a timestamp if you all want to hear what is happening. Can't find the original link to the sound. You can ask Liam. I spent like 40 minutes looking for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, from 1554-ish to 1736, that is what you are going to be hearing. I'm actually gonna play it on stream so you all can experience it, and I'll give you guys a second. As you're starting to hear these strange sounds coming through the radio speakers, you hear snarls coming from the cells around you, and you you begin to see this red glow within the darkness. The sounds just continue, and Ace turns and gestures to the kids around, and they say, "So, who will it be tonight? Perhaps we should let our guests choose, He gestures to you all in the cells. What would you like to see?
What do you mean?
He gestures to the cells down below. What would you like to see? A wolf? A bear? A lion?
A bear?
You hear that, everyone?
Paige
They're
just
asking
does
for
that.
Snaggletooth.
Paige just gives Xavier this look.
Oh, it was a three-way question. I mean, more context. I should have asked right.
Ace lifts a hand and gestures to the control booth, and a door begins to slide open. It is the door that you were standing in front of moments ago, Pridwin. You see the teenage boy stagger out, his fingers tearing at his hair. His eyes are a glowing red mess. Across the arena, another door slides open, and out steps an enormous creature with deep brown fur. Its paws bigger than your face. Its eyes glowing red.
It's the cocaine bear.
It is the cocaine bear.
The
I
cocaine
love
bear.
him so much.
They're actually making a movie about the cocaine bear.
I know. I love it so much.
I saw this fucking trailer last night. It was great. But anyway,
It's made by the people who made Spider-Man into the Spider-Verse
Yeah.
and Lego movie.
Holy shit.
So it's going to be good.
Yeah.
So.
Also, have you ever played Control, Kira?
Oh yeah, great game.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Yeah. So, you watch as this bear steps out, and the kid from before steps out, and before your very eyes, the boy tears this bear apart. This fight is brutal and bloody and almost hard to watch at times. But the kid is like an animal. Nothing stops him. He lusts for blood, and as he finally tears this bear to pieces, no coming back, he begins to feast on the corpse itself. It's a good thing Soma's not around, because Soma would be able to relate. Ace is looking at all of you, seeing that you have your protection on. And he says, "It's only because you were protected. I have a feeling that most of you would turn, were you not."
What does it sound like without protection?
Would you like to find out?
I think that would be a bad idea.
Can I just take one out, like slightly?
Are you asking me, the DM, or are you asking your fellow players?
Man, really trying to kill your character?
No,
on their
I mean,
first
I
mission?
just want to know. Like, I feel like there has to be a reason on what it sounds like. Maybe we can get a clue of what. Maybe it's saying something that they're just not understanding because they're like intelligence of a 6-year-old.
What?
Well, the kids.
Hold on. Are you talking above game or in game right now?
So I'm thinking like, okay, what if it's just like screaming out something that they're just not understanding?
Yeah, I'm sure all the other adults are totally understanding whatever's happening.
Oh yeah. Yeah, feel free to listen to what's going on, knowing full well that listening to what's going on is what's gonna make us fucking turn into monsters.
If you would like, feel free to take your ear protection out.
I'm doing the left one.
Oh my god.
Slowly,
I'm pulling the left one out.
Xavier reaches up towards his ear. Soma is in weapon form. Sadie is next to you. Pidge is next to you.
Are you kidding me?
Pridwin,
Are
you're
you
in the
just
other
trying-
cell.
God, wait a second.
Solon
Are
is
you
next
trying
to you.
kill- Are you
I
trying
didn't know.
to
Wait,
kill
does
Sadie?
it, wait,
Is that
does
what
it
you've been
does it
doing the
turn
whole
you
time?
into a monster?
He's a sleeper.
You already said! You already said you were doing it!
Wait
Oh
a
my
second, I
God.
didn't know that it turns you into
Wait,
a monster.
Xavier,
You
I
haven't
need
been
you
listening.
to
No,
roll
I'm
me
looking,
a
no.
wisdom save.
Oh,
Oh my god.
damn.
You're just trying to
Sorry,
kill
chat.
Sadie.
Sorry, chat. 10.
I swear to God, he's a
I'm
sleeper.
not asleep. I'm not a sleeper. I'm not a sleeper. I'm not a sleeper.
This is your
I'm
plan.
not a sleeper.
You're just trying to kill. You're just
I
trying to make sure
promise
she
you.
dies for
I
good.
promise you, I was making some stroganoff. I come back up, and then I'm like, damn, I have to go put
You
up
didn't.
the sound.
didn't
and I'm
even
like,
Execute
ask
oh,
Order
man,
to clarify.
66, Lewis.
I'm
You
like,
don't
oh,
think-
man.
You gotta think about this, man. Think before you act. You could have asked.
If this
You could
does
have asked
happen,
how it works.
if this does happen, at least possess him with fucking the Lewis's demon.
God. Can somebody try to stop him?
Yes! Sadie is immediately going to try and stop you. She is not going to succeed. And so is
Oh my
Solon.
God.
And Solon is not going to succeed either. Jesus Christ.
You're going to kill
Christ.
everyone.
No, not again.
I rolled
Why? Why do you do these things?
I rolled a 12
promise
to try
you.
to stop him. What did he roll?
He rolled a 15.
Oh, fuck.
my god.
Okay,
So
well,
here's
good.
what happens.
Can,
In horror, those of you in the cell watch as Xavier lifts a hand and pulls the cotton out of his ear. And then
Why'd
he
you do
instantly doubles over and grips at his skull, his eyes going wide with agony. It is a sharp, piercing sound in your ear, like a high-pitched whistle scream. And Sadie takes a step back against the wall, pulling Soma's sword behind her protectively. Solon backs away too, whispering, "You fucking idiot, what did you do?" And then, just as your vision begins to get red and hazy, there is a soft, soothing sound from beyond the cell. It is the sound of a violin. You feel yourself freezing, the high-pitched whistle scream fading into the melody. You drop to your knees, listening to that melody, that all-consuming melody taking you over. The rest of you look over and see Xavier on his knees, his eyes locked onto the girl from before, the one they called Melody. She's playing the violin. very calmly. It's comforting to you all. And the boy in the arena has stopped, lifting up onto his knees, his face and hands soaked in blood, his head turning to look up at the violin player. She's looking down at him and she smiles sadly. He kind of teeters with the motion of the song, and then seeming to regain a bit of himself for just a moment, he staggers back into the cell, and the door closes. Being on his knees, Solon manages to grab the cotton and slam it into Xavier's ear, smacking his head sideways in the process. Ace looks at you all.
Good God, not another idiot.
He's just writing down notes.
Can Pridwin see this, or is he like blissfully ignorant in his cell?
Yeah, you definitely heard shit going on, and you saw all the kids looking at the other cell, but it's pretty hard to tell from where you were. There's a solid wall between you.
Yeah, Pridwin's like just kind of peering into the window, trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
You were more focused on what was happening down below, to be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, you did just watch a 18-year-old demolish a grizzly bear in front of you, so, you know.
Jesus.
Not the cocaine bear.
Okay, tell me no one told him about Lewis, because I have a feeling there's something to do with this guy.
It's like he has the same soul or something.
No.
It's like they're the same person.
Ace puts his hand on the radio and turns it off, and instantly all of those horrible sounds cease. For just a moment, you swear in the distance, you think maybe you can hear the sounds of a siren wailing, and then it's gone.
Is it over, or should we keep our protection in?
Don't worry. You should be good down here for now. So long as the radio's off.
Why is it so hot?
He powers it down.
Guys, what was that commotion?
Oh, don't worry, Sadie says. Xavier just tried to fucking kill all of us!
I'm sorry?
He took his ear protection out.
What in God's name was he thinking?
Yeah, I don't want to be in here with him anymore, she says angrily.
We got another idiot in a prison cell? Jesus Christ.
On God, Liam says under his breath.
Look, man, I told you, cells make me do weird things.
Oh my God.
Why would you do that without consulting any of us first?
I just wanted to see if the siren thing was coming from whatever they were playing. That was my bad. I should have just asked.
You really should have just asked questions. Oh my God, he's just like Lewis.
Uh-huh.
Typically, we don't like to talk about him.
Oh.
He was the one. He was the one who died horribly before you because he made horrible decisions.
Very similar decisions, might I add.
Precisely.
How
he didn't
similar?
He didn't think before acting, and it led to a lot of people dying, including him.
Yeah.
We're getting very close to it.
Yeah. The pink-haired girl inside of your cell actually died, and then came back.
Yes, you almost.
Jesus.
You almost killed her again.
No. Traumatic. But I mean to.
Hang on. Are Sadie, are his eyes red?
Let me look. Sadie walks over and hooks a finger under your jaw, Xavier, and cranes your head up to look at her.
I wide my eyes and smile.
A little, but I can't tell if it's because he's been crying or not.
That's... Well,
I say while she's pinching my face, men don't cry.
Shut the fuck up. She says, craning your head back further.
We did need someone infected
No, what?
to examine. Here.
Is that a recording of the music? Of the sound? Or did you just play it off of the radio?
No.
Whatever it was creepy.
You see, it's a live broadcast. Whatever it is, it has taken over everything. We can't get a signal out, we can't get signals in.
So there's some kind of... What?
Apollyon is gonna walk back and look at Pridwin and he's gonna say, doesn't this sound an awful lot like what happened to the kid last mission?
The kid.
You know, pink hair, green jacket.
When he completely lost his shit and nearly killed everyone?
Yes.
Yes, it does sound like that. My question there is how...
It's like they're weaponizing it for unknown reasons. This town is pretty secluded. Be some sort of test project on something.
Potentially, but that leads to the question, who's the one behind all of this?
That's the question.
Well, Ace says, clapping his hands together. Hope you guys are comfortable. We'll see you in the morning. He kind of gestures toward the arena and he says, "Welcome to Cell 8." And he starts walking off toward the living area. A lot of the kids are accompanying him. There's a couple kids still hanging around. There is a girl and a dog hanging back that appear to be keeping an eye on you. Boar is also staying back. He's sharpening his machete and he's keeping an eye on you. And the little girl from before, Wolf, is also there, watching you.
Did I ever tell Pridwin what Cell 8 actually meant, or did we all figure that out already?
All you said was you thought it was an asylum.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've all figured it out.
But I thought that was the whole name was in the Cell 8 thing. That was my bad.
Oh, there is a whole name. I don't know if any of you have figured out the actual name of the asylum.
I mean, hold on.
I still suck at these puzzles.
I mean, it's not super important.
Yeah, but I mean...
Y'all like
I was
puzzles.
thinking it Celestial Heights.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Literally said
There
that,
was
and I was like, no way.
There was no space between, like, C and LST, so I wasn't sure if it was, like, Kelst something.
So I tried to put it, but for some reason if you use multiple underscores, it blanks it out and, like, does something to the text. So I was like, that's weird.
Yeah, because there'd be C-L-E-S-T, but yeah, weird.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, Celestial Heights, fantastic.
Yep, that's what it is.
Name.
Yeah. So you guys are in jail cells, and on the other side of the bars, Katya comes up to you looking worried, and she kind of sits down.
Hey, Katya, how are you doing?
It'd be a lot better if you weren't, in there.
It's okay. I'm kind of used to it at this point.
Yeah, I never thought I'd find myself inside of a prison cell, but it's happened twice already.
Hey, think of it this way, Sadie says from inside the cell next to you guys. At least there's not an undead cowboy here this time.
And
Yes,
also not a black blood infected idiot.
On God,
Although,
Liam
what
says again.
I don't know, the night's still young.
and I'm not exactly trusting this Xavier to do anything now.
It's an Xavier.
Regardless.
You ever contacted by some being made of black sludge? Please ignore it.
Black sludge demons?
Yes, ignore them.
Do not trust anything that they say. They will turn you into a monster and make you kill people.
Exactly.
Weird.
Oh my god.
Just in general. If anything,
So,
black sludge talks to you, ignore it.
God. Boar and the girl with the dog are standing near the edge looking down into the pit, and you hear the little girl muttering to him, "Did she turn?" Boar sighs and rubs at his temples, and you just see him nodding. You can't tell his expression behind the mask, but his body language portrays sorrow. Pridwin, of course, you're hearing this because you're close enough to him.
Yeah. We're going to figure out how to reverse this. I think I'm starting to figure out what it could be.
Is there anything you guys would like to do or talk about while you pass the night in your prison cells?
Everyone's probably going to start like trying to exchange information with everyone to help like figure out what's really going on.
So Boar is leaning against the railing close enough to you guys that he can chime in. Is there anything else you would like to ask him to try and glean info?
You were here before the all of this happened, right?
I was here when it started.
So, how did it begin?
With the Sirens.
I understand that they were built.
No,
Do you have any? No?
we didn't build them. They just started.
They just.
Do you know where the Sirens are?
In the trees. They're always in the trees.
Are they are they in one place or do they move around?
It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, we have a rule. You don't go out at night, you don't investigate. That's the only reason we're still here. Those of us who broke it, they aren't.
Have you ever seen them or
You can
only
see
heard
him
them?
in the distance. The tower.
Yeah, I saw them.
What was that picture?
I saw them.
My idea is perhaps we should, if we can down the Sirens, we could at least prevent it from further spreading.
Well, there's also the broadcast.
Precisely.
There's always a source of the broadcast.
Precisely. Do you know where the where like a radio station would be?
Well, I mean, logic says that it's probably connected to the tower, right?
So we could probably follow the power lines.
I didn't remember seeing any power lines. Do you think somebody would come up here and construct something like that to mess with us?
I mean,
Is this some kind of a experiment why my parents are gone?
unfortunately, that may be
Knowing
the case.
knowing witches, that very well may be the case, if it is a witch.
I fucking hate it here, he says under his breath. The little girl punches him in the leg. Language! The dog growls beside her.
I've had some experience with witches. They're conniving. They will do stuff like this for sure. Whether it is a witch or not, who's to know? Some humans may also be capable of such madness.
Well, considering it's most certainly not a normal signal,
You'll have to
I
forgive
wouldn't be
him,
surprised.
the girl says, kind of shoving him away.
Wait, you said not a normal signal.
I don't think that a normal signal could do all of this.
Wait, what about some sort of wavelength?
You think, you think it could be some sort of resonance?
It could. It very well could be.
I mean, the way, Xavier, you are the only person who's experienced it who knows about resonance. Did it feel like a resonance or wavelength of some sort?
DM,
Hmm?
did I feel? What did I feel when I got my mind altered?
A whole lot of pain. That's really all you could focus on, was the fact that it hurt super bad. It did feel like something was trying to worm its way into your skull, to be fair.
Okay. Felt like something was more like digging inside my brain, and it just wouldn't stop digging. But I don't know if we had a real connection or not.
Katya, can you check out his soul?
You look over. Katya is looking at him. And Pridwin, you see the same thing you saw before. There's a stream of blood coming out of her nose.
I will take that as my theory is likely correct.
She winces
Katya.
and grabs at her head again and staggers sideways.
Katya, are you okay?
She doesn't say anything.
Katya. Oh no.
She
So she-
staggers again, and then she drops to a knee. The girl with the dog takes a step back, and her eyes go wide, and she slowly lifts a hand and points.
You need
She's
to let me
one
out.
of them.
No.
The
no,
dog
that's-
starts to snarl, its hackles beginning to rise. Boar's head snaps up, and he grabs his machete.
That's not what's happening. You need to let me out. I need to pull her back.
Ace said not to let you out until morning.
Unfortunately, if you don't want her to lose it, I'm going to need to be let out. I will return to my cell immediately afterwards.
I'm not breaking the rules for you, man, Boar says threateningly, raising the machete.
Not for me, for you, so that she doesn't hurt anyone.
Yeah.
She's gonna hurt someone, the girl says, and grabs Katya by the shoulder and goes to push her into the arena. Katya's hand snaps up, grips the girl's forearm, and begins to crush it without
You
missing a
need-
beat.
To let me out.
Roll me a
We-
charisma check.
We've had experience with her. We need to get out of here.
Charisma? Do I add my charisma?
You can add your charisma.
Okay. 3. That is a 22.
Boar is looking at her desperately, looking at you, looking at her, and he says, "Just you, only you, and right back in the fucking
wait.
cell."
Wait, hold on. I was gonna have a poly on roll charisma too,
Okay.
Oh my god.
and I rolled a natural 20.
Jesus
Oh my
fuck,
God.
what are you saying to him?
Well, he was just saying we have experience with her. We've dealt with her before. You need to let us out.
He's once again gonna say just you, only you to Pridwin, and he's running to the control panel and he slams a fist on it. Katya has turned and gripping the girl's forearm has thrust her over the edge into the arena. She is now dangling this small girl over the railing precariously. The dog is snarling and looking like it's about to go straight for Katya's legs.
Pridwin's, the door's open, right?
It is just starting to slide open, but it's one of those slow, like, prison slides.
he's going to force the fucking door to slide open more.
Throw me a strength check.
Yeah.
Oh, you want me to roll a strength check?
I want
I
you
was
to roll
gonna
a
say
strength
if
check.
I could flash step and save the girl, if possible.
27.
You wrench the door open enough to slide through.
And he's immediately going to run over and just, like, try to pick Katya and the girl up.
So you run, it's like a chain of events that happens because you're running for Katya and the dog is lurching at the same time. And between the four of you impacting, all of you go over the railing.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, wait.
With how good the fucking dog's roll was.
Pridwin's going to try and be the cushion. He's going to try to take the brunt of the fall.
So you spin and try and keep both of the girls on top of you. The little girl Katya was holding onto goes rolling off to one side. You manage to keep Katya pulled tight against your armor. There is a snarling dog somewhere off to your left that you can't see at the moment. Boar, his head, the mask snaps over the edge and he's looking down at you. What would you like to do?
Pridwin's trying to get Katya to calm the fuck down.
How are you going about doing that?
He's, like, hugging Katya, trying to, like, do what he always does. Just, Katya, you need to snap out of it.
You hear something come out of her mouth. It's a laugh. It's a slow giggle.
Damn, Solange.
Katya?
She's trying to get out of your arms. Her
He's
eyes are
not.
locked onto the girl in the distance, who is struggling to get herself up, gripping her arm.
Pridwin is tightening his grip. Like, he's basically bear hugging her right now, trying to keep her restrained.
You look into her eyes, and there is a reddish glow to them.
Since the gate is, the door is pretty much open, I think.
Boar's not watching you, so
Yeah,
the gate is open.
I'm gonna have Apollyon jump out and try to get to Katya.
So you sprint out before Boar can stop you. We're just gonna leap over the side of the.
Yeah.
So
Can I follow him on that leap as well?
you are locked in your cell. He only opened theirs.
Yeah.
Pidge could follow if she wanted to. Who else was in their cell? Liam was in their cell with them. And
Yeah.
so was Lunala. Lunala is hanging over the edge, looking down at you desperately.
Yeah, Apollyon's gonna try to jump down and jump down to them.
If Apollyon lands, he's just going to say, get the girl out of here, and the dog too.
Is that when I land?
Yeah, when you land, when he realizes you're down there with him, that's what he tells you.
Yeah, he's gonna grab them both and try to pick them back up.
Yeah, so you, at this point, Boar is actually helping you. He is no longer trying to hinder you. That nat 20 did wonders. You, between the two of you, you guys managed to get Magnus out of the ring. And the dog, to boot. So it is just the two of you in the ring and Apollyon if he jumps back down.
Yeah, Apollyon's gonna jump back down.
You hear a commotion coming from the door and Ace's voice rings out. What the hell is going on?
Apollyon is going to cast Soul Chain after transforming into Hades.
Okay. Pridwin, you are restraining her to the best of your ability. And you just hold her and you watch as this massive arrow-like chain rips through her torso and embeds itself into her.
And he's gonna try to resonate with her.
Roll me a d20.
A 19.
Pidge is going to be doing damage control with the with Ace and the
You're pointing Eon at Ace warningly, I'm assuming?
What?
I said you're pointing Eon at Ace, I'm assuming, keeping him back?
No. I've got Eon in hand, but I'm not pointing it at him. I'm just like, it's just gonna be okay. We are dealing with the situation. Please calm down.
Yeah, good luck with that. Ace is gonna try and get past you. The fuck happened to Magnus? He says, looking up frustratedly as Magnus is cradling her arm. Apollyon, you have soul chained her and you attempt to resonate. It is very difficult. As you're trying to resonate, you hear a high-pitched squeal in your ears, and then laughter.
I did roll
Her laughter, somebody else's laughter. The problem is, on resonance rolls, it's not the high roll that matters, it's matching with your partner.
But anyway, yeah.
She is not letting you in.
And Pridwin's like looking at Apollyon, waiting for him to like say or do anything.
Do something!
Since I do have the soul chain, though, we're kind of like bonding our souls. Is there something I can do with that?
Let's see. I mean, you have you're sharing your life forces now, so there is that. I will give you advantage if you want to try one more time to resonate with her, but you're gonna have to match her, because she's losing her fucking shit.
I rolled an 11.
Okay, that's better. Close. That laughter is overwhelming as you try and reach out to her. What are you doing? Are you trying to pull her into your room? Are you trying to pull her back to her senses? Like, how are you going about this?
I'm going to pull her into my room.
Okay. So, with that? Yeah. You're back in that weird hallway-like space where that castle is looming in the background.
Available, yeah.
You hear laughter coming from beside you. It's Katya. Her eyes are glowing red. And she's smiling and laughing.
He's going to walk up to her, and he's just gonna look down and he's gonna say, "You have to snap out of this. This isn't you."
She kind of raises a hand to her head and buckles a little bit, laughing even harder.
He's going to smack her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Roll to hit.
That is a 19.
Jesus Christ!
I don't know why I'm rolling high.
Oh my god.
My god!
Congratulations, you just hit a 9-year-old.
So you hear Abaddon's voice coming from behind you? What the hell are we doing in here? And right as you haul back and slap the shit out of Katya, to the point it throws her across the room. Now you hear Abaddon laughing. What the fuck, dude?
Well, she wasn't listening to me, so I thought I'd smack some sense into her. Quite
so
literally.
You literally just smacked her across the room. Oh my god, you're a monster. I think I love you. Giggling in the background. Katya still laughing lightly, trying to push herself up off of the ground. Her whole face is red now. Pridwin, you're clutching her in your arms as you see Apollyon has gone limp and so has she, and a fresh stream of blood is coming out of her nose. Both sides now.
No. What the hell is happening? Pridwin's like looking around. He doesn't want to try to resonate because somebody needs to be away.
You can try to resonate.
I can try, but the thing is that whenever there's no supervision, bad things happen.
There's some supervision. We have Pidge.
Pidge, everybody's in a jail cell.
Pidge is. I don't
As
think.
people are trying to push past, Pidge drops down her Felicia Angry Pants and just slams it, like, thuds it onto the ground.
Yeah, so
and says,
a couple of the older kids are running damage control and keeping most of them back, so it's mostly just the upper echelons of the kids that are in there right now.
Mm-hmm.
okay, but just to be certain, I'm like, alright, if we don't calm down, I will literally blow us all to hell.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Jesus
Threatening them to calm
Christ.
down.
Now they're even more freaked out. There are like kids crying in the background, like...
Can Pridwin hear this?
Yes, and you can hear Sadie in the background going, "Nice going, idiot." Like...
He just calls up, "You're not helping!"
Oh god. Oh my lord. So Katya is pushing herself up, still giggling. What would you like to do?
Great question. He's going to look back at Abaddon and he's going to say, "Have any ideas?"
You brought a psychopath into our inner room, and you want me to come up with ideas. Really, she says.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking.
Oh, we could kill her.
No, that's not a part of the plan.
I mean, it could be.
No. No.
You're no fun. Well...
I mean, Pridwin's better at dealing with her. I just thought I should bring her somewhere where she can't hurt anybody.
You know that weird lady is in there too, right? Maybe we can somehow appeal to her.
Okay, have we dated her before?
I don't
Oh
know.
my god.
Huh.
I don't know
Okay.
who she is.
Neither do I. He's gonna just walk up to her and he's just gonna try to goad the witch out of her.
Yeah, so what are you saying to do this?
Yeah, he's like, witch lady, if you're inside the little girl, can we have a bit of a parlay for a sec? Let's call it a truce real quick.
Let me see if she can break out of this. Holy fuck, she can! Okay, so, you see for a minute, there's a war of colors. There's that angry red glow, and then there is a purple that is fighting to combat it. Katya grips at her skull, the nosebleed worsening.
Alright, I think
Oh,
I
no.
did something.
For a moment, the colors are swirling in this almost sickening display, and Katya looks like she's about to come apart. And then she looks up. One eye is a deep purple, and the other is a deep, deep red.
Alright, cool. Looks like it somewhat worked. Anyway, I'm trying to snap her out of the whole madness thing that's going on in her head, or whatever the fuck it is. I thought I could use your help, maybe?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, well, seeing as I'm a demon, we're not privy to, you know, eradicating madness.
It's not one of my specialties. I'll see what I can do.
Cool. Also, can I get your name real quick?
The purple eye squints at you. If you don't know it, you don't need to know it.
Well, you see...
Ooh, she's feisty.
Abaddon says behind you.
See, that's the problem. You're kind of in a 9-year-old's body, so I can't exactly tell who you are.
And you shouldn't.
I'm kind of curious. I mean,
Well.
you know who I am, don't you?
We make it out of this, and I just might tell you someday. Fallen king of hell. She spats under her breath.
You know what? I'll take it.
And the eyes close. Let me see how she does. Okay. So you watch as Katya's laughter begins to fade, ever so slowly. Pridwin, that mark on her forehead begins to come to light. It's glowing an intense purple instead of red this time. Let her go, you hear the voice say to you, Apollyon.
Right, okay, will do. And he breaks the soul chain and exits his inner room.
Katya goes limp in your arms, Pridwin.
Oh no. Oh, please tell me that that was a good thing.
Yes, it was. Wow.
What the hell did
hit
you do in... What the hell did you do in there? She just started... Her nosebleed got worse.
All at once, her eyes open, Pridwin, and they're
Katya.
a furious purple.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Oh. Is she okay?
Well, she's currently in witch mode, but, yeah.
No, I am asking her. Pridwin gestures to Katya.
It's so-so.
Pridwin
You
looks
are
down.
in danger. You hear a familiar voice come out of Katya's mouth.
What do you mean?
This thing is powerful. She cannot withstand it.
Let me go in there. Let me help her.
If she's asleep, she might be able to manage. Awake, she's as susceptible as any of them. The eyes moving towards the cells that are still locked.
If she's going to be okay, then... Alright.
She will not be okay until you kill it.
I will.
You'd better. We made a deal. The
And I
glow
am going
begins
to
to
keep
fade.
it.
Polyon, you heard this entire interaction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he, looks down and he says, well, that's cool. Alright, well, as long as she's knocked out, she's fine.
Yeah,
Yes,
she's
it sounds...
unconscious in your arms again.
It sounds like she's going to take that from here.
Yeah. He says as he's, like shaking his bruised hand.
That just means we're going to have to find the monster that's responsible for this.
Alright, we going on a hunting?
Well, probably once the sun rises, ideally. So that we're not affected by Pridwin gestures in the general direction of the town.
You're
all of that.
looking up, and there's just faces all peering over the edge of the second story at you.
It's fine for us. We've handled it. Can we come back up? I'd like to help the girl out and then return to my cell.
It's not like you listened to us in the first place anyway, Boar says under his breath and lowers the ladder for you.
Pridwin climbs up. To be fair, I wasn't expecting her to be affected.
Yeah, well that makes two of us, Ace says, looking at the girl in your arms. Is that normal? He says, pointing to her nose.
Honestly, surprisingly, yes.
Well, yes and no. It's normal, but it's not good.
It's pretty common that she ends up getting a nosebleed.
It's not normal, but
Definitely.
it's to be expected.
Yeah.
But to be expected, that's fair. That's a fair point.
Yeah. Very hard.
Is that girl okay?
Oh, Magnus? She'll be fine.
Here. Pridwin's going to pull out his solo cup and fill it with healing water. This should help with whatever damage she caused.
Yeah, I'll take it to her, Ace says, taking it from you carefully.
And Pridwin's... I'm assuming that the cell door is still open.
Yes.
Pridwin's going to carry Katya back to the cell.
The moment that you get in there, Lunala rushes up to you and puts a hand on your cheek and looks at you worriedly and then looks down at her.
She's taking care of Katya in there.
She frowns.
We're going to have to kill whatever's causing this in order to undo all of this.
Yeah. I have just a slight feeling that it's most certainly not going to go the way we want it to.
It never does.
It never does.
You all returning to your cell?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boar closes it behind you and sighs, rubbing at his temples.
Apologies for that, but at least we didn't have to kill her.
I'm sorry, he says, looking at you.
It was looking like that was going to be your solution.
Well, you hang around us long enough, then killing ends up becoming an option.
I don't like you guys, Boar says carefully, watching you all.
We get that quite often.
I'm trying my best.
Apollion's unsurprised, unfazed by the I don't like you guys.
On God, Apollyon doesn't get liked by many people.
Yeah.
Annabelle actually is looking at you from the corner of the room as you've walked back in, Apollyon, and she just looks so scared and confused by everything that has just happened.
You get used to it.
I don't think they're gonna get used to it.
Well, it did take me about 100 years to get used to it.
She looks even worse now!
I still haven't gotten used to it.
So, you guys spend the night in your cell. Katya doesn't wake up. Finally, in the morning, you see Boar standing up and stretching. He checks his watch, and then he bangs his machete playfully along you guys' cell bars, and he says, "Rise and shine!" And he slams a fist down on the control panel, and both of your cell doors open. Up and at 'em, assholes!
Goodwin will step out. I think I know what we need to do.
Would you like to share with the class? Sadie says, rubbing at her eyes.
Well, considering our friend, Pridwin taps Katya's forehead. He's carrying her. Considering our friend in there told me that we have to kill something, I have a feeling that whatever's causing the signal is also the source of the signal, and that's going to be the only way to silence it.
Yeah, I have questions about that friend of yours, Sadie says, eyeing you. That makes two of us, Solon adds.
Here. I will tell you what I can. She is a witch. She is a member of Katya's family. And the reason she's in there is the same as my family. Pridwin, taps his wrist.
Oh, and she knows who I am.
Most witches do.
But she knows who I really am.
Most witches probably do.
Well, if you hadn't tried to date half of them, Sadie says under her breath.
What I'm saying is, I mean, she's an older witch and probably knew me back when I was, you know.
I mean, considering
she did.
Considering she's one of Katya's ancestors, that shouldn't be too surprising.
She won't tell me her name.
My point is, her name is not important.
Lunala is very specifically not making eye contact with you, Apollyon.
You know, to my knowledge, I didn't date any of your ancestors.
That is not why she is avoiding eye contact.
Anyway.
Look, all you need to know is that she is a witch. She is one of Katya's family members. And she is on our side.
For now.
For the most part.
For now.
it's kind of
But
bad.
she has Katya's best interests at heart. And as far as I'm concerned, that means she's not a threat to us currently.
So what are we gonna do?
Kill the thing.
We are going to go hunting. I think we're going to need to leave Katya here, along with anyone who's... I mean, this thing can drive people mad. Anyone who's particularly susceptible should probably remain here.
Sadie's eyes instantly move to Xavier.
Pollyon's eyes instantly moved to Soma.
Okay.
Now, Solon says, I ain't going into combat without my partner.
Hmm.
I'm honestly less worried about Xavier than I am of Soma.
I don't think we're going to be able to just cure him outright. It sounds like, I mean, Katya's family member wasn't able to just push it out. She said that it was far too strong for that we'd have to kill it.
Well, but I don't know about you guys, but I'm ready to head out and go kill it.
I think as long as we have ear protection, we should be better off. If this thing is only able to infect through sound, then that should be manageable.
I was hoping to get a recording of it because then I can.
I would recommend not recording it.
Yeah,
Well, then,
that is very bad.
Because, as far as I'm aware, anyone who hears it, regardless of what form, could become afflicted.
I could have made a counter signal to it. Nullify the
I
frequency.
mean, I'm not entirely sure that would work, but
Actually, that doesn't sound like a horrible idea to try out.
I mean, I suppose it could at least allow us to help cancel out the noise.
Maybe. I'm sure the first or
I mean,
altered frequency would have different effects.
I
Problem
know
is,
that
if it's a soul frequency, you'd need someone with good soul resonance to be able to specific soul resonance be able to create such a specific soul, well, nullification frequency, counter frequency.
Soma
I mean,
good soul resonance abilities.
unfortunately, I'm not very good at resonating with people typically.
I will
So-
say that you, Pidge, would not know how to counteract a madness wavelength.
Oh yeah, I know.
Like, it would take a long time for you to even try and get close to figuring something out. Like, we're
Listen.
talking like a lifelong study type of length of time. Nobody's figured out how to
Mhm.
counteract a madness wavelength before.
Mhm.
Well, until we're able to figure... I don't think we have enough time to figure anything else out. Katya's going to be basically comatose until we can cure her.
Not to mention, he's infected, Sadie says, pointing at Xavier again.
Precisely, and I'm not entirely sure if... well, how long he can continue like that, so we're going to need to stop this thing. And we're gonna need to do it soon.
Like I said, I'm ready to head out now.
Iger, comes forward and takes Katya from you, and he says, I'll keep an eye on them.
Yes, if she does wake up, just make sure that she doesn't do anything.
He frowns at you.
Worst case scenario, I think it is for the best that you all stay here. They do have cells, which means if she does pose a threat again, you could at least hold her.
Yeah, I got it. So Xavier and Solon sigh, and they step back to stay back with Iger and Kat. Liam looks like he's ready to go. Your sister, she still does not look like she's doing too hot with the altitude.
Goodwin goes up to Minerva. Minerva, are you doing all right?
Great, she says under her breath, totally not lying.
I would like for you to not be fighting if you're not in the best condition.
I can take it. I'm fine.
Here, Pridwin's going to make healing water and offer it to her. If it can cure hangovers, maybe it'll be able to help you out a bit.
She takes it and shotguns it. Let's see how that helped. Holy shit!
Oh?
She is instantly fine. She stands up and looks around. What did you put in that?
That
Holy
was
water?
just... Pridwin looks down at his water. That was just regular water. I didn't think that it would be able... Or regular healing water. I didn't think that it would be able to... Apparently it doesn't work the way I thought it did.
She blinks, looking around.
I mean, typically it just speeds up the immune system.
I don't know what to tell you, but I feel fine, she says.
That, I'll take that as a good sign.
Right. So, we're going to fight something, Liam says, looking at you.
Something with mind-altering effects, which is why we need ear protection.
Oh, good.
And we're going to need to do our best not to get separated.
I wasn't expecting to be fighting on my madness wavelength so soon. Okay, let's go. I got ear protection.
So, the group that is going out is Apollyon and Abaddon, Pridwin, Lunala, Pidge and Eon, Liam, Minerva, and Boar. I'm assuming. Everybody else is staying back?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Boar starts to walk you through the facility, and as you go, the kids are all staring at you. Some of them are anxious, some of them are worried, some of them are hopeful. Nobody says anything.
Apollyon is just smiling and giving peace signs.
Of course he is.
Yep.
So, you guys, exit the facility and enter out into the fresh air. Or rather, the staticky air, as you see that storm clouds are beginning to brew overhead.
I'm so glad we did not bring Soma.
Yes, that... I fear that if we brought him, he might not just go nuclear, but worse.
Yeah, I don't think the town would quite survive that.
I don't think any of us would.
That's also a fair point.
Boar looks at all of you and tilts his head and he says, "So what's the plan?"
I have a feeling wherever this thing is, it's probably at the radio station.
Right.
So the objective is to find it.
Okay. A little easier said than done, he says, and starts walking.
Do we have any maps of the town?
No.
Cool.
Didn't really think, oh, my parents are trying to kill me. I better grab this map, you know.
That's fair enough.
This is news to you because you do not remember him mentioning parents trying to kill the kids specifically.
You mentioned, so what exactly happened? They heard the sirens, they went berserk, and then they started attacking the children?
That isn't normal.
It was like they were trying to offer the kids up to something.
Okay, that isn't normal.
I managed to
That
get out, but Lizzie not so much.
so they're sacrificing the children to this thing. Or they were.
Yeah, so we all bailed.
Mm. I mean, do you have any idea where they took them?
To be honest with you, no.
Hmm.
The
What if?
first couple of nights, they would take kids out. And then the kids wouldn't come back. That was when me and Ace and everybody got the idea that we were gonna leave and try and take everybody with us.
I see. Well,
It's a bit of a very risky plan. But what if we create some sort of decoy of, let's say, a kid that they would want to take, and we follow them to wherever they take the quote unquote kid?
I mean, would we even be able to create a convincing enough decoy of a child?
He
Too
looks
bad
over.
we didn't bring Cat with us, Liam says under his breath.
I
He looks.
would
He looks over at Pidge.
I would
Oh,
prefer
God.
not to use an actual child. Just in case they're not interested in bringing them alive as sacrifice.
Pidge is just looking at everyone and going, "Why are you looking at me?"
Well.
Ah, sweet innocence. Oh, you sweet summer child.
Yeah. Pidge is convincing.
We're, I mean, again, I'd rather not use a living person, but
She can handle herself.
Pidge, what do you think?
Are you really asking me to go into town and get kidnapped?
Yes, that is
That
exactly
is,
what I'm asking.
It's kinda what they're
That's-
asking. Lunala agrees.
I again think this is a horrible idea, but
Ooh,
it would
wait.
be
What if you strap yourselves with explosives?
Oh my god.
you're going to you're going.
You trying to get
I'm
Pitch to suicide bomb the town?
I'm
Is that what's happening right now?
No,
I'm
not
sorry, but
suicide
this
bomb.
is
Not suicide bomb. No, just have explosives on you.
I already have explosives on me.
Then we're set.
Oh my god.
again.
This
I
sounds like
think
a terrible idea.
presumably if we
That's
kill
true.
this thing, it'll lose its hold over everyone else, which means we should probably try and avoid killing anyone who's being controlled.
Oh no, we're not trying to kill anyone who's being controlled, but clearly wherever they take these kids must be involved with whoever's doing this, right? So
Yes, but
theoretically, they take the child over to the person who's causing this.
I still think I still think that sending Pidge off, presumably on her own, to be kidnapped and brought to some sort of sacrificial point,
But
might.
with explosives.
I don't think that the explosives are going to help.
He looks over at Pidge. The explosives usually help.
When I'm not near them.
Yeah. So,
Minerva says, I have to agree with my brother. This seems like a really bad idea.
but it could
Alright.
theoretically work.
If we can find this radio station without sending anyone to potentially their death, that I think should be the first plan.
Oh yes, I said it was a very risky plan. It could definitely be a plan B or C, but I don't think we should ignore the plan.
Boar is standing there patiently sharpening his machete while you guys talk, just listening to all of you.
Alright, I think typically town layouts, the radio station's out towards the edge.
Usually.
So perhaps if we skirt around the perimeter? Or
I mean,
maybe
you
if we can
saw
find
it,
a map.
didn't you? Boar says, looking at Pidge.
I saw one of the towers over, and I point towards where I saw one of the towers.
Mhm.
That way.
I mean, perhaps we could follow something from
If
it.
I found that, I could follow it back.
All right,
by
Pidge.
pinging signal.
The very least, perhaps we could follow the towers.
Do they move?
No, but what if they lead up in? I'd
You
imagine
see
that they'd all be in
Boar's
proximity.
machete slowly lower.
Apollyon's looking at Boar.
Boar's looking back at you.
You seem to
So?
want to
I get the impression that they do in fact move.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't like the idea of a tower moving around.
That would be horrifying.
That would be very horrifying.
Although I think currently the tower's the one thing we know exists. So we should go there, and from there we should be able to find something.
Right. Well, town is like a few minutes that way, he points. Where did you see the tower, Pidge?
She does the thing with her hands, trying to indicate to her that.
Judging by the
where-
trajectory of the moon and the sun, probably at the bottom of the ocean. I bet lots of holes in them.
And she just points in a direction.
You guys start walking towards it?
Lead on, Pidge.
Yeah.
Pidge picks up at the front with Boar next to you. And you guys start walking, and with every step further, the sky goes from gray to black to a blackish green.
Oh,
The
good.
wind begins to pick up. There's a static crackle through the air.
Well, I think this thing knows we're on our way.
I am excited.
I'm
Nice
horrified.
weather we're having.
What was that,
As
Pidge?
you
Nice weather we're
begin
having.
to make out the
Oh.
tops of the speakers for the tower, just in the distance ahead of you, and that's when it starts. This distorted siren wail.
Ear protection.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Boar cringes, twirling his machete anxiously. The siren continues. As you start to get closer, do you continue?
I mean, we've got our ear protection in now.
Yeah. Yeah.
As you get closer, the siren changes. At first, it sounded a lot like a tornado siren. And then it sounded more like an alarm. And you look back up trying to see the speakers, and they're no longer in the same spot that they were.
There's no way what
Oh.
me and Lewis were talking about is actually true.
Oh, wonderful. They are moving.
Oh my god.
There is a heavy shaking footstep.
Oh my god, we're fighting fucking Siren Head, aren't we?
And then another.
I'm so mad.
Me and
I'm
Lewis
so
were right.
mad.
Me and Lewis were theorizing this.
I'm so mad.
Lewis texted me. He's like, "What did you say?" He says, "Am I thinking Siren Head?"
You turn around, and coming
Oh
up
my
behind
fucking
you
God.
is all y'all's suspected cryptid.
Motherfucker.
Me and Lewis were suspecting this.
I am going to need all of you to roll initiative while I go upstairs to get myself some fucking water.
To make everyone angry, Pridwin's going to point up at it and say, "Isn't that the guy from SCP?"
Jesus Christ. I'll be right back.
Oh god, we're gonna die.
My favorite SCP, Siren.
My favorite SCP.
Whoever's watching the stream is probably really angry about that remark.
Oh man.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but the CG edits of Siren Head go hard as fuck.
Oh yeah. When you said CG edits, instead of thinking of any of the actual ones, I was just thinking of the one where he's like breakdancing.
Also goes hard as fuck.
Oh yeah.
Where'd the Amber Alert come from?
God. Don't worry about it.
Oh yes. Me and like Lewis texted me earlier, and me and him were just talking about how it's probably Siren Head.
Yeah, Wince. I mean, I had feelings, but I wasn't expecting it to be literally just Siren Head.
Yeah. Video on YouTube called Fellas Be Honest, and it's a picture of the Little Caesars mascot, but a girl, and it says, "Would you smash?"
Oh my god. Hey, but isn't that literally just Julius Caesar?
It's now it's Juliet Caesar.
Oh my god. Man, can't believe that little Caesar got stabbed over a pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I'll be right back also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yes, Liam is gone, but he will return.
That's fine. I am heating myself up some food down here. Ugh. So, y'all are a little mad at me?
No, I knew I was right about it. Me and Lewis spoke.
I'm media illiterate here, so I didn't even know what it was.
Oh shit. I'm just gonna put my initiative roll in the session.
Okay. Yeah, let me make everybody's fucking... Let's see, so I'm going to need... God damn, bitch!
Oh shit.
So I just need Prids. And then I will put them into a chart. Yeah, so when we were talking about adding madness in as like an element, and I had already had this low-key planned, I was like, this is too perfect not to test it out on. Like, there's no way that I can just not now. Like,
natural 20 on initiative.
Oh my god, you and Pitch tied?
Holy
Jesus
fuck.
Christ.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that I'm slower than Pidge anyways.
High or low, gang? Heads or tails?
I'll let Pidge choose.
I don't know. Heads?
Then I'll go tails.
It was tails. Okay, so it's going to be Prid. For your nat 20, on your initiative rolls, both of you, you are each getting 2 attacks for your first turn.
Oh, man.
So remember that while I also write down this chart and do math. Let's see. Boar got 15. Polyon got 14. Liam got 11. And then our good old buddy boys down here at the bottom, or rather at the top, I should say. Oh, this is gonna be a interesting turn of events. I need... my god. Shh. Hush, microwave. hoping that it doesn't come to that, but if it does, pray for yourselves.
Oh boy.
Pray for yourselves. If I mute myself occasionally, it's because I'm eating. I'm fucking starving.
All good.
But you are going to be going first, Pridwin, as this monstrosity of a creature comes into view, and Lunala instantly grabs your arm.
There are very few things in this world that Pridwin genuinely hates.
Uh-huh.
One of them is creatures that take away people's free will.
Uh-huh.
The other is creatures that hurt his friends. This thing has done both, so he grips Lunala's hand tightly and says, "Lunala, no mercy."
Right.
And he's going to transform.
Roll me. Actually, I'm gonna have you once again choose high or low. We'll see what happens.
Oh boy.
You now have a
high.
50-50 chance. Nope. You are back in your dagger form at the moment.
God damn it.
Oh god. Hey, at
Why did
least
my
you were.
family hate me?
At least it's like 50-50 chance now, and not, you know,
Yeah.
1 in 20. So you transform. You have 2 moves because of your crits. What would you like to do?
So does it look like there's more than one of these things? Like, are the other sirens in the distance moving?
No, this was the only tower.
Okay, that's good, because that means I don't need to hold back. So,
Well, assuming that this is the only combatant you're gonna be facing is foolish. But this is the only tower, to answer your question.
I mean, making sure that this thing's dead is gonna be pretty high on Pridwin's list of things to do.
List of things to do.
So...
And
Is
by
it
all
raining
means, do what you want to
currently?
do. It has not started raining yet, but you can feel that staticky twinge in the air, and you know that shit's gonna go down.
Pridwin's just gonna go for regular attacks then for the first 2.
Okay.
Actually, can he coat his weapon in holy water?
It's gonna take 1 turn to create the, to use the ability to do it.
Actually... So before I actually do that, can I discern whether this creature's demonic or not?
Do you have something that lets you figure that out?
I don't...
Besides just guesswork?
I mean, he can't see souls.
Nope. And your girl's not here.
Yeah, Katya's not here. I don't think he has any abilities that allow him to sense demons. So yeah, I don't think I can.
Nope.
Alright, well then rather than gambling with that free turn, I am probably just gonna go for the 2 attacks.
Alright. So I'm gonna need you to roll to hit.
Alright. Whoop. 14 on the first one.
It's gonna hit. Second one.
It's gonna hit.
Mhm.
Oh boy. And then second one. Natural 20.
Well, obviously that's gonna hit, and you're gonna get fucking double damage for it. So
First attack.
So you're gonna do your d20 plus either your strength or your dex.
Definitely gonna do strength. And it's combined, right? Because Lunala's wielding me.
Yes.
Oh boy.
I think.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Brain, cooperate.
That'll come out to a 31 on the first hit.
Jesus Christ, man.
They're very strong. That's a 19 total.
Strong.
Strong.
Hold on, let me double check, cause brain. Come on, where are you at? Yep, It's strength or dex of both of combined strength or dex plus your d20 roll for basic attack.
Yeah,
So it was
definitely
31 for the first hit, and then what was
and
your
now
second?
The crit. Let's see here.
Yeah, so you're gonna roll the d20 plus your strength, and then you're gonna multiply that by 2.
Oh god, okay.
And then
so
we'll add that to 31.
That was an 18 and a 19, and then double that.
I forgot y'all's fucking shit was so high.
74 points of damage on that second hit.
Oh
Add it
God.
to the 31?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ!
Hold on, let me add. Yeah, that's 105 points of damage. It's... He is not just, like, Lunala's strike, but he himself is digging into this thing as he strikes it.
Yeah, so, y'all watch as Pridwin's fiance lurches off of the ground. Where are you wanting to hit this thing?
He's going to start, so...
This thing is a tall motherfucker, by the way.
Yeah, so I'd imagine with that, she, like, climbs all the way to the top and then just dives down, dragging the blade all the way back down to the ground.
You know what? Because of the crit, I'll fucking allow it. Jesus Christ. You shred this thing down its spine, and it lets out this mechanical scream, almost like when you get feedback when you have like a mic too close to another amp. It's an awful sound.
Sort of like a looping sound that just gets louder and
Yeah.
more high pitched.
Yeah, it's awful.
Hmm.
Pidge. Fuck this thing up.
So I've got 2 options.
Mhm.
Show off my new gadget. Or just shoot it in the face.
You do have 2 attacks, so why not do both?
Both is good.
Both is good.
How close is everyone to this thing right now?
Well, Lunala is currently riding a blade down its spine.
That's unfortunate, because I've got two different things I'm going to be able to do this turn.
Oh no, why the fuck is my team's going to be the one that kills my wife?
On God, it's not even the bad guys anymore. It's just your fucking squad.
They just don't care about her.
So,
technically, so.
Like Pridwin can take the damage, but he's not in shield form.
So, Pid, on a whim, just casually turns to the group and is all like, have I told you guys about my little tea times with my buddies? We've got Mr. Snugglesworth, Mrs. Meow Meow, Felicia Angry Pants, the works. You know. And let me tell you about a little affair that Mr. Snugglesworth has been having with Mrs. Meow Meow. Mrs. Meow Meow being this cute little guy, and I hug it behind me right at the face of the creature. Which, it's a cute, adorable looking little cat.
Yep.
And
I don't think any of
over...
you have ever seen this attack before, to be fair.
Oh no.
I forgot the tagline we put. Whoa, here she comes.
Oh no.
Yep. And the problem with that is that Mr. Snugglesworth is actually married to this bad beauty. Felicia Angry Pants. And I'd like to introduce this guy to Felicia Angry Pants, who is angry at not only Mrs. Meow Meow, but him.
Oh no. So
no.
I need you to make some rolls for me. I need you to roll a
Okay.
d20 for the timer that counts down on your first attack. I also
One.
need you to roll me a d10.
Not one on that timer.
That's
Oh,
not
no.
good. Oh, that's really bad.
Can't believe that my wife just got murdered by my team.
So I need a d10 roll for you.
7.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Oh my god. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's a fun thing. Pridwin, I'm gonna have you roll for Lunala. I need you to make either a dex or con check, and I need you to roll well.
Oh boy. Can Pridwin try to take the brunt of this?
No.
Oh my god. Pridwin's going to be very angry. So you said
A dex or con check.
Well, thank God we've got good con. Can I use the combined?
No. This will be an individual check for both of you.
Oh god damn it. Alright, yeah, she has. Actually, I'm gonna use Dex on her because she has much better Dex. So that's 18 plus 7.
Okay.
Hold on. 18 plus 7 totals out to 25 for Lunala.
Alright, Lunala's good.
And Pridwin? Oh my god, 19 before his con, with 10 con, 29.
Yeah, okay. You both are suffering an immediate -4 to intelligence for the next 7 turns.
Oh. Okay.
Yep. Also, the second thing you said you were throwing out was... Where the fuck is it? Motherfucker, where is it? Okay, seriously, where is it? On the Mrs. Snugglesworth? Is that what you threw? The proficient
Felicia
version?
Underpants.
Okay,
Yep.
so... Long explosion fire deals 2d20 damage in a small area and ignites all nearby structures in flame! Great! Roll me 2d20.
We have an 11 and a 14.
So 25. This
So yeah,
thing is now stunned. It has a -4 to intelligence. So, the problem is, you have managed to keep yourself from getting stun locked, but you're still going to get hit. Pridwin, you and Lunala each are taking a -25 to your health, as there is
Oh my
a
god.
massive... You're riding down this creature's spine. And before you even hit the ground, there is 2 explosions. One that happens near the top of the creature that kind of boosts your speed downward, and the second that happens beneath you, a fiery explosion.
Uh-oh.
That weird warbling mic feedback wail is getting much worse. Boar is currently stun locked, so Apollyon. What you doing?
I am going to. Let me get myself real quick. I forgot that I still have a grenade for Pidge. Let's see. I'm just going to start with a basic attack. I'm going to try to slash at his feet.
I just what?
I'm going to try to slash at the thing's legs.
Alright, roll to hit.
And 19.
Nice. You're hitting it. Roll me a d20 plus your strength or dex.
Okay. That's another 19. Roll that. Shit. That is a 26.
Damn, you guys are doing good damage to this thing. Let's go.
Yeah, so he's gonna try to just cleave this thing's legs.
You're not going through. You definitely
Yeah.
do damage. As you cut into this thing's legs, you see that underneath the skin there are wires.
Oh. That's
Melded with the flesh.
nice.
Tasty.
Yeah, I want to slurp them like noodles.
God.
Oh God! I did not need you to say that. Why?
The meat noodles.
I do not
yes.
like the meat prison. Let's see. Liam is going to be next, and he is going to. He's gonna take a basic swing with Minerva, who is in his palm right now. And he's definitely hitting this motherfucker. Holy shit! Y'all are getting good fucking rolls, my guy!
Oh my god.
It's another 25 fucking damage. Hell yeah. So that's been all fine and dandy, except now it's his turn. So this creature stomps its foot down into the fire, sending a burst of heat over you that are nearby, and it lets out a awful siren wail, but it's one of those distorted ones that, like, it sounds like it's, like, going up and down, back and forth. And soon, thundering from the foliage, you see a red-eyed creature come into view.
Oh god, don't make the initiative order longer than it already is.
Oh, it's getting much longer because it's
Oh.
not just one creature that comes out. It's several.
Oh no. Pridwin, seeing that there's things coming out of the woods, he's just gonna call out, "Don't kill the townsfolk. Anything else can go."
Right.
So first, its first move is it calls 2 more combatants onto the field. There is now a rather sickly-looking cougar with glowing red eyes, and a dog that has multiple eyes ripped open along its body, snarling at you as it crawls from the underbrush.
Oh, that's not normal.
The second thing that Homeboy is going to attempt to do... Oh, this should be fun.
Oh no.
I am going to need every single one of you to roll me a d10 as he lets out a burst of a wavelength to attempt to sever your resonance connection with your partners.
2?
9.
Okay, hold on. So, you got a 2. Luckily for you, Lunala rolled a 3, so you two are fine. That checks out. Polyon, you also have no problem. Pidge, you and
3.
Eon, you guys are okay. Let's see how Homeboy and Homegirl are doing together. Really bad. So you kind of buckle inward and close your eyes to try and take this wavelength that passes over you. It's another painful sound, and you hear a shriek from beside you to your right, Pridwin. And you see, Liam staggers backwards, and Minerva is now standing beside him, gripping at her wrists. Both his hands and her hands are sizzling.
Uh-oh.
The third thing this creature is going to do, because he automatically gets 3 attacks to start,
Oh, great.
is he is going to literally try and step on Liam and Minerva. So,
Uh-oh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh no.
He gets both of them.
What the fuck?
Because it critted.
Oh
And
my
they
god.
both rolled underneath of a 10. Yeah, so after this happens, you kind of stagger, trying to get your senses back together as you get your bearings, and it's just in time to see this thing drop its foot down. And Liam, what happens is Liam attempts to try and get Minerva out of the way, and it crushes down on top of him, and it gets both of them in the process. So you just watch as the two of them are instantly crushed in front of you, beneath its foot.
There will be consequences.
I'm gonna need you to take a madness token for that one, Fridwin.
Dream On by Aerosmith begins playing.
Oh no. God damn it.
As it slowly lifts its foot up, and neither of them moves.
Yeah, there's gonna be consequences.
It is now the cougar's turn. From behind you, Pridwin, as you're not even focused. You aren't even paying attention. This thing dives for you. Luckily for you, your fiancé is paying attention and it does not hit you as she darts to the side with rapid speed and it goes sailing past you. At the same time, the dog is going to try and bite you, Pidge, so I need you to roll me a dodge roll.
Give me a second. My cat is in my dice box.
Oh, Jesus.
Come
Not
on,
the
Sam.
cat,
I
no.
need you out of there.
Let Sam roll the dice.
I can't. He is quite literally guarding the box.
I will give you advantage if Sam rolls the dice.
Okay, that was dice 1. He swatted at it. And that is a 6. Okay.
Oh, God.
Okay. Sam rolled it.
What did he roll?
Oh. Nat 20.
Oh!
Oh my god.
My god.
Sam with the clutch rolls.
Oh my god.
My god! So, this dog comes in to bite you, and what happens is... See, what happened was... Ian jumps out of your backpack, lands, arcing with electricity, onto this dog's face, and, like, smashes its face into the ground. And there is just this explosion of electricity as Ian takes this dog to the ground.
Holy shit.
And it is now Pridwin and Lunala's turn.
There will be consequences. And those consequences are coming. I just gotta see what I roll. Whoop. Low. The consequences are coming.
Oh my god.
4.
Are you doing proficient?
Oh yeah, you know I am.
I just had to check. And I'm assuming all 4 of these are going towards the same target?
Key, I shit you not, natural
You
20.
did not roll another nat 20! Why are y'all destroying this combat?
Pridwin's mad now.
What is happening?
Pridwin's extremely mad now.
Oh my god. So you're telling me...
I didn't roll the last one. That was Sam.
Jesus
That was all
fucking
Sam.
Christ. So, you just rolled for 4 targets. Four targets. And you rolled a nat 20.
So, do I double the damage or do I not?
Here's the thing. You didn't roll to hit. So that nat 20 serves as your roll to hit, which means you're getting double damage. So I'm gonna need you to roll another nat 20.
Alright. Another nat 20. I got... Yeah, 19.
Damn. Okay. So
that's
19 times 2.
Or times
19
2
times
and
2
then-
is 38, times 4 is 152. That's what
Mhm.
you just fucking did to my boss.
You stepped on my sister.
Oh my god.
104 and 152 in your first 3 turns. I'm gonna need you to stop.
Stepped on my sister.
God.
No
Listen
one
here,
steps on my sister.
We have grown sick of this shit.
Ugh.
Yeah, you made me angry.
Look, man, they were the closest ones to him, alright? He just
We
saw
were
an
too.
opportunity!
Oh my god.
We were like right underneath him.
Yeah, but you guys weren't staggering in pain from getting fucked up.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe he should have thought about that before stepping on my fucking sister
Exactly.
and my maybe brother-in-law at some point in the future.
So, like... Oh, God. There is this static crackle. Here's what happens because you critted and did so much. For just a minute, the cougar and the dog, the red of their eyes fades as this electricity courses through the creature. It lets out this warbled, chattering scream. And the dog and cougar stagger away from you. You hear more things moving in the foliage, but for the moment, it's just you and it. Pidge, it's your move.
Wait, where's my turn been this whole time? What?
You had it right after Pidge.
Oh shit. Okay.
You hit it, remember? You did fucking
Well, no.
26 damage too.
I thought Paige already went like before. Never mind.
Hmm.
Confused as the turn order because everyone was doing different things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so turn order currently is Prid, Pidge, Boar, Polly,
Yeah.
Liam, Siren Head, and all of his bullshit.
Okay.
I'm just imagining there's like this endless stream of electricity coming from Pridwin into this thing.
It seems like Pridwin's got the boss handled pretty well. Let's get rid of this dog.
The
Although you
dog
said-
that is no longer trying to attack you as it scampers away.
Oh, it's scampering away? Okay, then. Firing at the boss.
Mhm. Pridwin hit this motherfucker so hard he dampened his signal.
He's very mad.
When will you
I'm
learn?
looking at this and I'm considering whether or not I should just drop the Sir and let this thing step on the Sir and destroy it in a single hit,
Oh god. Keep in mind.
or just shoot.
Keep in mind!
I would like to just let you know first, before you do anything that might hit Pridwin again, he's in a very bad mood.
Nah, Sir, just don't hit. I think I got rid of all my AoE.
God. Yeah,
You know what?
if you want to try, and I mean this thing is enormous, so I don't know if Sir would actually be able to hold it in place.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try with Sir. If anything else shows up, I might drop a Sir then, but for now, it's going to take another... It's going to take an attack from... Ein.
Mhm.
I'm going to use Ein's ability to tail whack it.
Tail shock. So roll me a d12. And roll me a d4.
D12 and D4. I can find a D12 and I can find a D4. And we've got 10 on the D12 and 4 on the D4.
Okay. So you've dampened his intelligence. Again!
Matt? This thing probably wasn't smart to begin with.
He
and
was
now
not! He really wasn't! So now he's just struggling.
He's just brain dead now.
Homeboy has a -6 to intelligence right now and didn't even have 6
My
to start
God.
with.
Well, it's like completely out of RAM now.
Yeah, he's like buffering, like just standing there looking very confused. Apollyon.
Yeah, dude's running at like 20 kilobytes a second. Let's see. Where is it? So what I want to do here is Apollyon is going to stomp his staff, his scythe on the floor and transform it into Hades, and he is going to cast Arming Sparta specifically on Brit
Oh.
and give you a shield of protection.
Oh.
Yeah. So, Britwin, there is now these swarming souls around you of Spartans that are forming a phalanx in front of you.
Oh boy, that might not make Pridwin feel much better.
They're protecting you, so.
To be
I
fair.
mean, just
Yeah.
considering his family history.
It's 150 HP barricade, right?
Yeah.
So,
holy shit.
Pridwin, you have a temporary 150 HP barricade. I'm gonna have you track that, so anything will hit that barricade before it hits you.
Wonderful. I've got that on the side.
Okay. Just a second. It is going to be not their turn. They ain't moving. It's Siren Head's turn. All right. So, Homeboy loses his first turn just because he's fucking buffering so bad. When he finally does realize what the fuck is happening to him, he is immediately going to make a move for Apollyon.
Awesome.
Because you have just provided a shield, and that is a big problem. So he is going to attempt to...
Sending a thing in.
Also,
Because-
Bear Light just came on. Wait, what were you saying?
This is literally Pridwin right now. Hold on. I sent it to in-session panic.
Hello. Alright, what is Mr.
Kermit opposes violence. So the first thing it's gonna do is it is going to release a wavelength.
Uh-huh.
Of course, it is a very specific wavelength, as it lets out this awful scream. And all of you are going to take 2 madness tokens.
Oh boy.
Automatically, because you are right next to it and there is no way you're getting out of that.
Shit.
So I need to ask, is anybody over 3 yet?
Pridwin is.
No. Oh, wait. I'm a demon, so how much do I...
You take, twice as much, don't you? Didn't we say it doubles?
Yeah, it does double, so yeah, it's a 4.
So
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
only-
need both of you to make some rolls for me.
Alright.
boy.
Friendos. You guys are now both in short term, so I need each of you to make me a D100 roll.
Oh boy. Alright,
An 87.
Okay, so for you, oh god, I now need you to roll me a 1d20.
11.
I rolled a 5.
Apollyon, you have developed a new phobia temporarily
Wait.
of enclosed spaces.
Ah,
Well, that's actually
Claustrophobia.
not that bad.
I need you to roll
Yep.
me a d10 also.
a D10 as well?
Yep.
A 5.
Okay, so for the next 5 hours, you are absolutely horrified of tight spaces. Pridwin, what did you roll?
So I rolled.
It's weird that the...
I realized that these dice don't actually add up to 100, so I just rolled digitally 53.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's awfully, like, comical that the demon of fear is afraid of something.
So, you become frenzied and attack the closest creature to you, whether it is a friend or foe.
Good thing that that's the siren.
No. The closest thing to you right now is Lunala.
Oh, fuck.
I need you to roll me a d10.
Mm-hmm. 1.
So for 1 hour,
Oh no.
you are frenzied and will attack the closest thing to you at all times. The way this happens is that almost immediately you aggro on your fiance. So we'll get back to that in a second.
He is in weapon form, so I'm not sure how he's gonna do that.
Trust me, it's not gonna be pretty. So the second thing Siren Head is going to do upon releasing this madness wavelength is immediately going to try and hit you. Just a full-on punch, Apollyon, so roll me a dodge roll.
16.
You lucky, unfortunate motherfucker. This thing is gonna punch you, like, almost directly in the face.
Alright.
And you are going to be taking 26 points of damage as it just full-on fist punches you. Just about as hard as it can muster.
He staggers a little bit. So how much was the total?
26.
Okay.
And that is either to you or Abaddon, depending on how you defend yourself.
It'll be me.
Okay. It's gonna be me. He has not gotten control of... Actually, has he gotten control of Cougar and Dogback yet? Yes, he has. So, your friendly neighborhood Cougar is now also back. The Cougar is going to take a dive at you, Apollyon. So, roll the dodge again.
Sure.
Jesus Christ.
16.
Yeah, had us in the first half, not gonna lie. This thing is going to tackle you. It is going to attempt to grapple you.
So, it's scored.
You are going to take another 16 points of damage, and you are now on the ground.
Yeah, when it's a grapple, shouldn't I make it slow?
It failed grappling you, but it knocked you over.
Okay.
It tried. It really did. The good roll was on the hit and the damage, not the grapple attempt.
Yeah.
Let's see. Doggo is back, and Doggo wants Pidge. Pidge, roll me to dodge. Oh my god.
11.
This thing's gonna hit you. Doggo is going for a bite. Luckily for you, it is only doing 10 damage to you, as it whiffs you and catches your arm right near the elbow and tears a solid line down your forearm. And it's back to Pridwin. Now here's the problem with this madness wavelength. You are now frenzied and trying to attack the closest thing to you, which in fact is Lunala. So
Pridwin try to give her a warning before he completely goes.
What would you like to do? How do you want to try and...
Going to try and force out the words, Lunala, get away from me.
Roll me a d20.
18?
You get the first 2 words out, and then you lose it. As your anger from watching Minerva and Liam get crushed to the ground takes you over. And instantly, You are no longer in your weapon form. Your arm has transformed into your blade, and before you realize what has happened, you're moving. I need you to roll me an attack roll.
3.
I'm sorry to say that your wife rolled
Did
really
she roll
low.
Did she roll a fucking 1?
She rolled a 2.
Now Pridwin.
She
Now Pridwin
rolled a
understands
2.
what still did. Pridwin understands what's through.
At least Pridwin doesn't have both their strengths, so it's not going to be a 19 to fucking damage.
I need you to roll me a damage roll.
Oh, thank God the bad rolls are coming in now. 4 for damage and then 10 bonus, so that's 14.
So the way it happens is you say the words Lunala get, and then you look down, and you're in your human form, and your blade has pierced through Lunala's palm and into her chest as she has tried to block you stabbing her. She's looking into your eyes, and she looks not scared, not betrayed. She looks worried about you.
Oh no.
As she tries to grab your blade to keep it from damaging her further. She's going to be taking that damage out of her hit points.
Yep, I did the calculation.
Pidge! It's your move.
I'm gonna let Sir out. And I'm hoping that I can get an attack off with Hein.
Mm-hmm. Are you unleashing Sir on the thing, or are you unleashing it on Pridwin? Because you all have just watched as Pridwin flashed out of his weapon form and immediately stabbed his fiancée.
Pridwin would be a good choice, actually. Keep him on top of the monster.
Yep.
Okay. Because I was gonna do it on the dog, but I can handle
Oh,
the dog.
hold on a second. Pridwin. You're at how many tokens?
4.
Never mind, you got lucky. Okay. I thought you were adding a d12 to that damage, but you need 5, so.
Yeah, thank God.
So you're unleashing Sir?
Yep. And you know what? I will put it on Pridwin, though I'm hoping to get an attack with Ein on the dog.
Okay. I will let Ein have a separate attack. So, roll to hit Pridwin, and Pridwin, I need you to roll a counter.
Can I negotiate disadvantage because he's not paying attention?
Sure.
Because I would like to actually. Okay, 2. It can't get much worse than that.
Oh my god.
Didn't need it.
You're getting bit.
I got another 11 on that.
Okay. Tell me why I'm looking through Pridwin's page when I'm trying to find something on Pidge's tree. Jesus fucking Christ.
God.
So you said you got an 11 on the damage?
On the hit to hit.
Oh,
5
to hit.
on the damage.
Got it. So 5, you're taking 5 points of damage, Pridwin. And then you are now
5 points?
rooted in place.
Alright.
As this little mechanical dog-like creature has bit into your ankle and just stuck you in place. Lunala has had the chance to pull away, and she doesn't.
Oh?
She's holding onto your blade and whispering your name. You are in a haze You are struggling to feel anything other than rage, but you do hear her voice cutting through it just a hint.
Yeah, he's trying to pull himself out of this as hard as possible, and he's trying to basically follow that voice.
Okay.
Welcome back. It is your turn, Apollyon.
Yes. Sorry, my Wi-Fi decided to fucking shut down. And I'm on my phone right now. Alright. I'm gonna pull up my stuff. Here we go. Yeah, it got like suspiciously silent for a sec after Pidge did their turn, and I was just like, what? Why is no one talking? And I looked down at the bottom right corner, I was like, oh.
Man.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to... So I'm in Soul. Let's see. I'm just gonna go for a basic attack.
Rolled it.
Yep.
Do you have any reaction, by the way, to seeing Pridwin stab his fiance? Just curious.
He, at this point, is probably more focused on combat. So...
Fair enough.
Yeah. Rolling to hit. 17.
You go ahead, roll me damage.
Alright. 17.
Jesus! Fuck!
Hold on, I need to add the, oh shit. 17 plus... It would be 26 damage total.
Jeez. 26.
Oh, there we go, the Wi-Fi's back up, I can go on my laptop.
Oh my god. Okay. Liam, at this point, is going to start staggering to his feet. Which would be a relief for you, were you not the way you are currently. But it's definitely not a relief for Lunala, because he is pushing himself to his feet right underneath of the creature. You hear him choke out Minerva's name, this sort of wet, agonized sound, and he kind of grabs at her arm and tries to move her, and then looks up and realizes this thing is directly above him, and he just takes a weak slash at the creature's leg. He's gonna hit it. Holy shit. Oh, Liam's pissed off too. Great.
Oh.
Oh man.
So another
Everybody's
26 points of damage as he cuts into the wires on this thing's leg, his sword catching and grating and severing a whole section of them across what would be this creature's thigh. It lets out another one of those agonized, warbled sounds, and then it is going to try and attempt to step on him again. And it's definitely going to succeed, because he's right fucking underneath of him. It comes down on top of him to crush him with his foot, and he pierces his blade up into the bottom of this thing's foot. So it definitely does, like, crush him into the ground, which hurts him severely, but you can see he is, like, on his back with one hand against the ground, bracing the space between the foot coming down and Minerva's body, doing everything he can to keep it from hitting her, at the cost of him taking a whole lot of damage. Oh my god.
Oh boy.
Liam does not look good.
Too bad Pridwin's not sane.
Too bad Friedman's not sane. Oh, that hurts. You definitely hear the scream of pain. That's something you hear. In your haze. It's probably gonna make it worse, to be fair. While Siren Head is stuck on Liam's blade, he is going to let out another scream and then try and hit Apollyon again, it looks like. So Apollyon, roll me a dodge roll.
Okay. I guess trying to hit me again.
Oh, it's not gonna hit you, never mind. Well, this thing definitely misses you. Siren Head.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, he has multiple attacks, but he's struggling. Homeboy struggle. At this point, the cougar is also going to go for another attack on you, Apollyon. So roll me another dodge roll.
Okay.
Oh my god!
What did it roll?
A nat 20! This cougar's
Okay.
going
Oh my
crazy!
God.
No,
Ah!
it's going to hit.
Everybody's angry.
Oh my god! Fuck. This cougar is going to go for your shoulders.
Man, why can't we just like stop fighting and go and have like a popsicle or something, man?
Can we have some I'll have all this drink some alcohol, chill out.
You are taking 18 damage as this cougar latches onto your shoulders and bites into your right shoulder.
Yeah.
There's now a cougar on your back. And not in the fun way.
Ah, man.
At the same time, Doggo is going back for you, Pidge. Doggo not doing so hot, but Doggo's still angry. Roll me a dodge roll.
Man, I'm sad. I was listening to Aerosmith and my Wi-Fi dropped.
God damn it.
Man.
Rest in peace, Aerosmith.
I know, right?
16.
Match. You lucky duck. So this thing should hit you. Iron once again gets in the way and smacks this thing with its tail. Bitch slaps the shit out of it. This dog is looking awful. Like, its jaws is almost broken, but it is still attempting to bite you in this mad state that it is in. It is Pridwin's turn. Pridwin.
So
The
Pridwin
closest
has-
person to you is Lunala.
I mean, there's technically 3 things equidistant from me. The thing attached to my leg, Siren Head, and Lunala.
Siren Head is further away than, Sir
Oh,
and
good
Lunala.
news.
However, your blade is currently in Lunala right now.
That's not good.
Therefore, she is the closest thing to you.
God damn it. Alright, then I guess I'm gonna have to attack her again.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Lunala, please 7. Please roll decently. I swear to God.
I have bad news for you.
Why are you trying to kill my wife?
I'm not! It's the rules!
Welcome
It's
to
the
Soba.
You
rules!
wanted me to go crazy.
I did not want this, okay?
You wanted this.
I
and
did
you're
not
enjoying
want
it.
this! This is
Swear
not
to
how
God.
I wanted this to happen!
The universe has a hit out on Lunala, dude.
Oh my
God.
god.
The universe just really doesn't want us to have any family.
Fucking roll the hit! Like, roll the damage, damn it!
Oh my god, alright. Natural 1, that's good.
Oh, that is good.
So that totals out to 11.
So, Lunala is taking 11 points of damage from you. As you feel yourself pressing further into your rage and your blade presses into her.
I really wish that Apollyon gave that shield to Lunala.
Yeah, you're doing great, as always, Fridwin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have
Because
to,
nobody fucking... He's a shield, he doesn't need this shit! But everyone keeps protecting him!
Well, all this is held onto you to be
Yeah.
healed. But
Yeah,
you know,
temporary health. Pridwin, he self-heals. He has self-healing.
Oh my god.
My wife
oh,
doesn't.
My wife doesn't.
the problem is that I was hoping you could move the shield, but now you're trying to kill your
What are
Yeah,
you trying to kill?
you know. Oh my god, Pridwin's going to need to like sit down and teach everyone how strategy works.
Oh my god. Okay, so that was Pridwin's turn. Pidge, it is your turn. You gonna kill this dog, or you going for Siren Head?
This dog is annoying. I think I'm gonna just kill it.
Fuck this dog up, fam.
Where did it drop? Oh,
My god.
19 to hit.
You doing it! Do the damage.
12 plus, I believe, 13.
How you want to do this?
So, I, being the good boy that he is, has been protecting this entire time. And so he's going to just hold this thing down with his jaw. I'm going to hold one of its legs down with his jaw.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to put my barrel right up against its head.
Oof.
Boom.
You shatter this thing's skull. There is an awful yelp as the thing staggers back and then collapses. Ian is wagging his tail proudly.
All right,
You
let's
just
not
hear
get out of Pridwin.
Boar, who is whimpering in the background in horror at everything he is seeing, just goes, "Nice," under his breath as you take the dog out.
So what are we gonna do about that? He says, pointing over to Pridwin.
Apollyon, it is now your turn.
Yeah.
Pridwin is currently in the process of stabbing his fiance, and Siren Head is currently in the process of trying to crush Liam and Minerva underneath of it.
That's very true. Let's see. I could use. Okay, I'm gonna use life force manipulation and heal Lunala. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to pull up your shit. Where is it?
I'm gonna heal her for 45 HP.
45?
And you
Yeah.
are cutting your own?
Yep.
So you
That-
watch as the wound in Lunala's hand and chest begins to heal even around your blade, and a similar wound is ripped open on Apollyon's body.
Mm-hmm.
So, you have healed her, which is good. Boar's still being a scared little shit, to be honest with you. Liam is struggling.
Yeah, that's about 7 rounds.
What?
Yeah, that's about 7 rounds.
Listen, he's a kid, alright? He was not expecting. He would have been fine if it was just animals or a guy in a trench coat and a mask, alright? He was not expecting this.
I don't think anyone in game was.
Yeah.
Yeah. He ain't doing great. Okay, so this thing is still trying to crush Liam, so oh god. He is finally winning out in his one-on-one battle with Liam. Luckily, Minerva's eyes begin to open and she looks up and sees Liam protecting her, and she lets out this startled sound and puts her hands, thrusts them in front of her, and this burst of water comes out of her hands and slams into the creature's foot, where he has his blade straight up into it, and the water goes up into the circuitry, and you watch this chain reaction of electric sparks racing up
Jeez.
this thing's leg and into its chest, and it staggers backwards. It is no longer trying to crush them. Huzzah.
Hooray!
Liam looks in pretty bad condition. Minerva kind of grabs him by the shoulders and supports him and tries to pull him away from it. Siren Head's pissed at this point. Homeboy is trying to deal with his circuitry malfunctioning, and the closest one to him is now Pridwin and Lunala. So, with one sweeping motion, he is going to slam a fist down on the ground and then arc his arm sideways and try and yeet both of you. I need you to roll me. Oh, roll me a dodge roll, but roll at disadvantage because you're rooted in place.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a 6.
Yeah, that's yeah.
A series of unfortunate events.
Yeah. So this
Hopefully
arm.
Lunala gets out of this.
She does not.
Oh,
The arm
motherfucker.
slams sideways and hits all three of you, both Sir and you and Lunala being impaled by you, and all three of you are yeeted in different directions. Like,
God
it's
damn it.
you go flying and you end up like hitting a tree because you rolled so low. Lunala staggers to her feet, looking down at her bleeding hands that have sort of healed now, thanks to Apollyon, though she does not know that. And poor Sir is just, he was not ready. He was not ready. Afterwards, Siren Head is going to...
How much
What are you
damage
doing?
did we take?
You didn't take any, you just got yeeted.
Oh, okay. It was just a throw.
It was just a throw. He just wanted to knock you motherfuckers away from him. He's in a bad mood. At this point, Siren Head is gonna turn and run away from you. So this thing turns on its heel and starts lumbering into the trees.
Oh no way, no fucking way.
Motherfucker, it's retreating. We're not letting this motherfucker retreat.
It's running away from combat. It's turning and running away from combat.
Uh-huh.
So, attack of opportunity?
Are you the closest one to it?
I think Apollyon was next to it, or near enough to it.
You know what,
I am
Apollyon?
near.
I'll let
Actually,
you
yeah,
make the
because
argument.
he was attacking Apollyon.
I
Yeah,
will let you
so-
make the argument that if you would like to get an attack of opportunity off on it, you can.
Okay, I want to try this. So, DM,
Uh-huh.
I rolled a natural 20.
Jesus I need y'all to stop!
You.
Oh my god.
Listen, this thing, I am not letting this thing run away from me. No, sir.
We are not letting this motherfucker after everything it's done.
After everything? No fucking way. So,
You don't just step on my sister, make me attack my own wife, and then fucking run away.
Yo,
Run away. So interesting question for you, Apollyon.
uh-huh.
How do you want to do this?
Like, do this?
How do you want to do this?
So, hold on. I'm gonna change my music real quick because this is too funky for me.
Good.
Hold on, I need to put on Apollyon's theme.
Yeah.
Okay. So what he is going to do? This is a good one. So he's in Hades. There's so many interesting thoughts in my head. Hold on. So how I want to, I'm assuming finish this motherfucker. is I want to lunge my scythe in like towards his feet, and I want to trip him. I'm not
Okay.
finished though, but I want to trip him and make him fall, and like stepping on top of him, I want to basically like boost my soul wavelength as I'm just going to keep cutting and slashing into this thing.
Oh my god.
And I'm going to finish off by just if it has a heart, I want to tear its heart out.
You're trying to find its heart, but all you're finding is circuitry.
I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm just gonna stab it and tear it to pieces.
So the rest of you watch as this thing is ripped to absolute shreds in front of you. The madness wavelength dies down. The cougar that has been trying to murder you staggers off to the side, looks at all of you, and runs the fuck away because it has no idea what's going on.
As Apollyon fully finishes this thing off, he's going to look down at it. He's going to say, "Don't you dare challenge the wavelength of a king."
Ooh, oh my goodness. So you are standing over this thing. Pridwin, you're starting to come back to your senses a little bit. Realizing what you have done.
Yeah, he's like hitting his own head, and he's saying, "I'm not gonna wind up like him. I'm not gonna wind up like him."
Oh. You look over, and Lunala has kind of staggered to her feet and is standing there trying to get her bearings. You can see that Minerva is clutching Liam to her side. Liam looks real bad. Pidge, you are collecting yourself. All in all, not a lot of damage done to you guys. You guys did pretty good. How are you feeling?
I almost killed my wife, so not great.
Health-wise, Apollyon's been better, but not horrible since he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, I have a quick question. How is y'all's AP and HP? Because
I actually have...
Pridwin's still at full, and
I'm at
Lunala only used 8.
That's
if I'm
good.
doing my math correctly,
Yeah?
I've only got like 2 abilities left.
Not so good.
Yeah, I actually am doing quite fine on AP.
On
There
HP though,
is-
I've got plenty.
Yeah.
There is a brutal crack of thunder. The static in the air intensifies as you hear a wail cut over the forest around you.
Oh no.
God damn it.
What is it now?
You feel an
Mom.
immense amount of energy pressure and power. Lunala's eyes widen and she takes a step back.
Lunala.
Her eyes are focused into the storm clouds above you.
Pridwin's gonna follow her gaze.
And that's when you see her. There's a woman hovering in the storm clouds. There are tendrils of lightning around her shoulders. She is holding a beam of lightning in her hands. Her eyes are wide purple masses. And this purple energy radiates around her. She's crying and sobbing and looking down at the creature at your feet, Apollyon. Because you guys thought Siren Head was the only one doing this? No.
Nope.
I fully expected a witch.
Yeah, no, I was expecting a witch.
I wasn't expecting Sarah. However, I'll let you proceed.
You killed her pet, and she is very upset with you. Her eyes immediately move to you, Apollyon. I am going to give you the chance to re-roll initiative.
I mean, I've got a natural 20. I'm gonna hold on to that.
If you would like, I will let you attempt. The two of you that have nat 20s, I would not be surprised if you did not want to.
I'll leave mine. I think mine was good. It was right behind the page, I think.
Yeah, I can hold on to mine.
Yeah.
Okay. Polly. I need to reorient because I have an enormous turn order. Okay. Immediately, she is going to hurl the lightning bolt in her hands at you, Apollyon. I need you to make a dodge roll.
That's 17.
Yeah, I wish that was enough.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
This lightning is going to spear directly into your chest.
Can I try to block with a Abaddon?
Yeah, you can try.
Alright. Do I roll to do that?
No. It'll
Okay.
just be Abaddon taking this and not you.
Okay, yeah.
Abaddon is immediately taking 41 points of damage as this lightning hits and spreads across the entire scythe. It sears your hand on contact, and Abaddon lets out this angry yell. She is steaming.
Yeah. And yeah, he just sort of recoils back off of the monster.
You stagger backwards. And it is... Oh, nope, Yvonne automatically has 2 turns to start out. After she has hurled this lightning, she lifts her palms, almost as if she's cupping them full of something, and then urges them upward into the air, and with it there is this trembling in the ground in front of all of you. And the earth begins to tear itself open, and crawling from the crevice, one hand hitting the ground, dragging itself forward, is a lightning golem.
Oh.
Electricity pulsing all over its skin. Its eyes glowing that same purple that hers are as it towers over you at 10 feet tall. Its gaze immediately moving towards you, Pridwin. And Minerva and Liam, who are right beside you now.
Pridwin, is it my turn?
It is now your turn at the top of the order, yes.
He's going to roll his shoulders and hold his hand out to Lunala. And he's going to call out, I'm going to give you one chance to surrender. If you do not, it will be your life.
She thinks you're hilarious. Lunala, looking at your hand and looking at her own at the damage, without even thinking about it, she takes your hand.
Then he glares dead into this witch's eyes and says, let it be fear. And I have already subtracted the AP. Let's see if I get high or low. That's a natural 1. So, technically a crit?
Nah. Nice try.
It's high or low.
You have to roll to hit first.
Oh.
And you rolled a natural 1.
I mean, wait, do I roll to hit?
First.
Hold on.
Yep.
Okay, so now I'm going to roll.
You rolled a nat 1 to hit, though. Which
Yeah.
means it's not gonna hit.
Yeah? So the only way that it's going to go, it's 11, so it's healing, but it's not going to do anything.
Mm-mm. So, like, you gotta roll to hit before you can use your ability. And if you don't hit, you're gonna miss.
Mm-hmm.
And so she is going to dodge your attack, regardless of what happens.
It wasn't an attack.
Wrathful Glare? Low?
No, I rolled because I didn't roll high or low first. You said it was to hit first, and then I roll high or low.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, because I'm not using Wrathful Glare, I rolled high on the second one. It's healing.
Wow, okay. You know what? You got me on a technicality, you win.
Yeah, you should have made me roll high or low first.
I really should have. Damn. Alright, you got me on the technicality. Go ahead.
3 party members for 30 HP. I am going to specifically give... Who looks worse, Minerva or Liam?
Liam's
I'm
bad.
going to give 60 to Liam and 30 to Minerva.
Okay.
As Pridwin begins to glow furiously and they go from having the shit kicked out of them to looking a lot better.
Yeah. Liam looks down at his hands and the injuries beginning to heal on his body. He looks over at Minerva and nods to her. Minerva nods as well, and she holds her hand out to him, and he transforms into her hand, and she is now holding that dual-bladed sword, spinning it slowly in her hand.
And by the way, since Pridwin's transforming again, can I roll again for being in shield form?
Yes.
Alright.
High or low?
I'm going to go with low this time.
Go for it.
Woo. 5.
Hey, you're finally in your shield!
And once he's in shield form, he's gonna say quietly to Lunala, Lunala, I'm immune to electricity. Make sure that I'm the one taking the damage.
Okay. It is Pidge's turn. Pidge, there's now a witch hovering in the sky more powerful than anything you've ever fought before, quite possibly, and a lightning golem standing in front of you.
You know what this kind of calls for?
What?
This kind of situation calls for? Shots.
Speaking of shots,
Shots, everybody.
Coca-Cola Pesci.
You are in the vicinity, you can assist.
So,
So
I just realized I could be giving people stat boosts. I need to start doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
y'all have stat boosting moves, like almost all of you do.
I mean most of my like actual active abilities I can't use.
Oh,
yet.
I did say you couldn't use this in combat specifically. It's on your character sheet, so you cannot assist.
Oh, so I can't use the team ability during combat? Wait.
It says cannot be used in combat, so I think this is specifically if you're trying to do it like in a situation where you're trying to get like a sneaky option or like a charisma boost specifically.
Okay. I was thinking that the not in combat thing was just for making drinks, not the assist.
Yeah. I don't know, that's what we wrote on your page.
Damn.
I just came up with the name.
So I'm gonna need you to roll a d10 for the effect and a d6 for the duration.
Alrighty. Okay. We have a 1,
Uh-huh.
which gives me a +5 to charisma.
Yep. For how long?
We're gonna convince the witch.
Convince the witch to kindly fuck off.
God.
6.
I mean, we might be able to negotiate a surrender out of her if things start looking bad.
So you now have a +5 to charisma for the next 6 turns.
I mean, honestly, with Apollyon's charisma, I could probably convince her, but it would probably be the dating kind of convincing, not.
Oh God! Oh no!
Oh no! He's already back to trying to date the witches!
Not another one!
I have a lot of charisma, so I could do it. Theoretically.
Just Apollyon and Abaddon looking up at the witch who just hit them with lightning, and instead of being like upset, they're just like,
Damn, you hit hard, girl!
Like, oh, I'm
I'm into that shit, lo and behold, like... So Pidge just got a stat boost, it is now Apollyon's turn.
Okay. So what I wanted to do is actually use my AP to redirect my the phalanx to me.
Okay.
So, what to do, yeah.
so do you want the phalanx's current hit points?
Yes.
145. They barely took any damage.
Okay.
Yep. So you now have that shield for 145, so all of those points will go down before you get hit with anything else.
Yeah.
Okay. It is now Minerva's turn. Minerva is going to try and attack the golem. Let's see how this goes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Not. Okay, so here's the fun thing. You, Pridwin, you are a water and electric user.
Mm-hmm.
Minerva is just a water user. She didn't inherit the electric from the shield because she has not bore the shield. So when she gets hit with electricity, it's really bad.
God damn it.
And she just rolled a nat 1 to attack the
God damn
golem.
it.
So
I just fucking healed her.
What is Apollyon? I gave her my life force.
yeah, she's at full health. She was at full health until homeboy decided to literally say no thank you, ma'am. So you just watch as she goes in to attack this thing, and the golem backhands her midair and sends her flying.
Good luck.
Good luck!
I'm just imagining that Pridwin's like staring at this with the fucking that one scene from the fucking SpongeBob movie where Patrick and SpongeBob are next to the like abyss and just watched all these monsters.
Oh god.
Just like wide open mouth staring.
Oh god. It is now Yvonne's turn. So she, seeing you glowing with energy, her eyes are fully focused on Apollyon now, and she is going to see what she wants to do.
Already focusing on Apollyon.
For her first attack.
Which is magnetized to Apollyon.
She is going to raise a hand and snap her fingers, and you are going to. She's gonna try and barrage you with force damage with this thunder. I need you to roll me a Constitution save. I am also going to need Pidge to roll me a Constitution save because you two are close to each other.
So my con is already really high, but I ended up rolling a natural 20.
Jesus, fuck!
17.
I was fully expecting to add my 17 Constitution to that, but no, I rolled a natural 20.
Yeah,
That
so
was 17 before I add my con. 27.
holy god. Okay, so she goes to barrage you with this. There's a roll of thunder, but it doesn't have the desired effect clearly because she has an irritated look on her face. As the whole world around you is temporarily rocked. Almost like an earthquake. You guys are still standing.
Yeah, no, it's like Apollyon is just like unaffected.
She kind of tilts her head and frowns a little bit.
He looks around and he says, "Don't worry, it happens to the best of us."
God. At which point she is going to change her target. Looking over in your direction, Pridwin, or more specifically Lunala, she is going to narrow her eyes at you and then raise her hands, and behind her you see pieces of ice begin hovering in the air.
Oh, wonderful. She's already figured out our ability.
She creates... Let's see how this fucking goes. Oh, she just rolled 2 nat 1s in a row.
Oh, good.
2 at the same time!
Oh my god.
Bitch!
This witch is having a bad time.
She might be reconsidering that offer for surrender now.
Oh my god.
She's considering Apollyon's offer.
God.
She's a little flustered at the sight of this very hot, dashing demon.
That just took an electricity bolt and didn't even, like, worry about it? Yeah,
just
she's into that.
Apollyon and Abaddon, like, winking at her.
I hate this so much. There are 2 chunks of ice, and she immediately hurls them at you for... Come here. Oh my god!
Mm-hmm.
Rolled another 1!
Was it another natural one?
Why?
Wait, hang on. Was that 3 natural ones in a row?
Yes!
Yeah. Kira, this is the Medusa all over again.
Please!
Like, honestly, okay. Wait, what?
You remember the Medusa encounter, right?
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, this is that all over again.
Oh my
god.
On my next turn, I'm just gonna be like, okay, clearly this is not working for you. How about we just have a parlay?
A parlay real quick?
How about we just talk about this?
Like, she can't even get her attack off. She is having trouble focusing because she is so upset at the death of her creature. That's how I will flavor this. The golem, however, is not capable of emotion and therefore is moving in to attack you. He is going to take a swing at you. Go ahead and roll me a dodge roll for Lunala.
Yep. 10.
Yeah, you're getting hit. As he swings an arm down to belt you, and she brings the shield up to block, and you are going to take... 33 points of damage.
33 points of damage.
Force
okay, and...
as hell. Like, it's not even the electricity that gets you, it's how fucking hard this thing hits you.
Man. Okay, that thing hits hard.
Homeboy smacked the shit out of you, but it's your turn.
Well, so seeing what happened to my sister, I'm assuming this thing has some sort of retaliation. The thing is, Pridwin doesn't conduct electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least not in a way that's harmful to
Sorry.
him, so...
Right.
Pridwin's probably going to have Lunala stab this thing.
Okay.
Actually, he's probably going to recommend a shield bash, considering it's made of solid rock.
I mean, go for it. Basic attack either way.
13 to hit?
No.
Oh.
You go in to hit this thing, and for how large and lumbering it is when it moves, it just dodges your attack entirely. 1 second it's standing in front of you, and the next second it's about 3 feet away.
That's... I'm frightened by how fast that is.
Pidge, it's your turn.
DM, I'm going to try something stupid.
Oh? I like stupid.
If you say throw another bomb at Lunala, I'm going to...
Because I drank one more shot and rolled a 7.
Oh my god! What are you trying to do?
And that exists for 3 rounds.
Uh-huh.
Now, I know I don't have the AP for this, because it takes 19 to use. But
I'm
go
listening.
Go check out a certain ability.
You're not talking about the adept one. You're not talking about the adept one.
Oh, I think you know which one I'm talking about.
Are you talking about the Ultra?
Yeah.
Oh my
I
god!
have it.
Do you have enough? Because you have
What?
the extra charisma! Oh my god! Oh my god, no!
Oh no.
What's happening?
Okay, here is my requirement for this. If you want to be able to utilize this ability, it is going to cost you immediately 200 points of health. Immediately. However, I will give you an extra d20 of damage because of the cost, if you would like to try. That is the risk you will have to take.
This is just such a cool ability that I have to do it.
Small price to pay for boom.
Small price to pay for boom.
Okay,
I
I'm gonna
need
line up the
you.
shot then.
Huh?
We really are just having
the shot. I'm gonna line it up so that I hit both the golem and the witch.
You're gonna try and hit both of them. I am going
It's a
to need
beam.
you to roll a d20 to hit and roll it well.
Man. So I guess the plan did turn out with us just having Pidge suicide bomb him.
Yeah. Happened in the end.
That's a 19 to hit.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
I need you to roll me 4d20. At advantage.
Oh god.
I read a 5 here.
Is that a 5?
Oh god.
Yeah.
Plus
Holy shit, wait.
the extra d20 for...
You're right, it is a 5! So it's a 6! 6d20!
Oh
What
my
have I
god.
done?
We're
Oh my
about to
god.
kill this witch.
At
That's all-
advantage.
That's almost in the same leagues as Max Fuck You Beam.
Oh my god.
Okay. Let's see here.
Hold on. Let me get my calculator out because I need it. God.
Oh god.
Okay.
That's 3 18s in a row.
Oh my god.
Okay.
That is like this is capable of doing a fourth of the total damage of this one, and that is an insane ability.
And that's 2 11s and a 13.
So you are going to be doing 89 damage.
Fucking damage.
So you guys watch as Pidge, she has taken a shot. 1 second she's there, and she's just gone. She's gone. She was there, but now she's gone. And then out of nowhere, from a completely separate angle, there is this massive beam of what color would your energy be? I feel like it would be
before
pink.
you see the beam, and yes, because of the hot pink rifle I'm using.
Uh-huh.
You just hear, just at the top of her lungs, just Ultra Mega Super Cannon 9000!
You hear this shout, and there is this pink beam of soul energy that shoots straight through the electricity golem into the air and hits the witch. It knocks her clean out of the sky.
They say she lands right in front of Apollyon. I want a funny remark to say.
You know what? Sure.
Oh my
Sure.
God.
I'll let you have this.
This witch's pride just went straight down the toilet.
That's not a good thing.
Her enthusiasm gone.
So she's going to hit the ground and take an extra fucking 15 points of damage on top of that. The golem itself, pieces of it have fallen off. The left arm is completely gone. It is moving slower now. Pidge, you ain't doing so hot. The problem is nobody can see you because you're at a plus 20 presence, so nobody knows where you are, so they can't tell you're not doing good anymore.
Everyone's just gonna call out, I told you to surrender!
That's one more point than Apollyon's presence.
That shot is crazy. It literally grants plus 20 instantly.
Goddamn.
Pidge and Eon are not doing great at all.
Yeah, you are in pass out territory. I would like you to make a con save for me.
That's a 13 on a con save. Well, total con save, 23.
I wish that was enough. You are unconscious.
Damn, needed to beat a 23?
It's not great, let me tell you. After what they just did, yeah.
Yeah. A single person doing that much damage, it does have a cost.
Fair enough. Jesus Christ.
It is now Apollyon's turn. This witch has landed on the ground in front of you.
Yeah, he's going to lean forward. He's sort of like holding Abaddon at his lap, and he's just like, need some help? I think you might have heard me before. And he says as he puts his hand up.
She is eyeing your hand suspiciously, and she says, I'm gonna tear you to pieces. You know that, right?
You're kind of the one for right now, so I thought we could at least try to parlay for a sec. But...
You have exactly 30 seconds. She grabs your hand.
Alright, cool. So, sorry about your dog. Anyway.
Sorry about your dog!
So, you see, the thing is, you kind of attacked us, so you choice there, but, you know, that's how it is. But, to be fair, it did cross the King of Hell, so I just thought I should mention that.
She's brushing herself off and looking at you, the irritation on her face becoming more evident.
You know, I was just thinking, for your own sake, that we just, you know, call it a truce.
I don't think a truce is possible here.
Her eye is twitching.
Surrender, maybe. Truce, no.
I am a King of Hell, but still.
You're not a King of Hell any longer. And she is going to manifest another shard of lightning that is going to go straight into your torso. Luckily for you, you have your shield still active, I'm assuming. How long is it active until it's destroyed?
Yeah, it's active until it's destroyed.
Thank God. Okay, yeah. So it is going to hit this shield, and that is a good fucking thing, because I have to do math. Hold on. Jesus fuck. Yeah. Your shield takes 63 points of damage that you would have had as this thing goes to just carve straight into your torso. And she says, time's up.
Yeah, he looks to her, like, down at just the fucking, like, the shattered pieces of coal, and he's just like, I mean, that didn't really do anything to me, I hope you realize. And, I want, can I get an attack off? Is my turn still there?
No.
It is not? Okay. But yeah, he just looks at her confused, and he's like, was that supposed to do something?
Minerva comes flying from behind this golem and attempts to hit it again. There's a very upset cat in the background.
Oh yeah, that's my cat. Oh, she's the rescue. We just got her like 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
Gotcha. Such inflection in the voice. Minerva comes flying in from behind this golem and stabs Liam, one of Liam's blades, directly into the right arm that is still there and carves down slowly. This thing obviously can't feel pain, but tries to turn to look at her. It is going to take 16 points of damage. Haha, it's now her turn. This should be fun.
Oh no.
Yvonne is going to... What is she gonna do? What does she feel like doing right now? She is going to flash step away from you, Apollyon.
Uh-huh.
And fade into reality for a moment. You have currently lost sight of her. All of you have.
Yeah.
Is there anything anyone would like to do or say while you were looking for your target?
Actually, I want to disappear myself and roll a presence check.
Okay. I'll allow it.
Shit. What? I'm trying to add my presence onto these things, and I keep rolling natural 20s.
Oh my god.
Christ.
What the fuck?
So yeah, you watch. I feel like the girl disappears and the Apollyon goes, "The game is afoot," and he disappears, and both of them are just gone.
God damn it.
So yeah, it is at the moment. Pidge is missing. Apollyon and the witch are missing, and it is just you, Pridwin, Lunala, Minerva, and Liam.
Pridwin's
presence to make the nat 20 not matter, but I keep rolling.
Pridwin's going to try very hard to see if he can find either the witch or Pidge.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh yeah.
Perception. Do I add anything on top of that, or is it just a straight roll?
Just straight for you.
All right. Well, that was a 15.
Okay. You do not see Pidge anywhere. You do see her manifesting behind Minerva. Minerva rips Liam out and turns, swinging as you say her name rapidly, and the witch catches Liam's blade. It doesn't even pierce her hand. Her eyes are narrowed onto Minerva and she smiles slowly. The golem is going to turn, because it was in mid-process of turning to look at Minerva, and it is going to turn on Minerva from behind. Minerva is now stuck in between the witch and the golem.
Oh, fuck.
And because she is being, or rather Liam's being grappled, that means she has disadvantage on this roll.
Oh no.
Yeah, she's getting hit. Oh god. Okay.
I imagine it's like in John Wick when one of the guys, it's in one of the John Wick movies, one of the enemies just does this trick where he just disappears And then John Wick says, "Nice trick," and does the exact same thing.
That's pretty fitting.
Oh my god.
Let's see, that's 20. That's 30 points of damage. Jesus. The golem is going to just punch straight into Minerva's shoulder blades with its jagged right fist that she has almost wrenched off of its body, and the electricity rips through her. She lets out this scream of pain, and the witch just smiles at her and then proceeds to try and pull Liam out of her grasp, which she succeeds in doing. Minerva is frozen in place by this electricity, paralyzed as Liam's blade is pulled from her hands, and the witch looks at it, and there's this sizzling heat around her fingers for a moment, and then it stops. You see Liam's eyes desperately in the blade, panicked. Pridwin, it's your move.
He's mad.
Uh-huh.
But I doubt lightning's going to affect a lightning witch.
Yeah. But maybe we'll...
Here's the thing. Pridwin has a thing. Trying to remember which, or where it is.
Which thing are you referring to?
I think you might already know. Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know which one you're referring to. You gotta be
Hold
more
on,
specific.
I'm trying very hard.
Mm.
You remember? Oh, here it is. Rising. Wait.
You want to do that shit again?
I mean,
Are you crazy?
I'm thinking about it.
Are you crazy?
I'm thinking about it.
He is thinking about it.
But I haven't decided just yet.
Well,
Actually,
I mean, Apollyon did say he wanted to see it happen.
That's true.
do I do that? So my thoughts here are, I'm either going to try and throw a bastion between the witch and the other two to, like, prevent her from continuing doing anything.
I mean, your sister is getting fried, to be fair.
Yeah. Or I could let Lunala take care of this. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna flip a coin.
Oh.
Alright. Pridwin's going to try and throw Bastion on top of her.
Okay. Are you putting it in between her and the witch, or her and the golem?
So, which one's, like, attacking them right now?
The golem is currently attacking your sister. The witch is holding Liam. The witch has disarmed your sister and is now holding Liam's weapon form.
I don't think that I'm going to be able to disarm her by throwing the wall at her. So I'm probably just going to use that on, the golem.
Okay. I need your sister to roll well for what's about to happen.
No.
Thank Jesus she critted. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm not even gonna make you roll for it. You throw Bastion up in between your sister and this golem, and she manages to pull away just as this thing's arm. Bastion manifests, like, around its arm, and the force of the tumultuous water tears its arm off entirely. Had she been touching the electricity when the water hit, it would have done double damage to her. So I'm really glad she fucking critted. Yeah, so she tries to sidestep out of the way as Bastion separates her from this. It is a 130 HP wall.
I thought it was 150.
Is it 150? I don't know. The 3s and the 5s all look the fucking same to me.
God.
I think it's 150. You're right. It's a 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have thrown Bastion up. Pidge, roll to try and come back to consciousness for me?
Strength 10. So 20 con if it's con.
You are starting to come back. You are hurting a lot, though.
Oh. Worth.
Worth. Oh god. You're
Probably
starting to come
not,
back to
but-
consciousness. Apollyon, you have been skulking through the shadows. What do you want to do?
Yes, I indeed have been skulking through the shadows. I want to try to take an attack on the witch.
Okay, from behind.
Yes.
Alright. Just a basic attack.
Uh-huh.
Roll me a roll to hit at advantage.
Alright. A 19.
Okay, you are going to hit. Roll me damage.
Alright. Hold on one sec. Here are my stats. That is 27 damage.
Fuck yeah, let's go. You just drive this blade straight into her, and she shrieks in anger. She is immediately going to turn and try and retaliate against you.
Okay.
As a reaction, roll to dodge.
Okay. That would be an 18.
She is hitting you. She's
Fuck.
crazy. She's fucking crazy, bro. Let's see. So, interestingly enough, she is going to swing at you with Liam.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not something you were expecting.
Yeah.
And you are going to take, or rather your shield is going to take, 36 points of damage.
Okay. There we go.
How's your shield doing?
My shield is still at a third of its health.
Okay. Just curious. Yeah, Liam totally would have hit you. You see Liam's eyes in the blade, desperate. It appears that he cannot change back while in her hands.
Yeah. Okay, that's not fun.
Minerva staggers backward toward you, Pridwin. She's hurt, but her eyes are on Liam and she looks frantic.
Going to get her to drop him.
She nods helplessly.
Just... Here, you try to find Pidge.
Looking around, she tries to follow the trajectory of the moon and the sun, of the beam, and begins looking around for Pidge. It is Yvonne's turn. She is going to try and hit you again with Liam, so roll me another dodge. Apollyon?
Oh, wait, that was me? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
you.
What was that?
Dodge.
Dutch? Okay, sorry. A 16?
Ooh, she's gonna miss you this time.
Ooh.
Ooh, so she goes to swipe into you this time, and you kind of duck back out of the way, just almost getting hit, but not quite. The second thing she is going to do is attempt to manifest more ice crystals. Let's see how this goes. Hopefully I don't roll 2 fucking nat ones! Oh, I did not. Oh, this is not gonna be pretty.
Oh.
I'm sorry, what is that number? Okay. Okay.
By the way, has it started to rain?
Yes. But it's not a torrential downpour yet, so you can't utilize your fucking Fountain of Youth.
I will get that fucking Fountain of Youth
You
working.
can't use it yet!
It will happen.
Okay, so that number times this number. Jesus. I have really bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, while she is trying to hit you, Apollyon, you watch as more ice crystals begin to rise around you. First 1, and then 5, until there are 24 ice crystals
Oh, good
hovering.
lord.
Jesus Christ.
But instead of focusing on you, they immediately rifle towards Pridwin and Lunala.
Ah,
Pridwin, I am going to ask you this. Do you want to take this hit, or do you want to let Lunala take some of this hit?
Like, fuck Lunala's taking that damage.
You're gonna take all of it?
I mean, if I can, yeah.
Startled, she raises your shield up to defend, and you are taking 168 points of damage.
Oh, wait. Hold on. That's a problem.
168 points of damage.
Yeah, Pridwin's down.
Uh-huh.
Immediately.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about.
I mean, I wish I knew that was that much fucking
I
damage.
did ask!
It was 24 ice spikes. As someone who uses ice myself, it is not a good. Anyway, you said Apollyon?
Yeah, no, you just watched as these ice spikes manifested and you were fully expecting to get hit, and then they go after the two of them. Pridwin's shield form falters on Lunala's arm, and then he collapses in front of her. Blood beginning to pool beneath him. Lunala lets out a shriek, her eyes wide, standing there frozen in place. Pridwin! Pridwin! She starts shaking your shoulders.
I'll be fine.
Oh, that's a lie. You should roll me a deception check. Because you know you aren't telling the truth.
Yeah, 9.
Lunala doesn't believe you.
I didn't expect her to.
Apollyon, what would you like to do, being the only one still in combat with the witch?
Apollyon, before he does his turn, he's going to look over to the witch and says, "Oh, you crossed the wrong witch." And I'm going to disappear again. I'm going to try to disappear.
Oh, man. We've seen Pridwin angry. We haven't seen Lunala angry.
Yeah, so I rolled a 34 to go invisible.
I rolled a 34 to go invisible. There is this moment where Lunala is crouched beside you with her hands on your shoulders, her eyes wide and tears beginning to stream down her face. And then her head snaps up toward the witch. She slowly starts to rise, and you see that her hair has begun to glow, standing up on end. An absolute look of rage filling her. The witch turns, looking her up and down, and says, "What are you supposed to be? An angry, impetulant little child who doesn't even know how to use her own abilities." Lunala, shaking, takes a step forward, and then another. And there is this burst of light as her features become more and more feline with every step until she's running at the witch. Except she's no longer on 2 legs, she's on 4. And she's not the small, thin, wiry little witch that you knew. There is a massive, celestial jaguar in front of you all. The witch's eyes widen as she realizes who this is. The jaguar sprints into her, crashes into her, and takes her tumbling into the trees, and the two of them disappear. Apollyon.
Yes.
Pridwin is bleeding out. And you have not seen Pidge.
Yeah. Let's see. Can I roll a perception check to try to find Pidge real What is perception again?
Just regular, it's straight D20.
Okay. Oh, that's a 3. I'm not gonna find her.
You do not see Pidge at all.
Yeah, so I'm going to go to Pridwin, and I'm going to where is it? I'm going to life force manipulation and give him just enough HP. I'm gonna give him 15 HP. Okay.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna heal you with life force manipulation, and you have 15 HP now.
Okay.
You open your eyes, Pridwin, and your body. It's what you imagine a body would feel like if it has been shot multiple times in the films and the media that you have seen before. You try to push yourself up, but you lack the energy. Apollyon is standing over you.
Thank you, Apollyon. Please. I can handle myself from here. Just make sure she doesn't get hurt.
Apollyon's like, I ain't fucking with that.
Yeah, no, Apollyon, he's actually gonna go over there. He's gonna assess the situation.
You go chasing after in the direction the witches have disappeared. Pidge, you are finally sort of coming back to your senses.
I just groan.
You open your eyes. Ein is licking your face, and Minerva's hanging over you, looking worried.
How'd it go? Did I kill her?
Not
Of course.
quite, Minerva says. So, you know how they were joking about Pridwin's fiance turning into a cat?
They were joking about that?
Turns out it wasn't a joke.
Oh, good. I don't have to update my notes.
Ein is yipping at you and trying to get your attention. Apollyon, you follow the path of wreckage through the trees, and there is the sounds of a brutal fight going on somewhere ahead of you. Snarling and roaring and shouts of pain.
Yeah. Apollyon will remaining in the shadows. It's gonna go down and try to figure out how the fight is going.
So you, using your stealth, you come upon the edge of another clearing, and it appears that they are fighting on the face of a cliff now.
Mm-hmm.
The witch using Liam as her weapon, even despite him very clearly trying to get out of it, forcing him to remain in his weapon form and cutting deeply into Lunala with every chance she gets. At one point, Lunala has lashed and managed to bite into her hand and the blade at the same time, and it cuts a slice all the way through Lunala's jaw. Both her and the witch are bleeding furiously, and then finally, with that bite onto the weapon, Lunala manages to rip Liam free. She snaps her head to the side and hurls the sword. Liam goes crashing and is embedded in a tree next to you. He can't even get himself out. He's so weak.
Yeah. He's going to walk up to Liam with a whisper saying, "Just give me a second. I'll be right back." And he's going to try to get as close as he can to the other two.
To the witches?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you doing?
That's a good question.
Shield.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, yeah. So I'm going to throw my phalanx at Lunala. Allegedly. I'm just gonna use my AP to recast it.
I was gonna say, how much do you have
I have 46 left. But-
AP?
No, not AP. No, I have enough AP to cast Foul.
That's what I was asking. What's how much AP you had left? 46!
No.
God.
My god.
No. Yeah, no, I have enough AP to cast, like, 2 more Felixes, so.
Okay. So you summon this shield and put it on Lunala?
Yeah.
It is a good thing you do this.
Mhm.
Because they are tussling now. This massive jaguar and the lightning witch. They're in a heap of fur and skin. And it is your shield alone that is keeping Lunala from being absolutely shredded by this more dominant witch. Even with Lunala being a furious fighter in her astral jaguar form, this witch is not someone to be fucked with. There's a reason you all don't fight witches this early in your careers.
Yeah.
Pridwin, it is about this time that you start hearing the sounds of the fighting echoing through the forest.
He's just staring at the sky. And he's saying, "Come on. Do something."
You gonna try to do anything?
Realizing that the rain's not going to come any sooner, he's just going to say, "Fine." And he's going to use Ursula.
Nice.
To fill the surrounding area with water.
Which will allow you to begin healing.
So 10 hit points.
Per turn.
Mm-hmm.
So, you kind of push yourself to your knees a little bit as you start to regain health slowly. Minerva helps you up, Pidge, and you guys kind of, she's supporting you. She brings you over to where Pridwin is apparently sitting in a puddle of water.
Yeah, he's like sitting on his knees, profusely bleeding. Like the puddle's probably already mostly red.
Yeah. It's more like you're kind of absorbing it than anything.
Yeah. And he's just kind of like staring in the direction of the fighting.
Minerva sits you down worriedly, and then she nervously starts running towards the fight, knowing that Liam is there.
Peach is going to look down the scope of Leon. Can she see the fight from here?
Yes.
How many obstacles are in the way between the witch?
There's a lot of
India.
trees. There is also Apollyon.
Yeah, well, you don't see him, but he's there.
He's fair. You don't see Apollyon, but Apollyon is definitely in the way.
Yeah.
She's going to watch through the scope for now, but if she sees a, she's going to take it.
Instantly, the witch's head snaps in your direction as though she can sense that she is being aimed at. Her spine chill activates. Lunala follows her eyesight in your direction, taking an opportunity to deliver a scratch to her and try and grapple her again, biting into this witch's shoulder. The witch releases a burst of electricity that singes her fur. Pridwin, you see Pidge sitting beside you, peering through Eon's scope, making a face indeterminable.
Do you think you can hit her?
Not when she's looking directly at me.
Oh, wonderful. So she can
I
sense
think we
it.
should just get out of here.
I need to stay here.
I'm pretty sure if she breathes me, I'll die. So,
Here. Pridwin's going to pull out his solo cup. How are you feeling?
As if a steady breeze would kill me.
That is fair enough. Pridwin's going to hand you a cup of healing water.
It has begun to rain harder. Not torrential downpour level, but it has begun to storm properly now.
You know what? Pridwin is handing you the water. You get 20 HP back if you drink it.
Okay.
If this picks up, I think I'll be back in the fight in no time.
Apollyon,
Oh.
the witches are fighting right in front of you. What would you like to do?
I've been waiting. I've been just patiently waiting for an opportunity. What position are they currently
They are like, it's like two cats having it out. Like they are in a tumble all over the place.
So who's? It might be weird to add weird. The wording might be weird, but who's on top and who's on bottom?
Currently
Well?
Lunala is the top.
Oh no.
Bella would be a top anyway.
Oh my god.
So where is either the witch's arm or head?
Lunala is currently biting her shoulder, so her left arm is like sprung out trying to grab anything or get out the way because she has lost her weapon now. So she's trying to figure out where that went. So that is clearly extended and available if you're looking for an attack or a grab. I don't know what you're trying to do.
I want. Where's her other arm?
Well, Lunala's biting into her shoulder, so she's currently like gripping Lunala's like the side of her face, trying to get her off.
I want to attempt to put her hand on.
The one grabbing Lunala or the one extended?
The one extended.
Okay.
The one that was easier to cut off.
Roll me a roll to hit.
Uh-huh.
I'm not there, but how's the witch looking?
How's the witch?
Not great.
I rolled an 18.
Oh my god.
Invisibility.
You're not gonna believe this.
What did she roll? A nat 20?
No.
Oh.
The other direction.
Oh,
Natural one.
Oh no!
Even if she makes it out alive, she's gonna have her missing a hand and missing her pride.
I wanted to go for her hand first because I want to make her suffer first, but yeah.
You catch just above her wrist, swinging Abaddon down and pulling, and there is this immediate shriek of pain. Lightning keels across the sky as you have now separated her left hand from her arm. She kind of staggers backward a bit. Lunala is standing there, her head hanging, panting.
Follow the emerges from the shadows with the newly severed hand. Oh, this is beautiful.
My god.
I've never used Apollyon to his full extent before, so this is really fun.
So, for just a moment, they have torn away from each other and split.
Yeah, Apollyon, I want to say he picks up her hand, he's gonna look at her and he's gonna say, "Need a hand?"
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god.
She is so enraged by this comment that she is going to make a move for you.
Wouldn't that activate an attack of opportunity?
Lunala is going to pounce on her, don't worry.
Yeah.
Is there a moment in that I can shoot?
Actually, I think there's multiple attack of opportunities, because only I'm engaged in the combat currently with her.
Well, you three are like really close to each other, but
That's true.
I would say, because Apollyon's been in the way this whole damn time.
Yeah.
As she goes in to attack Apollyon, there is a moment where you think you might be able to hit her.
Might's better than nothing.
Yeah.
Fred, you just hear this out loud with no context?
Please elaborate.
Boom.
Quite
God,
literally.
hit my wife
boom.
again.
Oh.
What did you roll?
Natural. 20.
I swear. I was going to be so mad.
I was sure it was gonna be a 1! I was sure of it!
Oh my goodness.
Roll me double damage.
Headshot.
Headshot. Kill him and jump.
18.
18's double?
18 doubled.
Oh, okay, so it would be
36.
yeah.
Plus the 13 from strength.
Damn.
So 26 plus 36, so
Oh, jeez. Hold
Shit.
on.
62.
62. Sniping's a good job, mate.
So you just hear me say, might's better than nothing, and then just boom.
You see, the witch's body, like, staggers sideways with an impact. She kind of rights herself and looks over, and there's just this searing hole in her shoulder.
Apollyon has this like playful smile on his face.
She keeps coming. Without a moment of hesitation, she is trying to attack again.
Yeah.
This time Lunala is going to hit her. Let's see how that goes. Fucking. She actually manages to take the bite in her arm and hurl Lunala towards the edge.
Oh, fuck.
Lunala
Oh, no.
digs her claws in as her body hits the ground and slides. You hear this sort of like kitten jaguar growl of fear as she goes careening toward the edge, even sending sparks from her claws against the stone. The witch is going to make a move for you as Lunala goes sliding. Roll me a dodge roll.
13.
Oh my god.
What did she roll?
Nat 20.
Oh, fuck.
It's happening again. She's gonna fucking hit you
Mhm.
with
I'm
another bolt of lightning.
I'm gonna try to put Abaddon.
Alright. Abaddon's taking 44 points of damage as once again a bolt of lightning, sharp as a sword, drives directly into you, going for your chest, and you manage to swing the blade down and it goes into Abaddon. Abaddon lets out another shriek of pain.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do?
I'm going to roll to do funny disappear.
Funny disappear
Oh my
again?
god.
While she's stabbing you?
I mean, shadows are funny.
You know what? If you roll high enough, I'll let it happen.
Okay. Hold on, I need to do that.
I need to do math.
35.
Alright. You going back into the shadows, homeboy?
Yeah, shadow time.
Just one moment she's stabbing him repeatedly, and the next she's just staring at blank space.
Yeah, she's irritated. You're gone again, and she's fucking fed up with it. Turning, she turns back to Lunala, who is trying desperately to climb back over the edge of the cliff. She manages to get over the lip of it and stagger onto the solid ground, only to look up at this witch standing over her. Pridwin.
Mm-hmm.
You have regained, I want to say it's been like 10 turns
Oh,
by this point.
okay. So
So do the math on that. At 10 per turn, you've got about 60 points of health back. Sitting in your puddle.
wait, you said 10 turns.
Think so.
So that'd be about like 10 per turn, with 10 turns total would be 100.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, sorry.
So that brings me up to 115. Pridwin. So Pidge, you watch as Pridwin goes from looking like absolute shit to just standing up, cracking his neck and saying, "She is going to regret her entire existence." And he's going to march forward.
Fucking fish! You start walking forward, and you manage to get to this point. And Apollyon, I know you're not doing well. You can't be at this point in time.
Doing
Go ahead.
okay. I'm doing okay. Not horrible.
Quote
Not yet.
unquote.
I'm in the area where I'm almost doing horrible, but not quite there.
Pridwin, you come to the edge of this cliff, and the first thing you see as you breach the trees to get here is Liam embedded in a tree. His blade so deep into it, he has not been able to transform back.
And I'm assuming that her attention's not on me right now.
No, it's not on you, because your sister has jumped onto her back.
Can Pridwin pull Liam free?
You can try. However,
Alright.
you're a weapon and he's a weapon, so it is going to hurt.
Knowing this, Pridwin's gonna look to Liam and say, "Sorry, but I'll come back."
You see
That
his
thing in front of
eyes appear in the blade for just a moment, and he looks so tired and helpless. His eyes just move past you towards Minerva, who is desperately clinging to this witch's back as Lunala struggles to get back on her feet. The massive jaguar is struggling.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to just immediately rush and try and go for a stab at the witch.
Roll me a rolled hit.
18.
I wish that was enough.
Oh,
She rolled a 19.
fuck.
You go in
Man.
for a stab. Lucky for you, you didn't roll below a 10 because you would have hit Minerva. As she is spinning, trying to get your sister off of her back, you just barely miss this swing. Missing both her and your sister. The witch now realizing that it is 3 against 1, possibly 4 if the annoying redhead shows back up.
Now, I already gave you not just 1, but 2 chances to surrender. So now, I'm not responsible for what happens.
Fuck you, she says.
Oh, trust me. You're going to suffer.
She already is missing a hand.
Yeah, she's not doing too hot. She's looking awful. And this is the first time you've seen that she doesn't have her left hand anymore.
Yeah.
Oh!
I stole it. I pickpocketed her hand.
I must admit, I am impressed that you're this stupid. I mean, if I were that close to death, I would have probably surrendered by now.
She's just ignoring you at this point, still trying to get Minerva off. She is going to... Oh yeah, that's happening, because that was a nat 1. She reaches back, grips Minerva by the back of the neck, and hurls her over her shoulders. And sends her slamming into the ground. Your sister's body, hits, and then goes tumbling several feet away. Lunala is going to take a jump at the witch, and she is going to miss. As the witch turns angrily and deflects Lunala's jump, punching her straight in the jaw and dropping the jaguar right in front of you. She turns to look at you and she says, "I am so tired of all of you."
And I am utterly disgusted by you.
The feeling's mutual.
Pridwin's gonna get ready to throw hands.
Throw hands with a witch. Okay.
Mhm.
You mean throw hand?
Throw hand. Is it his-
Pidge. You, when she backs up and squares off with Pridwin, you have just a moment of another clear shot.
I'ma take it.
Roll.
$17.
Roll me damage.
$26.
There is a burst of blood and meat coming off of her as you watch the hole in her shoulder widens with a second bullet piercing through her. She kind of staggers back from you a bit. She tries to get her bearings, and Lunala starts to push herself to her feet. What would you like to do, Pridwin?
Pridwin's going to... How heavy is it, the rain now?
It's heavy. There are
Regen heavy?
cracks of thunder.
So, is it regen heavy? Come on.
Here's a time.
Come on. It's only 10 points per round.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sure the Switch can outdamage that.
It is. Are you testing me to have her use
25.
her stuff?
No, not at all.
He just wants his health.
The
Yeah, I
witch,
just wanna...
she slowly manifests another jagged lightning sword in her hand. Her good hand. The only hand she has left.
Uh-huh.
Looking
Good one.
at you, and then looking at the jaguar, and she says, "I'm killing one of you. You can decide who it is."
Oh no. You see, now that you've said that, I was considering eating your soul, but I've got something worse that I can do. And Pridwin's gonna go for an attack.
Your wife is going to go for an attack with you. One of you's bound to hit, right?
Fuck yeah, it is. Natural 20.
Why are you rolling so many?
Kira, he insulted my wife, beat the shit out of my wife, had a monster that stomped on my wife and my sister.
Your dice
Pridwin
are
has-
here for blood!
Pridwin is here for blood.
So is Apollyon. He's loving this. This is the first time he's used the full extent of the ability.
What are you trying to hit?
So that's
Prince got to use a cannon.
Cannon was funny too.
52 points of damage.
Jesus fucking Christ. What are you hitting? What are you aiming for?
I am just punching her square in the face over and over again.
Yeah, that's what this fight feels
Just-
like right now, is that
just-
gif.
Yeah.
A fucking concussion after concussion.
Yeah. So you, like, it's not unleashed in one hit, but several, as you begin just wailing on this witch in front of you, and it is all she can do to try and block these hits and parry anything, to little avail, as she is clearly in horrendous pain.
With each punch, he says, I have tried being merciful. I have tried being understanding. And I have tried to to let you live. You have not given me any reason
I'm
to
waiting.
continue trying.
You're waiting for what?
Oh, I was gonna let the dialogue play out before I said anything.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, okay. I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity to do something funny to Pollyanna, but I want to wait until she's like about to die.
She staggers back a bit, and she is going to go for a stab with her sword at you. Roll to dodge.
Me?
Yeah.
Alright. 19?
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so you dodge, your wife does not. As she goes in for a swing on you, and you two are right next to each other, so you pull back, expecting it. Lunala does not, and it hits her square in the shoulder. Lunala lets out this shriek of pain. It only does 7 damage to her at this point. Really, it just pisses her off. What would you like to do?
Gridwin's turn again?
Yeah.
He's just... As his wounds continue to slowly close, he's going to say, "Can't you see? You're not the apex predator anymore." And he's gonna go for another punch.
Roll to hit.
18?
Yeah, you're gonna hit.
And... Fuck.
Don't
Natural
say it.
20 on damage.
Oh my god.
Are there exploding dice?
There are, but only in certain situations.
Damn, okay, so that's going to be...
Exploding dice is a black blood thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's horrifying.
Yeah.
So that's 30 points of damage.
Jesus.
Let me know when she's on her last legs.
She's still got a little bit.
Yeah.
Witches have a lot of HP.
Yeah.
So she staggers back and, looking very rough, raises a hand, and behind her more ice begins to manifest. Bridwin, you know that almost killed you last time, and there are very few of you in the vicinity to hit.
Gridwin's going to kind of get ready to dodge and say, last time that happened, it didn't work out so well for you.
It didn't work out for you either.
I don't die easy.
Fucking cockroach. And she is going to hurl. Oh my god.
Can I shoot one of the ice?
You wanna shoot one of the ice?
Get rid of
Maybe
One
shattering
one
will be
single
able to knock
one?
out a couple.
Yeah,
I mean, if I can hit multiples, that's better.
Roll
Okay,
me a
here I go.
d20, sure, let's see what happens.
What was it? 16.
You managed to hit 2.
Oh man.
It's not gonna matter. Herdwood. There are 20 chunks of ice hovering. And these are bigger than the last ones. And
Oh,
they're
good.
jagged. And they're pointed directly at you and Lunala. I am going to tell you, this is going to hurt. What would you like to do?
I mean... Fuck. Wait.
Let me explain how this damage works to you. She rolls 2d20 to determine how many ice bullets she creates. At 1d12 per bullet. And she just rolled max on her damage. and there are 20 bullets. So if you would like to do that math.
I would prefer not to. I have a plan, though. If I can get to Lunala, she still has enough energy for a bastion.
Lunala is right next to you. But
so if I...
here's the problem. She's in her astral jaguar form. She can't wield you.
I have 5 energy. I'm pretty sure Bastion is 8. Yeah.
Apollyon, I will say, you also see the ice bullets manifesting, and you know how much damage they did to Pridwin a second ago.
So there's one thing I can do to make the cast once. And I'm thinking I might do this. Because there's not much else I can do to protect them, but I can at least do this to try it. I want to cast Soul Chain.
On the witch?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure you want to do that?
It bonds our souls, and if I drop to 0 HP, so does she.
I know. I know!
Yes.
But if she drops to 0 HP, so do you.
Yeah. That's
One's a healer.
Yeah. I was thinking that, because that is a lot of damage they're about to take.
It's a lot, if you did the math. It is enough to, quite frankly, probably down both of them.
Yeah. I'm gonna do an insight check real quick to see how she's doing. The witch.
The witch is... You want to say she's at maybe half health looking at her.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So that's cool. So, yeah.
I told you, you don't fuck with witches this early on in the campaign if you can help it.
Then why did you put us against one?
Because we killed its pet. Anyway.
You did kill its pet.
If they're
with
at
prejudice.
If they're at half health right now, I'm going to cast Soul Chain.
Hold on, I'm double checking my numbers, but yeah, she's right around half. Because you have done... Yeah, you've done about 500 damage to her.
Yeah.
Oh my god, she has like 1,000?
You guys and Lunala, yep.
Fuck.
So yeah, I'm gonna cast Soul Chain on her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you, as she's manifesting these ice bullets, you cast Soul Chain. And you get a sense of her power and energy. You can feel it.
And as I do this, can I jump in front of them? If not, that's fine. But
I mean, you weren't close to them, so I'm not sure how you would.
I was, well, when I was invisible, I was mostly just like positioned in an area outside of the witch's field of view. So yeah, I wouldn't be that close to them. So I was just wondering if not. I still have a backup plan, so even if they get down, you know, that's like all I can do right now.
I'm gonna say you are not close enough to get in front of them for this after casting Soul Chain.
Okay.
What I am gonna say is Lunala's about to do something really stupid.
Oh no.
Yeah. Lunala knows. Lunala saw what that did to you. And Lunala knows you cannot take another hit like that. So there's this split second as you kind of go to defend yourself, where you feel her brush up against the side of your leg and you feel that resounding purr. It's just a split second as she moves forward, and with one pounce, she just dives straight into this witch. The problem is, she's very good at what she does. Because she and the witch go over the edge of the cliff.
Oh, fuck.
God damn it. I wish I knew she was gonna do something like that.
Yeah.
Fucking taking her off the cliff was a horrible idea.
Yeah. It's the only idea that she had, and she rolled a crit success for it.
Well, I mean, on the bright side, that means she's probably gonna be topping her again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the witch is gonna take the brunt of the damage.
Yeah. You would hope.
Immediately Pridwin's gonna run to this cliff.
Yeah, it's like there's this moment where you're standing there almost like not realizing what happens because you were fully expecting to take that hit, and then the ice bullets are just gone. They're falling down this cliff face like hail, and they're just gone. Apollyon, your soul chain has disappeared over the edge, and you feel yourself being pulled with it.
Yeah, that's fun.
Uh-huh.
You know, if I'm going down with him, I'm going down with an attack.
Do it.
Okay.
God. It's the Kratos meme. Apollyon is the Kratos meme.
Oh my god.
Dreamon is playing. Oh my god.
That's not necessarily a good thing. Okay, so Pridwin, you're kind of hazy as you see that chain like is being pulled over the edge, and Apollyon is being drugged with it, and then he just gets this look of resolve on his face. He spins Abaddon in his fingers, and he dives over the edge of the cliff and disappears. And you are left alone on the side of the cliff. It is so foggy and cloudy, peering over the side, that you cannot see anything below.
Damn it.
If I'm going down and I'm about to land on top of them, I want to aim for the witch's head. That's what I want to do.
Okay. You rolled a nat 20. You're not going to miss her head.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean...
It's a critical success.
It was a critical success. There's... He's gonna have to hit the bad one.
Yeah.
He is. He's gonna hit her.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
Pridwin's looking for Minerva.
And Minerva got yeeted. And after she got yeeted, she went to try and get Liam out of the tree. She has managed to pry him free, and neither of them look great. They're exhausted.
Yes. Seeing that both of them have, seeing that both of them are okay and back together, Pridwin's just going to... He's gonna look down the cliff. He's gonna look at his hand, manifest his wrist blade. I swear, if she killed my wife, I am going to... He's going to try and basically stab his blade into the cliff and try to write it down.
Or we do 20.
Alright.
See how that goes.
19.
Yeah, it works perfectly. This isn't your first rodeo. You stab it into the cliff and you start sliding down. Agile as fuck. And it feels like forever. Like this was a long drop. You finally hit the ground, almost startled because you'd gotten so used to the sliding motion. You hit the ground and there's still like dust and debris in the air.
Where are you?
Apollyon, you hear this voice speaking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Not to you, but you think it's to you.
Uh-huh.
You look down. Your scythe is stabbed through this witch's skull. And she is still somehow moving, trying to push herself up to little avail, staggering, doing her best to get out from under you. You are currently on top of her.
Yeah.
And she is on top of a jaguar that is not moving.
Mm-hmm.
Pridwin is going to crouch down next to her And he's going to say, "Go in peace. Or suffer. Those are your only two options now."
She just kind of bares her teeth up at you, arcing with electricity.
Pridwin kind of clenches his fist. It also arcs with electricity. "You don't scare me." And he's going to just start beating her in the head.
Between you and Apollyon, you guys are tearing this witch apart. I'm gonna ask you both, how would you like to do this? Your first ever witch in this campaign, how would you like to do this?
Yo, a
So,
team attack, Pridwin.
oh yeah. So Pridwin's going to want to drag her off of Lunala's body before he starts doing this, but Pridwin,
before you do that, you grab her kind of by the throat and start to pull her off, and you realize that it's not a jaguar anymore. It's Lunala. She is back in her human form, and she is pale. Less blue than you've ever seen her.
Pridwin looks back at her and then down to the witch, and he raises a fist, and he says, "You are the reason that this war won't end," and he punches her. "You are the reason that there will never be peace," and he punches her again. "You do not deserve my mercy."
Apollyon is going to slice her ankles.
Damn. She lets out this agonized cry of pain as you cut into. There's no way she can escape now. In your clutches. And imagining Pidge has made it to the edge of the cliff and is just watching through Eon's scope, smiling to herself.
Yeah. I'm gonna make one more check now.
She want to actually be a part of this. Practices her aim by shooting out the kneecaps.
Oh.
Oh my god.
You guys just watch as first the ankles are cut, and then one kneecap shatters, and then the other one. And she's just left this heap in front of you, looking up at you, and still she has that smug smile.
From the lower extremities to the core, and he's going to cut her other arm off from the elbow.
Oh my god.
Pridwin's just beating her in the face, and then he glares into her eyes, seeing the smile, and he says, "You didn't kill her. And you know what? Your soul is going to be used to resurrect another. All you've done is strengthen our resolve. All you've done is spell the doom for your own." And he pulls her up to eye level with him, and he says, "We must be better than this." And he just... Initially, it's a punch straight up the jaw, and then his wrist blade just goes straight through her skull.
Oh my god.
So there's one other thing that I want to finish this off with as well. Could I send her to her own personal hell?
Oh. So here's the thing with that. If you wanted to try and do that, you would be taking her soul and sending it elsewhere, which means you would not be utilizing it.
Not literally to hell, but I want to.
Oh, you want to like domain expansion or use your fear stuff?
Oh. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no. Last dying moments.
Yeah.
Just to wipe that smug look off her face.
Yep. Can I use the last of my strength to send her to this personal hell of hers?
Yes.
Excellent. So he's going to aim his scythe directly at her, and how I've always imagined it is that this here actually, well, I have a perfect. Let's see, yeah. Let's see, what if I can. Come on, where's the? God damn it! Hold on, I'm gonna have to look it up on Google.
Oh god.
But he is censored to the domain tab.
Oh my god. So, Pridwin, you watch with your blade through the underside of her jaw and up into her skull. As her eyes, she has this smug look, and then they widen. Her lips begin to tremble, and you see something akin to a scared little girl. She is staring in horror at something, but something that you can't see. The smug look is gone, and it's never going to come back. And finally, as the weight really comes down on your arm, this dead weight, a purple soul is hovering in front of you.
He grasps it in his hands, looks down at it, and he looks over to Apollyon and he says, "As much as I would like to take this for myself, our friend Solon needs it."
Is Apollyon even conscious? Did you use all of your AP?
Yeah, at this point he's just staggering to the floor, and I'm gonna just say one last thing before he passes out. He just says, "Yeah, go ahead. I have no use for it," and he's gonna just pass out.
Apollyon just drops beside you.
Pridwin's going to stagger. He's gonna put the soul into his bag, and he's gonna stagger over to Lunala, and he's going to try and first of all figure out if she's alive right now.
Roll me a perception check.
With advantage because I'm a medical professional.
Do you really want advantage on figuring out if your wife is alive or not?
Kind of.
Go ahead.
Okay. That's an 11.
With advantage?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, do I add anything to that? Or
Nope.
yeah.
The answer is you aren't sure.
You
are shaking, and you're hurt, and you're exhausted, and you can't tell if you can get a pulse or not. Your hands are shaking, even with the gauntlets off. You're willing yourself to feel a pulse, and you can't trust yourself anymore.
Immediately he's gonna take her hand and start trying to send out that pig.
You're not getting a response.
Come on.
She is not trying to feed off of you.
Come on, please. Pridwin's going to try and... I have an idea. I have the ability, but I don't have what I need to cast it. What?
What are you trying to cast?
I want to use defibrillation. Revives a teammate who has been taken out. It's 9 cost, and I don't have anywhere near enough charisma. So what do I have to give up to cast it?
You're asking me, the DM, what you have to give up to cast something that can bring a character back to life?
Mm-hmm.
Pitch, you have anything to say?
Ein lands next to Ridwin.
Ridwin will look over at Ein.
He zaps with a little electric charge.
He's trying to crawl on top of Lunala.
Ridwin's going to allow him.
Pitch, would you like to attempt?
Yeah.
Good luck.
Oh no. Could Pridwin try to assist in any way?
I mean, how are you going to assist this dog?
Okay. So I think I know what the dog's trying to do. Because he did a little zap, and now he's climbing on top of Lunala. Can I try to sacrifice my remaining AP, and I have 155 hit points? And it's raining.
Will let you sacrifice your remaining AP to boost Ein's electrical charge, which will give advantage.
Oh my god.
For Pidge.
Please roll well.
Okay, having to relook at Wakey Wakey and everything.
Player's choice, you may either flip a coin or high or low a d20.
See what high gets me.
And you are at advantage.
Literally a 10 and then an 11.
Oh my god.
You got the high.
Just fucking barely.
At first, Ein starts to spark and then the spark dies out. And you, shaking your head in defiance, you put your hand on Ein's back and you just start pleading with Ein. And you feel your energy coursing into him. You feel this electrical current arcing up your arm and going into Ein's body.
I will not lose her. Not to this thing.
Ein sets off a spark, and it pulses through her. There's an inhale from beneath you.
Oh my god.
She coughs faintly, starts to try and move, to little avail.
Pridwin takes her hand, and he says, please, just try it.
No.
Let me help you.
You're hurt.
It is raining. I can heal.
She doesn't want to.
I will be fine.
And you realize she's never had a choice when she has done that. It's just happened.
Lunala, please.
She simply just pulls you closer with her hand.
Please, I can give. It's like a blood donation. I can recover.
She slowly moves her hand to the side of your neck and closes her eyes reluctantly.
Please,
You feel the claws beginning to dig into the back of your neck. And you feel blood beginning to run against your skin. As she
Just enough to get you on your
begins
feet.
to drain your hit points. First 20.
Can I say half because of the rain?
Sure.
Since he's healing?
You know what? I'll let you do that.
Alright.
And then it's 40.
Audio preview.
And then it's 60. And then it's 80. And before you know it, she has taken half of your hit points.
Brings him down to 85. And he says, Are you feeling okay enough to...
Audio preview.
Are you going to be okay?
She looks at you tiredly. She finally has let go of your neck. She refuses to take any more from you. She whispers Apollyon's name. Apollyon laying unconscious on the ground next to you.
He's alright. He just overextended.
She still looks incredibly pale. The celestial glow isn't around her right now.
I'm going to try and regain my strength. As soon as I can, I'll heal you as best as I can.
She nods faintly.
Worst case scenario, all I need is a couple more minutes and then I can give you more.
You kind of drop down beside her. Her fingers curl loosely over your arm as her eyes flicker closed again. And suddenly, Pidge, you're the only one really aware of what's going on around you. And even you are exhausted. You find yourself kind of laying back and just looking up at the rain droplets. Something you haven't done since you were a kid.
Yeah.
Mm.
Since I don't get a soul and I don't have a girlfriend to resurrect, I'd like to ask for one thing as a prize for helping kill a witch.
I'm listening.
What does Apollyon dream about when he's unconscious?
Her. You're remembering. Maybe it was the similar features and agility of the girl that you saw earlier. Maybe it was the power of the witch and the stress of the situation, but you are remembering Kidna. In
So,
incredible detail.
anything of his betrayal?
Bits and pieces. That name Mephisto is coming back to you.
Paige, lying there with the rain falling down on her, laughs. Not a maniacal laugh, not a hysterical laugh or anything, just
Like
a relieved
yeah.
laugh.
That was a hell of a fight.
Yeah, good lord.
Yeah.
Pidge nearly killed herself within the first three rounds.
I want you to know that that ice attack, had Lunala not yeeted her off the side of the cliff, would have probably killed you both.
Yeah, no, I had a feeling.
Yeah.
Pridwin was considering trying to take the hits again because he could have maybe gotten back up.
Yeah.
Unless I mean, I'm willing to bet she would have tried to finish me off if,
Yeah.
Oh,
that
yeah.
didn't just instantly kill me.
She
Definitely.
would have tried to make sure.
Mhm.
Oh, and Pridwin, by the way, before Pridwin completely blacks out, he, like, stares down at the soul and, like, holds it up and says, "You see? You've availed nothing."
It is a soft, worried voice that wakes you.
Wakes who?
Interestingly enough, Apollyon, you were the first one that she speaks to.
Oh.
Polly? She kind of pokes at you and smacks at your cheek.
Does he wake up?
Roll me d20.
There's an 8.
It is
Oh.
enough.
It is an oh shit. Okay. Yeah.
You open your eyes, and Katya is hanging over you.
He looks up and he says, "Oh, hi.
I
You
thought
just
you were dead, she says, frowning at you.
No, I'm not so easy to kill. I still have a throne to retake."
She eyes you oddly.
Anyway, we killed a witch.
You what?
We killed a witch. He pointed.
Pridwin, you start to hear Katya's voice. You start coming out of your haze.
Pridwin's, like, looking around confused.
You kind of look over, adjusting your eyes to the light. And it is Katya hanging over Apollyon.
Katya.
She looks up at you. There is an instant look of relief.
Oh, thank God. I thought that was all just a fever dream and that I was actually dying.
Don't say
Let's hope.
that. That's not funny.
No, it's not.
I thought you were hurt, she says, ditching Apollyon immediately to go over to Pridwin.
Oh yeah.
Well,
It's not like I'm
I-
not hurt anything.
I was, but I always get back up.
She tries to help you up.
Pridwin will, like, take her hand and slowly shift himself into a sitting position, and he'll rifle through his bag and say, "Oh, you've got to see this." And he pulls out the witch's soul.
Katya looks down at it with wide eyes. And for just a moment, the familiar look on her face fades. And that purple color returns. So you actually did it.
Yeah, it was fun as hell.
I tried being reasonable, but oh, that rarely ever works.
Apollyon staggers to his feet. He says, "Well, we beat her ass, I will say that."
Good to hear, she says, trying to ignore you, Apollyon.
Hey, you owe me your name.
She sighs. Katya turns toward you slowly, the purple eyes looking up at you. You know me.
but what might your name be?
You can call me Narcissa.
Wait, the
Uh-huh.
he's saying this in character.
There is a smug look on Katya's face for a moment.
It's you. Wait,
Yes,
you've been here this
that's
whole.
that's why I brought up Mephistopheles. She told me.
Wait, so you know about my past?
Oh, of course I do.
He
You're
like,
an embarrassment to the kings of hell.
no, that's not what happened.
Sure.
I was betrayed by Mephisto.
I know. It's still embarrassing that you fell for it, she scoffs at you.
And I guess. Well, let me do a memory check. How much of it do I?
Hearing her name gave you a huge chunk of your memory back.
That's nice. Yeah. He says, so Lucifer. What about him?
What'd you say?
Lucifer. What about him?
How should I know?
Is there been any contact about him? He was.
I'm sorry. I don't have the answers that you seek.
And why did he betray me?
I don't know.
I guess I'll have to find the person who knows.
If you'll excuse me, she wants to come back out. And the purple begins to fade.
Everyone's just gonna wait for Katya to return to normal.
Her eyes go back to their normal color and she gasps a breath and looks around startled.
Apollyon walking up to Prid when he says, okay, I need to go back to my original self.
Is that so?
Mephisto is not a good guy. As you know.
He didn't strike me as the good type.
He betrayed me, and Lucifer way back when.
I see.
Bastard stole my fucking castle.
Was that how you got split in half?
He was involved, yeah. The splitting in half part was Sophia's doing mostly. It was to save my life.
Wait. So, in order to save you, you got split in half.
Yeah, I was in a sort of unrecoverable state at the time.
I see. Well, I don't know exactly how to recombine a king of hell, but I'm gonna be honest, I would prefer if you didn't suddenly start acting like Abaddon.
No, that's not how this works. She's like that because she inherited my worst memories and emotions.
But that would mean if you were whole again, that...
It just meshes together. I would just be another person. Trust me, I was a completely different person back in the day.
And I'm gonna be honest, I'm a bit concerned about trying to interact with the former you.
I was never evil, just neutral. All I did was punish sinners.
I see. Well, as long as you aren't going to murder us.
I never murdered without reason.
Fair enough.
And I'm not a fledgling like the pink-haired one.
Oh, Katya,
Yeah?
is Lunala okay?
I don't know.
Katya turns over to look at your fiance, who has not moved.
Pridwin looks over at her.
So-
Katya kind of leans down and brushes her fingers on Lunala's face, trying to get her to open her eyes.
So, Katya, did you know that Narcissa was inside of you?
Huh?
She says, looking at you.
Narcissa?
What about her?
Did you know that she was inside of you?
Yeah, I knew Sisso was in there. Why?
Me and her go back.
She told me not to tell anybody her name.
She told
That-
me.
Yeah, I chatted with her when we were in your head. Probably best to still not tell people that she's in there, or at least her name.
It's me. You don't want anyone to know.
Precisely. Pridwin's going to take Lunala's hand and try to resonate with her just to see if she's still there.
As you grab her hand, Lunala's eyes open slowly.
Oh, thank God. He
What?
immediately pulls her into a hug.
You pull her into your arms, and she just kind of rests her head against your chest tiredly.
Apollyon is like pacing right now. She says, "Once I get back my original body, I'm going to beat the shit out of Mephisto."
Who are we beating the shit out of? You hear a tired voice say from behind you.
The guy
It
who.
is Liam!
Yes, Liam. I'm trying to beat the shit out of the guy and plot revenge against the guy who betrayed me 20 years ago.
20 years ago, he says, eyeing you.
I had a conversation and it sparked a bunch of memories, and now I remember.
Must have been a good conversation, he says, turning and coughing up a mouthful of blood.
You don't look too good.
Minerva is supporting him, and she looks honestly just as bad. And
You too.
coming up behind them is Iger, piggybacking Pidge. Pidge, you are being piggybacked for the first time ever?
Pidge
Dude, how do you
squirms
feel?
uncomfortably. This is not a sensation she likes.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So
we're
you're on Iger's back. The rest of your group is slowly starting to arrive, along with several of the kids. Boar is there, as well as Ace and Rose, and you also see Guardian, the boy that destroyed the grizzly bear, and Dexter, the girl that was thrown into the cells last minute. They look normal. The red from their eyes is gone.
Killed the witch.
Pridwin's like holding up the soul like a trophy, and he says, "We did it."
We killed it.
There's just this cheer that rolls out of this entire group, bouncing off of the trees around you.
That'll teach those witches to fuck with the King of Hell ever again. I need a break. Do you guys have anything to drink?
Pridwin offers you a solo cup.
Thank you.
Minerva, kind of lowering Liam down to sit on a rock nearby, she says,
Okay, I have had it. With you guys almost dying.
I have to.
We are sitting down and planning this wedding. Right now. I don't care. I am done waiting.
Yeah, I think I could use some release. I can be the one that lets you guys. I should be. I'm pretty good at that.
Fridwin,
Are you
like,
legal? Iger says casually, looking over at you, totally fine with this.
I have hundreds of years experience.
the king of hell presiding over a wedding between a witch hunter and a witch?
Oh my god!
This is the most fucking cursed thing I've ever heard.
Like, Polly looks at Tigger and he says, "Oh, I got my certification hundreds of years ago."
Well, don't you have to keep the certifications up? Isn't that like a legal thing? He says, still continuing. And a bunch of the kids are like, what is happening? I don't understand.
You see, hell is a different thing. Don't worry about that.
Fridwin is blue. Very blue now.
All right, guys, we're going home and we're planning that wedding. I need some release. This is really really stressful and shit. And
Yes,
so
I
mean,
would
I
like
am a
to
state
be.
licensed
Oh,
priest.
Oh my god.
you're a. I'm sorry. You, the girl who blows things up, is a licensed priest.
I have to get licensed on a lot of things. I just ended up taking a lot of classes. Okay?
Okay! She's so
I mean,
offended!
I may be a hell priest, but that's still a priest.
Fridwin's just.
Let's see. There's I have to be licensed in building maintenance, explosives, fishing, transfer of goods, at least 7 different vehicle licenses. Let's not even forget about the transportation of volatile materials.
Like, the licenses are cool. I'm more concerned about the wedding rings exploding.
How old are you?
15.
How do you have? Were you in college when you were like 2?
That's more like 8.
Pidge doesn't answer that question.
Next question.
I am frightened of my own team.
Well, hey, I'm royalty, so I sort of just have the eligibility to marry people.
I'm going to be completely honest. Pridwin looks over at Apollyon. I'm afraid of what you're going to do if you're the wedding's priest.
But I'm pretty practiced. You'd be surprised.
I trust him, Lunala says, smiling tiredly at you.
Pridwin just... His mouth is a straight line right now.
Give me this as a reward for healing her.
Give me this! Let me have this!
Pridwin just rubbing his face. Since she's alright with it, and since I do in fact owe you one, fine. If you are a licensed priest, I do want to make this official before I die, so...
Ooh, I got this.
Minerva claps her hands together and she gets this grin on her face and she goes, "Why wait?" Liam goes, "You really want to marry them over the corpse of a dead witch?" And she goes, "It's romantic!"
Oh no, isn't that how Mom and Dad got married?
Oh god.
She nods.
I tradition, but how about we just take the corpse with us?
I'm going to be honest, I don't want to drag a witch's that feels a bit barbaric.
Like, what you did to her wasn't barbaric enough. Now you want to drag her corpse back to the academy to have a wedding on top of it.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think parading a witch's corpse around at a wedding is a bit too macabre, even for me.
I mean, we don't have to. What if
the soul, I am definitely parading the soul around. I'm very proud of this, but
you might want to have someone eat that before someone tries to steal it from you.
No. Solon needs it.
Well, yeah, have somebody eat it.
No, I need... Solon needs it to repair his sister.
Oh, you know what? Fair enough.
Which means, in the interest of not needing to die in order to get it back out of someone, I'm going to have to just hold on to it till we get home.
Well, anyway, I'm all for bringing the corpse. Up to you guys.
My one and only request is going to be that we not bring the corpse of a witch
You know what? I
to
might
our
actually
wedding.
Sophia.
You know what? As long as there aren't any corpses,
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
fine with whatever happens during this wedding.
Yeah,
Oh
if
my
you don't want
God.
the corpse at the wedding, I'll just give it to Sophia. I'm sure she has a use for it.
I mean, I don't want to know what someone would do with a witch's corpse.
Here's to finding out.
Here's to
Uh,
finding out.
You horrify me more and more every time we talk.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm. It's my motto, and I just got more memories back, so.
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Okay, everyone's looking around. I'm going to be honest. I would prefer to be back home where we're not out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, you're no fun, Minerva says playfully, offering you a hand to help you and Lunala up.
DM,
Yes.
do I
Take
remember anything about the deal with Mephisto?
No. Not yet.
Wait, would I remember anything that pertains to death?
You have a vague memory. A rumor
Mm-hmm.
that Mephisto is responsible for killing Death.
Of course, we know that isn't entirely true. Maybe.
I mean, Pridwin knows some things.
Mm-hmm.
Iger is kind of circling the wagons and gathering everyone, and he says it's gonna be a hike back down the mountain. Think you guys can manage it?
Pridwin kind of looking down, kicking his feet. I think I can manage. I don't
Great.
mind carrying anyone if they need it.
Think your fiance needs it more than I do, your sister says, patting your shoulder.
Yeah. Pridwin looks over to Lunala.
She's still looking pretty banged up.
He's gonna offer to pick her up.
She crawls up onto your back gently.
My Wi-Fi crashed. I have to restart on my laptop.
Oh god.
Man.
Had to wait. Anyway,
All
yeah.
right.
Apollyon's bringing the corpse as a trophy.
God damn it.
So you're carrying your fiance and Apollyon's carrying a corpse! And there is a parade of children behind you, and as you guys are walking, Ace is whispering to Iger, and he says, "What are we supposed to do now? It's been 6 years."
Rebuild?
I just realized, what about the adults back in town?
I was just thinking about that.
They should be back to normal now.
Here's to hoping they haven't eaten in years.
Would you guys like to go back through town?
I think
Yes.
that'd be a good idea so that we
Yeah.
don't leave this town dead like we did to the last one.
Yeah.
You head back into Stratham, and the kids hover at the edge of town as you guys have told them to wait there. And as you step through the city streets, it is dead silent. And gathered near the center park area, there are red souls hovering.
Oh my god, it's a feast.
There are 8 of them.
Is Sadie here with us, by the way?
Sadie is.
Alright,
And Soma
I want-
is
yeah.
still. I suppose he would wake up at this point because the thread is gone.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
yeah.
storm has begun to subside.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should divvy the souls up. And then we should take the kids back to the main town. This place is... Well, I think that it can be rebuilt, but definitely not by a bunch of children.
I don't know, they've survived on their own for 6 years, Iger says encouragingly.
Well,
If anyone could do it, it would be them.
certainly, but my only concern is leaving them out here in this town without any support would be
Probably
awful.
not the best thing, he says in agreement.
I mean, if we can get them at least help from the main town, then I'm sure that they can begin work on rebuilding.
Mm-hmm. These kids seem pretty good at taking care of themselves anyway.
So, there are 8 souls.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like
How
to do?
many weapons are there total? There's
Amongst all of you currently,
Soma,
Abaddon,
Eon, Abaddon,
Eon, and
So
Xavier,
4?
and Liam and Minerva.
7. So each of us could take 1 soul, and then there would be 1 left over, which we could probably give to we could probably give that over to Xavier.
You hear a soft voice interject from behind you. Could I maybe have that last one?
Pridwin looks over.
It's Ace.
Might I ask why?
Are you a weapon?
It's for Rose. I'm not. She is.
I
We
see.
weren't supposed to tell anybody.
That soul goes to her.
Yes, of course.
Would Rose like to come back to the academy with us?
Would you?
But what about the others? He says, his eyes moving back, and you see that all of the kids are hovering.
What's the rules on non-weapons and meisters on school grounds?
Well, we can't really hold them for too long, but we do have land off campus where we can take in refugees during times of crisis, especially like it's happening now, so I think we could make some exceptions.
That would be
I
excellent.
mean,
We should do that.
These
To
kids
train-
have seen our world more than enough. They can live here for a while now, can they?
I mean, it would be safer than out here, and we'd be able to train up a weapon and meister who would be able to protect them.
Yeah, that would be ideal. We need more hands on deck.
And maybe some of them are, and they just don't know it yet.
Exactly.
And that
I have-
means we could.
You know what? Is there any way I could potentially perceive souls as a polygon?
Does
tried it.
Apollyon have soul perception?
He's a Meister, but like, I haven't actually tried doing it ever.
You know what? Roll me a d20. Let's see if you can.
You won't believe this.
You did
Oh
not
my
roll
God.
another fucking nat 20.
No way, I don't know how I'm doing this.
Oh my
One final
god!
nat
I am.
The night of the 20.
It's even worse than the homecoming episode.
It's not even a full moon.
There must have been like 25 nat 20s in the last 2 hours. I swear to Jesus, like there's so many.
Just like Apollyon more than Soma.
Apollyon, you can use soul perception.
Oh fuck.
It's
Oh shit, oh fuck.
holy shit. I mean, it's almost a full moon.
Okay.
I think the full moon is literally in 2 nights.
Oh fuck.
So,
Oh, no.
what are you trying to look at?
See if anyone's souls are interesting.
Well, definitely Ace and Rose for fucking sure.
Oh.
Also, as you're looking, who is it? Melody, the violinist. Her soul is
Mhm.
intriguing.
I could tell Melody's because she used to calm the madness, and so I was like,
Mhm. And then there are some younger children that you're not quite sure, but their energy seems to be different around their souls.
yeah,
Their souls are all very fluid at their age.
Apollyon looks around and he says, well, there are a few interesting souls in this crowd.
Pridwin's
Oh, also
Pridwin's going
Wolf. Wolf's soul is one too. Forgot that.
Yeah, as he's looking around, he just says, this soul perception stuff is weird, but there are a few interesting ones.
Imagine how I feel, Katya says from next to Pridwin.
I never thought about trying it before until now.
Pridwin's rounding up the souls and handing them out, by the way.
So you have divvied up. All of you may add 1 to your charts.
Alright.
Yay!
Solon, now that you're here and you have joined the group, Pridwin approaches you. He has something to give you.
Solon,
We fought
You
two
are-
by the way.
you are not going to believe this.
Try me.
Pridwin opens up his medical bag, and from it he pulls a purple soul. Powerful and evil. Exactly what Reticent needed.
Solon just kind of like glances at it, puts a hand on Prudwin's shoulder, and then embraces him.
We're going to get your sister back. And then we're going to get your other sister back.
Who? Holy shit.
There's 2!
Thank you, my friend.
Solon fucking crying in the background.
Yeah, and Apollyon.
What's I haven't even had coffee yet. What's something to wake up to? Shit.
They almost died. Pidge went down, Pridwin went down, Lunala actually died.
Yeah.
I tried to stay. I knew combat was coming. I tried to stay up as long as I could, but I couldn't.
So the gif I sent is how it went.
Yeah, we
Oh,
fought.
fuck that fight.
First, we fought Siren Head, and then we fought a Lightning Witch.
Yeah. The witch had a
Yeah.
1,000 HP. We fucked her up.
Yeah, we beat the fuck out of her.
I would like to say, by the way, that Lunala did most of that damage.
Oh yeah, no,
Most of that
I'm not
damage was
surprised.
her.
Yeah,
Well
most
done.
of her. But I did pull the shit out of her and get some attacks
Pidge,
off her.
Pidge chunked the shit out of her.
Bro, on God, like,
Pidge
that
got-
first hit and then, like, the 3 shots afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh,
As Apollyon, I mostly wanted to employ strategy, and so I just kept fucking going stealth mode in the shadows, and then I would come out of nowhere and I sliced her hand off. And then when we caught her down and we were finishing her off, I sliced her ankles, then cut her arm off, and then Pridwin like fucking smashed her face in.
Yeah, he beat her to death with his bare fucking hands.
Jesus.
Not only that, also sent her to personal hell.
Yep.
Yeah, she killed my wife. I'm not gonna fucking make her suffer.
Yeah, and then I showed her her worst fears, and then she died.
Yep.
Paige got extremely lucky,
Mm-hmm.
rolling on 2 shot rolls.
Yeah,
To
no,
Oh yeah.
it
Yeah.
was a
2
natural.
buffs to unlock.
I think this is the most nat 20s in a session we've ever had.
That's the most
Oh,
natural
yeah.
15, period.
Everyone be prepared for the next like 5 sessions to be shitty.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
It's okay. The next session's going. The next few sessions are going to be slice of life wedding stuff.
Oh, Pridwin needs that.
I need the slice
It's
of life
been
stuff.
non-stop doom and gloom ever since I've gotten here.
Yeah, we
Wasn't
need.
there supposed to be a dance?
Yep.
Oh, I can't wait for the dance. When is that happening?
I've been waiting because they keep postponing it because bad shit keeps happening.
Yeah, but now we're the bad shit.
But now maybe you guys could initiate the dance because of said wedding. Just
And
a
I
thought.
And I want to
Yeah.
that corpse around like a real G.
Oh my god. It's
Like
I
an
can't
hang it
believe.
from the bridge.
God
Actually,
damn it.
you know what? I can believe that he'd run around with it like Vlad the Impaler.
God bless.
I want to cut off her head and like tie it to my hip.
God. Jesus Christ.
So you guys start down the mountain together. You guys and a bunch of rascally kids that have somehow managed to survive for 6 years alone.
Ein is giving some of the younger kids, the ones that might not have the energy or focus to make it down the mountain, rides on a makeshift sleigh.
Aw.
Uh-huh.
Annabelle has you guys, like, before you even went down the mountain, you guys like raided the convenience store, and one of the favorite parts for her was sitting there and watching these kids eat like candy and like things from y'all's supplies that she brought up that they haven't had, some of them ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Apollyon is walking up to random groups of kids and is gonna say, "Hey kid, want to see a dead body?"
Oh my god.
Oh
God
my
damn it!
God.
Annabelle trying to like
Lord.
shoo you away from the.
Paige, every time he does that, just says, "You want to see 2 dead bodies?"
Oh my god. You
As
guys.
he then pulls Apollyon's ear to drag him away from the kids.
Oh my
Alucard.
god. So you guys make it down the mountain and you're in I think it's Rimrock. Rimrock, yeah. You guys are back
Yeah.
in Rimrock and you are greeted by just crowds of people who are amazed, confused. They don't know what to think, especially when they see an army of children
Yeah.
who
And
don't look like they've taken a shower in the better part of, 5 years.
and a redhead
Just-
up in the corpse.
Just a little over half a decade.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's fine.
Yeah.
Please understand that they did see a 15-year-old carrying a full-on anti-material rifle
Yeah,
going up
Oh,
the
yeah.
hill.
they didn't care about that. They are rough and tumble, rooty tooty shooty people out here. There are scary monsters in the woods. Guns are okay.
God.
Redhead with corpse.
They see a 15-year-old with an anti-material rifle and they go, "Wait, hey, ain't that gun a little too small?"
And
Oh my god, somebody put that in the quotes.
Oh.
So yeah, you
Got
guys,
4-year-olds with fucking machine guns.
between your group and some of the other adults, you have managed to secure travel for these guys back to the academy. The Ace and Rose and Boar all stay with the main kids, but they say they guess they'll meet up with you on campus, question mark?
Pridwin will reassure them that they probably will.
You guys clamber back into your military-esque vehicle, and you guys are on the drive back home. Is there anything that you guys would like to talk about or do?
No, Apollyon is just in the corner, exhausted.
Where was Solon during all of this? Was he just
You you
existed?
and Xavier stayed back because you were susceptible to the red.
What?
Madness.
The
The
brain
madness.
juice.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Because Xavier decided to pull his ear protection out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Xavier just
Oh!
almost got.
Oh, by the way, Apollyon,
Yeah,
you don't want to get in the car
yeah. Why so?
because you still
still
have
have
a
that
fear
fear.
of small spaces, baby.
Oh my
Has it not been an hour?
10? You had it for like fucking
was-
7
it's only-
hours.
Oh no, it was. Hold on, let me check.
You rolled a 7.
5 hours. It was 5
I swear to
hours.
God, it was. I swear to God, it was a 7. I wrote a 7 down.
No, it was 5.
God damn it.
Man. I
So-
mean, it's not that big of an issue. Apollyon was already planning
Fear
to
of
ride on the roof at one
Small
point.
faces.
That's true. I could ride on
Apollyon
them.
literally just riding on the roof of the car back to campus.
So how many hours has it been since?
I
got
don't know. I don't know. My brain is tired, man.
that? Yeah. I don't.
Been DMing for 10.5 hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, is there anything else you guys want to cover before you guys get back to campus?
I'm ready to get back to campus.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to do.
Y'all are
Yeah.
exhausted when you get
Uh-huh.
back.
Yeah.
So you sleep on the way back, and you are invigorated when you get off of this out of the vehicle back at the garage, and there's a crowd of students waiting for you actually. Some members
Pridwin-
of the Ladybirds are there, a couple professors, a lot of faces that you recognize.
Solon,
Pridwin's going to.
I think Xavier's fight brought a bit more attention than what we wanted.
What are you talking about? One of the girls says at the front. We came here to see you guys.
Pridwin's gonna lean over to Solon and say, "Now, I know the soul is going to be for you, but can I please parade it around a bit?"
You're the one who got it, my friend. Do what you
Keep your soul. I have the corpse. He says as he walks out of the
Oh
car.
my god!
No.
Ah!
must. Lifting it up on a spike.
Pridwin's like holding up the soul triumphantly, and then I'm just imagining Abaddon casually walks out of the fucking.
Walks out with the corpse in his arms.
Oh my
God.
god.
I wish to talk to death.
Oh my god! Dragging the witch corpse.
Being serious, I wish to talk to death.
Oh my
God.
god.
Hey, I've got a gift for you.
There are instantly people chattering about your group and the fact that you guys are the first group of your graduating year to have obtained a witch soul. Somehow!
Yeah.
Also,
She
Pridwin's got a group chat to the message.
Oh, yeah? What are you saying?
Oh, okay. You should send it a selfie, and it's just gonna be me and you.
Yeah, Pridwin's going to try and get a selfie with everyone, like
Yeah.
holding the witch soul up above him.
Iger definitely takes the picture for you.
And
Apollyon lifting the corpse above his head.
Please tell me somebody's gonna draw this with the corpse and the witch soul and all of you
God.
together, because I
Okay.
need it.
I might draw it.
I need
oh
it.
my god.
It's
my
gonna
God.
be like a JoJo fucking walk.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, you get a picture of your whole group with the witch soul and the corpse.
Mhm.
And immediately, he's gonna send that to the group chat.
There are so many question marks and exclamation marks in the group chat between everybody.
Send it on. Post it on social media too, on Soulbook.
Yes, that's a brilliant idea. Oh, my father is going to be so mad. And Pridwin's going to he's just posting it to everywhere he can.
We're all so gangster.
So yeah, is there anything you guys want to do?
Death, death, death.
I'd like to go back to Rhett.
Okay. So you, kind of manage to grab Pridwin to get the soul back.
Yeah, Pridwin will, once he's done parading it around, showing everybody, he's going to hand it back to Solon.
Paige is gonna stay in the garage. She's gonna work on look around and see if she can help with people working on vehicles.
Oh, so you go and hang out with Alex. I do want to see. So, are you just walking into Death's room as a demon?
Yeah. Yes, I want to, because
Are
I have
you
probable.
stupid?
Oh no.
Yeah, but I have probable cause because I want to join her side.
Yeah, well, with it. Okay, alright.
Your Honor, Freebird was in fact played.
Your Honor!
Playing.
Rebirth.
But what is it? I do want to have somebody with me. But
I mean, Pridwin would offer, but he wants to go with Solon to the
No.
resurrection.
I don't think you want to go and see Death anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, now he might be able to talk to her on slightly better terms.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I just can't take Lunala with me.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. Is there a professor or a Death Scythe maybe that I'm friends with? Well, I could talk to Gabe. Iger, but his last interaction with Death was not the best.
Yeah. He made
Yeah.
his choice.
What about Gabriel?
You could try and find Gabriel, but you were also told to stay the fuck away from Gabriel because he is the exorcist leader of the entire school.
He was chill with me last time I saw him.
He was chill with you last time. I don't think he saw through your soul protect.
No, he knows I'm a demon.
Does he? Did you?
Yeah. 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 And he was chill with it.
He's chill.
Yeah.
He's fine. Everything's fine.
Gabriel's chill like that.
Paige
God.
does
I
not
didn't
have
know
the
you were
time
chill
to
like
let him
that.
know that
Didn't know you were chill
Gabriel
like
has
that.
been busy.
Yeah,
Oh,
last
my
time I saw Gabriel, he knew I was a demon, but since I was helping them and stuff, he was just like, you know what, you're cool. And he also knew Soma's a demon. So, thank you.
Yeah,
It's still-
so, like, if you hear that conversation, you can pitch in, Pidge.
Paige is busy. She is too busy with the helping with mechanic stuff.
Okay. So yeah, Pridwin and Solon are walking towards, Reticence.
Apollyon's gonna steal a PDA and try to text Gabriel.
Oh, God. Okay, you shoot out a message to Gabriel. Lunala and Katia are going with you, Pridwin.
Yeah. Yeah, Pridwin's going. I'm assuming Solon's immediately going to want to head down to Reticent.
I mean, I would. So yeah, you guys, you start walking. You guys are going, people are staring at you everywhere you go. Murmuring to each other.
Pridwin's strutting, looking very proud.
Soma would also be going with Pridwin, actually, because he also wants to see Red.
Okay, so, you've joined the posse?
Mm-hmm.
You guys make it to the stairs. Who's in the lead? I need you to roll me a d20 to make sure you can navigate.
Either Pridwin or Soma. Both of us know how to navigate down here, at least to Reticence.
I rolled an 18 for navigation.
Yeah, you good. So you guys, same thing. You wind your way through the labyrinth, and you end up at the forge.
Oh.
He is dead asleep in his chair.
Solon?
Someone's gonna walk up to Rhett and I'm just gonna try to wake him up.
So you walk over there. What are you doing?
He's going to clap in front of him.
Oh my god.
Immediately Rhett opens his eyes.
Yes, it's you, my friend.
He smiles.
So our group killed a witch.
He blinks. And then he starts laughing.
Pridwin, is going to tap Solon on the shoulder, like, show him.
I found a soul.
Reticent's eyes get really
Will this
wide.
work?
I personally punched her in the face a lot.
He slowly pushes himself up from the chair and approaches you, holding out his hands.
Do I have it?
Yeah, Pridwin gave it to you
Okay.
once he was done
Parading.
showing
Parading
it
it.
off. Yeah.
Okay, I give it to him.
Reticent takes it and looks it over and begins almost manhandling this thing, moving it around and examining it as if he's examining a ball in his hands. And then he walks over and he grabs the dagger out of its case, unlocking it carefully and laying it down. He looks at the soul and he looks at the dagger and he looks at you and he nods.
There's a chance.
He nods again and then he taps his wrist. You've seen this before, Pridwin. You know what this means.
It's going to take some time.
Hope this works.
Reticent is a master blacksmith. If he says he can do it, he most certainly can.
Reticent nods and he walks over and he puts the dagger back in the case with the soul carefully and seals it once more. And he turns back to you. He nods again. And then he sees that Lunala is standing behind you wearing her helmet, and he smiles and extends a hand and reaches out and cups her cheek gently. You can see her turning a little blue. She smiles back and tips her helmet to him, her little hood.
One's smiling.
He looks very much like a dad when he does this. Red just looks like a dad no matter what he does, to be fair.
God.
Soma, you are kind of at the back of the group watching this interaction. What would you like to do?
Soma walks up and he says, so about that staff.
He rolls his eyes over to look at you and he taps his wrist again.
Okay, cool, good to know.
He looks over at you, Pridwin, and he looks down at your hand, and he looks at Lunala suspiciously, and Lunala turns more blue and shakes her head. And he kind of sighs and rolls his eyes and turns away from you.
Everyone's looking back and forth between them, putting two and two together.
Lunala's not looking at you.
Redwood just slowly looks over to her with a sly grin.
She's not looking at you. She refuses.
Is there anything else we need, or should we head out?
Well, I'm still waiting on my staff thing, so I think I'm good.
So, you guys are all good, and you start to head back to, back out into the normal world, question mark?
Yeah.
I guess so.
And you guys are back on
Pridwin's-
campus.
Pridwin's probably going to try and head back towards the cabin, since I think there's nothing else he really needs to do right now.
Yeah, you head in. Your cabin has been, it is nice. There are baked goods on the counter again, as always. Cody has clearly been busy. Is there anything you guys would like to do? Minerva's already like chattering with Sophia and Lorenzo in the group chat about this wedding plan.
Apollyon's doing his thing.
Apollyon, you have not gotten a response from Gabriel.
God damn it. Fine, I'll do it myself.
Oh no.
Because she hates most of our group, and she hasn't met Apollyon yet, so I think Apollon's the only
They're
one.
definitely gonna know, though. They're gonna know what you
They're
are.
gonna know. They're not gonna know. They're gonna know.
I do have Soul Protect, but still.
It's not gonna matter. This is death we're talking about. She's gonna take one look at you.
Yeah, the question is, can death not see through a soul protect? The answer is absolutely.
The thing is, she most certainly hates Apollyon the least, because she hasn't met him. At least not
Yeah,
formally.
but also, she hates him the most because he is a literal king of hell.
Yeah, and the last time that she was around one of those, her dad died, and she got stuck.
Thing is, we have a common enemy in that regard, because the same person who killed his dad is the same person who stole my phone.
I hope you can
I
explain
would
that
not
before she kills
recommend walking into the death room alone, or possibly ever, as him, but I'm not going to tell you no.
He's always been neutral. He's never been evil, so they should have no.
But the question is she going to let you explain that, or are you going to be dead before they even know who you are?
And will you even get to Angel before Izo and Cassius murk you?
Sophie would not be happy that her pet is dead.
They don't give a damn. They do not like Sophia.
That's fair. No one likes Sophia.
Nobody likes Sophia.
God.
Well, I want to have this conversation because I want to strike something with death, because I feel like they could have common ground.
Get somebody, please.
That's what I'm trying to do. Oh, give Gabriel.
Oh my god. Pridwin, you see... I'm just gonna say this once. You see Apollyon making his way toward the academy with a very set look on his face.
Oh no. Apollyon?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
I have to have a conversation with the one upstairs.
I'm sorry, the one upstairs? You don't mean...
Yes.
Alone?
I wanted to bring somebody, but Gabriel is really bad at picking up the goddamn phone.
It was nice knowing you, Catius.
You're not going in there alone.
I don't want to.
He's got the body with him, right?
Yes. 100%.
Are you sure it's wise to enter that room with a dead body?
Oh, I was gonna leave it on the outside.
It is a witch's corpse.
Are you sure it's wise to leave a dead body alone in the hallway?
Honestly, that's the least surprising thing in this entire academy.
Oh God!
Although I don't think many people are going to... Although a corpse isn't going to turn too many heads, I don't think leaving a witch's corpse unattended in this academy is a good idea.
Of course. Anyway,
this academy must be is really different than Europe.
You have no
oh,
idea.
Definitely.
Anyway, would anyone like to accompany me? Who hasn't met Death yet? Maybe she'll hate you even more.
I will accompany you simply because she doesn't have a reason to kill me personally. My wife, absolutely. Me, technically it would still be murder.
Lunala turns blue.
Alright, just come along, Pridwin.
Lunala reluctantly looks at you as you start heading that direction.
She isn't going to kill me. At least so long as I don't give her any more of a reason to.
She frowns.
Her friends were a bit trigger happy about that. I don't think they're going to be much happier about you bringing a demon in here, but I'll just tell them that I've dragged you along.
Technically, yeah, I didn't bring you in there.
Yeah, alright, let's go.
You start walking back to the academy.
I'm assuming that you're still carrying this fucking corpse with you?
I'm going with him. I'm invested.
Solon just wants to watch it all burn to the ground at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is the first time he'll meet death, too.
Yeah. All right. Let's
Hey, let's hope that one, as far as she knows, innocent person will make her be less trigger happy.
Yeah. Let's hope.
I
Oh my
am under
God.
the belief that she's fully aware that Solon is not innocent.
Oh god.
Completely fair. All
So
right.
you guys make your way toward the double doors.
He leaves the corpse on the outside.
God.
Soma,
You drop a corpse on the floor.
Soma, I still think that's a horrible idea.
Soma sneezes in the dorms. I feel like someone's talking about me.
Apollyon. I think that's a horrible idea. Sorry, that's the kind of decision Soma would normally make.
No, he would bring the corpse into the death room.
That is also a horrible idea. Ultimately, I just don't understand why you took the corpse with you.
I was gonna give it to Sophia. Maybe she would have tested on it. I don't know. She's crazy.
I just don't. As far as I know, witches' corpses aren't really useful for anything. It's the soul.
Sophia's crazy.
Couldn't you have at least left it somewhere less, gestures to the side of the door?
No.
What?
My God.
You are
Let's just go in. He's
fine.
good.
He literally just kicks the door in and disappears inside.
God.
This time.
Everyone following a respectful distance just in case.
Yeah. See, Apollyon is not like Soma. He's not an asshole.
God.
So he's going respectfully walking.
Yeah, Apollyon, you guys pass through the space between spaces. There are several celestial creatures swimming about in that void.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so how did the pink-haired kid do this again?
You guys walk in, and the death room is not empty.
Oh.
What in God's name are you doing here? Gabriel says with wide eyes.
What
She's
are
gonna
you...
be back any minute. You wanna fucking die?
I actually wanted to strike a bargain with her. I was not expecting you guys to be here.
Yeah, well, I don't really have a choice right now.
Well, shit. Is this important? Will I die if I'm here, or will I, die because...
Probably, he says, looking you up and down.
But is it because you guys are here? Or if I came alone, I would die less?
I don't...
Die less? Is there
I
such
think you're
thing as
just gonna
die less?
die regardless, he says.
I told you this was a horrible idea.
Before you can say anything,
Oh,
a
no.
black wing emerges from the mirror.
Well, it was nice knowing you all.
Her shoulder drops down and Death kind of sidesteps out of the mirror mid-conversation with someone. She turns her head and smiles at Gabriel, and then she sees you. Instantly, her eyes darken. She holds her hand out. Gabriel reluctantly closes his eyes and then forms into the long demon-slaying blade.
Before you hit me, I wanted to talk.
She's glaring at you, but doesn't move yet.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you about a common enemy we have. I am on your side.
Really?
Yes. He has wronged us both.
She squints at you.
He goes by the name Mephistopheles.
Instantly, you see her teeth baring, canine-like. Her
And
nose wrinkling and her eyes black pits.
And I want to help you kill him.
Why?
He took my life from me.
And I'm just supposed to trust you. I know what you are. I know what you were.
And I was never evil. I never really did anything wrong to innocent people. All I was, a guardian mostly. More of a warden, but...
A playboy who fornicated with witches for most of his life.
That was I mean, that's just what demons do. I never actually cared about the witches.
Oh my fucking god.
But that was,
Definitely
but that was,
something you want to say.
but to be fair, that all changed when I met Echidna. I assure you, I am on your side, and I really want to kill Mephistopheles.
He did assist in helping us kill a witch.
I did.
So I've heard. Well, it seems this is a possibility that I could entertain for now.
Alright.
If you hurt somebody, though, we're done. No second chances, no nothing.
That is not my wish to hurt any innocent. I only punish sinners. That has always been my code that I follow.
Right. She slowly releases Gabriel, and Gabriel manifests back into his human form and sighs with relief.
And despite my position, I do respect the position of death. I mean, how else am I going to get sinners to punish anyway?
She rolls her eyes. No, you're just sucking up.
No, that's just sort of true.
Look, I won't kill you for now. Good enough.
That's a good start. Cool. Yeah. So, yeah, my whole thing is I really want to kill Mephisto, really bad. So, I'll help you, and I'll even let you do it. I just want him dead. I don't care how he dies.
Right. I would prefer if you left that to me, to be honest.
I will leave it to you, but I would like to at least see him die.
Fair. If I can manage it, I'll make it happen.
Excellent. And I had a question, if I may.
Speak.
Well, my condition isn't exactly the best in the last 20 years.
Sophia really did a number on you, didn't she?
It was not pleasant.
And the good doctor didn't help.
I don't like him either. I essentially am looking for a way to revert to my original form.
Well, I suppose if you really wanted that to happen, you should probably be searching with the people who split you in the first place.
Well, you know how they are.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Yeah. Well, regardless, I wish to assist you in any way I can.
She kind of gives you this. She's humoring you for now. Look.
That is acceptable to him.
Her eyes move over to you, Pridwin, and she squints at you.
I'm
the one who dragged him here.
I have upholded my end of the bargain and will continue to.
Marriage, huh? She says coyly.
Pridwin immediately blew.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm gonna be the one planning that.
Oh. And here I thought I was gonna get to do the honors, Gabriel says, feigning disappointment. Angel says, don't encourage him.
No, encourage it. I'm completely fine with Gabriel doing it too.
She has saved my life countless times.
Yes, I've heard your position before. going to stop you. I'm going to highly advise against it, but I'm not gonna stop you.
Well, thank you for not stopping me.
She rolls her eyes and shoos you.
Pridwin will politely bow and then leave for the door.
Soma waves and he says, "Oh, and about the pink-haired one, I'll whip him into shape for you. I know the way he is."
Good luck, she says. A little asshole can't be fixed if you ask me.
Demons have to appreciate, they have to respect their seniors, so...
She just shakes her head at you.
And he goes for the door. He says, "I'll be seeing you."
Unfortunately, I believe you're right, she says as you pass through it. Gabriel waves a little.
Solon just bows and protocol.
Yeah, Pridwin will wave at Gabriel and then head out.
He has this just like, overarching look of relief on his face.
Yeah.
Fully expecting that to end in him murdering students that he cares about.
Yeah.
You guys are back on the outside. All three of you let out a collective sigh of relief. Apollyon, you step out the doors into the hallway. The corpse is gone!
Oh man, not the
Yeah.
corpse.
Pridwin's
Sure it was dead.
I'm assuming that there's blood.
I'm pretty sure it was dead.
There's not, actually.
Hmm.
Are you very sure it was dead?
Somebody probably picked it up.
I
You
mean,
had the soul!
we had her soul. If she got back up, it certainly wasn't her.
This was
My
a witch,
God.
right?
Yeah, it was a witch.
Yes.
What are the chances that it was another witch's soul?
She wouldn't have been able to. I literally beat her to death and a soul popped out of her.
I cut off multiple limbs. I don't think she could even walk in that state, let alone grab anything.
If I were to guess, somebody probably stole it to study or to make trophies out of.
Damn it, I was gonna do that. Both
You
of
have
them.
no idea, you just know that the body is gone.
Yeah.
I told you, Apollyon, that somebody was going to steal the corpse.
Why would anyone steal the corpse? That doesn't make any sense.
You,
It's a witch's corpse. Why wouldn't you want to steal it?
I mean,
Corpse.
if you could prove the parts were genuine, they would go for a lot of money.
Not only that, if you cut her
Wait.
open and find some weakness.
Apollyon still has has her hand in his pocket. He stole that a while ago during the
You,
combat.
you do
Oh,
have
I
the
like
hand
it.
still.
Yeah,
Why?
he pulls out.
It's like a
Pridwin,
compass. You like move it around and the finger points to where it's at.
Oh my god.
God. Pridwin like covers his nose. My God, did you even do anything to preserve that?
Nope.
No, nothing.
It is rancid.
My
It's a
god.
hand.
It's a
I've
hand.
had worse.
Things are getting a little out of hand.
Yeah.
Ah,
My God.
Actually, Apollyon says that.
Pridwin,
He's like
No.
positioning the hand into where it's like poking at his chin, and he just says things are getting way out of hand.
Pridwin just. He looks
Pull my
angry.
finger.
He looks angry at that pun.
Bridwin just turns around and punches Apollyon in the face out of nowhere.
Oh my god.
Lays him out over a pun.
guess we might as well go find your corpse.
The several
I would-
girls passing in the hallway stop to stare at you as you say this, murmuring to each other.
Pridwin just.
Apollyon waves at them, but with the hand.
Oh my god. They hurry down the hallway and disappear.
At this point, Pridwin's gripping his mask like extremely hard.
Does anybody have any sulfuric acid? I just want to turn into a skeleton.
Oh my god.
I don't. Why would I have sulfuric acid?
I don't know. You don't have that?
Tidge probably.
You
would.
don't just carry that around in your kit?
Are you
I-
are you Are you suggesting to me that people just should normally be carrying around acid with them?
But as a medical professional.
I mean, that's what royalty did. I did that. That was normal.
I'm sorry?
My castle always had a sulfuric acid room.
What? A room?
A room. You have a whole room dedicated to dissolving flesh out of a corpse.
Yeah, I mean, they were sinners, so it was just everlasting pain. But yeah,
Fucking Spanish Inquisition? What the hell?
to be fair, Apollyon is Spanish.
Fair enough.
There is so much wrong with everything that comes out of your mouth.
Listen, this is just what I was taught growing up. And also being tortured by the four horsemen of the apocalypse, but that's a different thing.
You were tortured by them?
Yeah.
Abaddon
Yeah.
shuddering in your interim.
I...
Trampled on by their horses for days at a time.
Why?
You know, I couldn't tell you.
They just did that.
When we were kids, yeah, they did that to demon children.
They did that to children.
Demon children, yes.
Why? Why on...
Strange
You
place.
know what? I guess it is hell.
It is hell.
But... Pridwin's just like... concerned.
By this time, you guys have made it back to the cabin. It is also dark outside, finally. The stars are beginning to come out. The moon is beginning to rise.
When Pridwin steps in, he calls out, "We weren't murdered yet!"
Oh, good, Cody says from the kitchen. So you'll be wanting dinner then?
That
Sleep.
would be
as he
wonderful.
jumps out a window.
God damn it, Valian.
Why does he always go through the window?
The morning change. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you later.
Mm-hmm. You kind of walk down the hallway looking around. You do not see your fiance anywhere.
Do any of you know where Lunala went?
Last I saw her, she was in your room.
Pridwin's going to head towards his room.
You go into your room. There is a familiar box sitting on your pillow. You recognize it almost instantly.
Am I finally allowed to open it?
I mean, it is sitting there.
He
The
kinda
window is
looks-
also open.
Looks both directions, sees the window open. He's gonna step up and open the box.
You look inside. There is a ring sitting in the center of it. But not just any ring. This is a lunar meteorite wedding band. It's like made with a piece of the actual moon, and it glows with Lunala's colors.
Damn.
The little flecks of that almost like little atmosphere around her, there's a small bit of it dangling around the ring itself.
He's like staring down at this like dumbstruck.
It has hints of like gold embellishments along it, and at the very center there is like an inscribed moon in like the most intimate of details.
This is incredible. He's going to take it out of the box, slip it onto his finger,
It fits you perfectly.
and he's going to try to crawl through the window.
With your armor on?
Actually, he'll probably take the time to take it off.
So you, in your normal human clothes,
I mean, relatively normal.
You crawl through the window much more easily. Don't end up falling on your face this time.
I think I already know where she is. He's gonna try and head up towards the roof.
Roll me a d20 to see how well you get onto the roof.
Oh boy. 13?
You manage. It's
With
not
all
as
up?
graceful as it could have been, but she's in the same spot you guys were last time. She has a blanket like curled around her shoulders, and she's curled up looking up at the moon as it's starting to rise in the sky.
Goodwin's going to sit down next to her and say, thank you.
She looks over her shoulder at you and kind of smiles a little bit. For what?
Goodwin holds out his hand to show her the ring.
Good. It suits you.
It's incredible.
I thought you might like it.
I mean, I don't even...
Well, I couldn't let them keep teasing you, could I? She looks up into your eyes.
Goodwin, clears his throat. Right. He's, stammering, trying to find words.
She, watching you stutter over your words, she just reaches up and grabs you, under the chin and looks at you.
Words cannot describe how happy I am that I met you.
She, instead of turning extremely blue, she's just glowing with that amazing celestial glow she has.
I think no matter what happens, my future is much brighter with you.
Now she's blue.
Goodwin smiles.
Solon, you, oddly enough, you're, going into your room and you hear this, resounding, sound from outside your window. There's a soft murmur and kind of a little bit of a cooing noise.
Oh no.
Oh my god, oh my god! I wish he'd just do it already, Liam says under his breath. Shut up and give him time, Minerva says. You see Katya just point up toward the roof. You follow their gazes up there, and you can see they're having a conversation. The two of them are sitting up there on the roof, and Lunala has her her finger under Pridwin's chin and is staring him in the eyes, and all of them, there's this huddle of them together, and they're all watching. Draco's subtly recording again.
Oh my fucking god. I swear to Christ. Can Pridwin roll to try and notice them?
Sure, go ahead.
Wonderful. Natural one.
There is nobody else in existence than your fiance right now. Not a damn person.
He is not paying attention to whether or not anyone's there.
Even if you noticed, I don't think you'd care at this point.
Yeah. He's just gonna go for the kiss.
Fucking finally. You lean in and you kiss her, and that's about the point you hear the murmurs of the people who are definitely watching you.
And when, like, the moment that they finish is just like, of course they were watching us.
Good. You hear Lunala say under her breath, and she leans in and kisses you again.
He is very blue.
You see, next to you, Solon, Liam's, dragging Katya, and he's like, alright, that's enough. You don't need to watch anything else that happens. And Katya's like, I want to see! And he's just dragging her inside.
God.
And Draco's snickering to himself, also heading inside. They're all chattering amongst themselves. That is where I'm going to call it.